Never did like school. And you do know what I'm talking about. Never did like school.
You know a young nigga never liked school. Learning all about white folks, this ain't cool. I remember this clear as a bell. Telling my third grade teacher, bitch, go to hell. Just trying to make a young nigga square dance. Look, bitch, I'm black, so it don't stand a chance. So what the fuck do you expect? A young black child goes to white folks to get checked and educated by something that this is us. And while we learn about white folks, we're missing us. You wonder why a young folks said fuck school? Because the shit is racist and it ain't cool.
If I say to you, Columbus discovered America in 1492, if I was your teacher, you said, no, Columbus didn't discover America in 1492. There were Indians here. I tell you, you flunked the course.
Strictly ghetto, nigga.
Christopher Columbus, the man they say that found America. But the question in the year 2024 in the black community is not did he find America, but was black people already in America before he got to America? And hopefully that I can prove to you within this video with drawings, pictures, writings, documents, documentary, movies.
Never the fame. Might get fucked up, but I ain't never the play. Now understand these wins ain't just nothing.
I ain't gotta change nothing. I'm doing forever the move.
Say,
Never the fade.
never the fame.
I just got a bag and a key coming back. It's forever the play.
Say, never to lose, never to fame. Might get fucked up, but I ain't never to play. Now understand these wins ain't just nothing I say. I rap's what I preach, I be leading the way. This is what it is, you're doing what it ain't. You're speaking all real, but your actions be fake. How you say you're pimping and you all up in the way. Saving hoes, type to walk around with a cape.
You can find me turned up real high as OG.
Why these niggas acting like they don't know? Same old poop ain't never gonna change. Stay up on my grind and I stay up in my lane. Focus on being top in the head of my game. They feeling my vibe cause it's a West Coast thing. Put this in your speakers like that West Coast bang. Go ahead and walk it, I'll show them that West Coast swing.
I ain't gotta change nothing. I'm doing forever the move. Never the fade.
Never the fame.
I just got a bag and a key coming back. It's forever the play.
It's like Armageddon from the sound of the K when it spit rounds. Like noise and have some chicken on yourself and how that shit sound. Got envy in you, cuz, but you said that you wasn't. I got diamond home, but in my blood, cousin. This West Coast, nigga, yeah, the best coast. You got cooked by the Yankee, turn on fresh stove. On insecure niggas always checking what a bitch did. You can't trust that damn bitch when nigga let that bitch go. Money couldn't change me, a bitch couldn't change me. She take me out my character so much that a nigga leave. A transcend nigga creating waves like a wave capture. Niggas in the box and broke the brains off the made back on full bread. Niggas don't get big five blue nose. Take the niggas serious with nail polish on your 10 toes. Never gonna lose. Who gives a fuck how you feel? Play with the set. That's how you rappers get killed, nigga. Never to lose, nigga.
I ain't gotta change nothing. I'm doing forever the move. Never the fade.
Never the fame.
I just got a bag and a key coming back. It's forever the play.
Ain't y'all about to talk that shit. Look, a lot of
of niggas talk that don't have a voice. When you really see your veins, you don't have a choice. I was born to be a boss, that's how my story goes. I played a hand I was dealt, I never fold. My hunted the infant, one of the sickest, real active, tiny low. I'm serious with my crippin' in the hood with the G's. Pressing and politicking, yellow tapes and candlelight. How you complete a mission? Don't get the hood tatted if you ain't doing no killing. Tiki, you speaking on bodies, you ain't drilling. Me and broke is a choice, nothing in life giving. Paper chaser DNA, I get it just how I'm living. Mandatory, keep a blowing the clip. I make sense. If my kids want the world, I'ma make sure they get it. Drinking honey out the bottle of blunted at Mary Jane, Turtle Haze with some Zans, Columbia, Pure Down, nigga.
I ain't gotta change nothing, I'm doing forever the move. Never the fade,
never the fade.
I just got a bag and keep coming back, it's forever the play.
I make it make sense, my being making sense. So my pants was on my bench, that's my boy darker than Brother Lynch. And that white heart, no it ain't gon' flinch. Squares in the house, they can't take the stench. Fuck nigga, you give me no an inch, I'ma take him out and that fuck nigga bitch. What you thought? I'ma put it in my vault. Player nigga since I was sporting ball. Smoking weed, that's gon' make the cough, and we can still meet in the parking lot up at Ross. Swing the pen square, pull a tender, cause you see me rain on men's wear. Mr. Uli, she like ooh wee. I guess that's where the cool niggas be. What? Bitch, you just ran out of luck. Check her purse, the bitch turned to a duck. But I entertain her, cause she got a big butt. But I cut her off as soon as she say butt. Boy, I keep it peace since I was Lil V. Getting in and cost some PhD. Getting them ends with B-A-B-E. Every day, nigga turn a G into a key. Okay.
If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. I'm about dead president. And I hustle through the residence. Pimp on your bitch, and there's evidence. Them niggas speak like a peppermint. I'm on the east side where your heifer went. Do not run, I'm a stepper, man. And I run your bitch just like a relay. I don't give a fuck about on here, she say. Pull up on your bitch right where V stay. We want the cash off in the purse. Kill a pussy, go get a hearse. I speak game when I spit a verse. I remain selling Eddie Kane. With the beam, I got a daily aim. I'm built to last like a Chevy, man. And we trap, we sip heavy drink. My niggas is foolish, they don't ever think. My niggas crash out and they go blank. Hey, you fuck niggas have no rank. I make a whole bitch go pay a deposit. High school used to hide them hoes in the closet. Dick in the mouth and I make a jaw stick. I make a wet just like a faucet. You a worker and I'm on some ball shit. I blast the burner and then I toss it. I go crazy, man, I must have lost it. I drive a bitch until she get exhausted. What's the interest, we gon' go for it. Where the dough at, she gon' hope for it. I bought my cheese like Rotel. I can't fuck with no rats, they gon' go tell. I'm at the hotel with Rochelle. If you do not have the cash, you make no sale.
Okay, see. 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 R.I.P. to my nigga Tony Yeller. That's fucked up. Always be in memory, boy. We gonna keep it lit for you. I'ma see you when I see you.
Get matched today with the tax expert who's just right for your situation. They'll do your taxes from
retarded, dumb, ruthless, frontline trooping, crips with the whooping, and the neighborhood stupid, gas like propane, walk ups close range, ain't no chest shots, pop at choke brain. Just know one thing, blue honey boys, we get it in, and if it ain't about the dollars, then it don't make sense. Just to put a wig on a pig and make that bitch dick, bleed a beat for Georgia all the way back to Big Hot. Look. You know what's up, got that mood showing love, love walking up in the club. Black Crystal Skyline, my friends fingers and tank. Tiny Mouse so drunk as fuck in my nigga bang lanes. Thunder's pulling up and we don't do no fake shit. I'ma get off and smash the bottle across his face. You know what it is, no trace, want it, chop a lynching faces. No accent because your bitch, she likes to take dick. New big, Remy got me acting foolish. Big bitch, nothing else got me real stupid. Crips and bloods, both sides in here whooping. The little bitch, we new fit. In the club, new fit. Remy got me acting foolish. Big bitch, nothing else got me real stupid. Crips and bloods, both sides in here whooping. The little bitch, we new fit. Now two step to the left, skip, bang crip. A bottle bitch, come on, shake your butt. East side swinging in this bitch. Tucking gang signs with the gang on my hip. Stepping with the extras, going off the Remy. You said this was your bitch, so why she dancing with me, silly? Blunted boy's a name, and I ain't even gotta say it. Cold and nab after parties, bitches twerking fully naked. Twist on the palm, baby, dancing X-rated. Drug off that Remy money, only thing I'm chasing to the rap game. You're 7 here, writing on the statement. Got him to the top, I'ma show you how to make it. And get no handouts, so I had to come and take it. Knock these haters out like Harlem when I'm shaking. Bitch, we in the club, new fit. Remy got me acting foolish. Spit fist, a nothing else got me real stupid. Crips and bloods, both sides in here whooping. The little bitch, we new fit. In the club, new fit. Remy got me acting foolish. Spit fist, a nothing else got me real stupid. Crips and bloods, both sides in here whooping. The little bitch, we new fit. Tell them Lil 7 did it. Cause little bitch, we new fit. Little bitch, we new fit. Drunk off the Remy, got us acting real stupid. We new fit. The bitch, we new fit. Drunk off the Remy, got a nigga acting stupid. New fit, nigga. You know we new fit, nigga. For real. Blue Honey Boys, that's the name of the game.
I'ma gone and what, take it back. When they first started coming to the back end. When you ain't gotta take it back, they always for sure gonna be coming back. And it ain't gotta be no comeback for V to make it come back. I always get what's on the back. Plus I'll flip her over and put cum on her back. Oh yeah, baby got back. We went out to eat. Here's baby back. My money is on the highway. I'm waiting for my uncle babe to get back. Went to Cali, fuck with the paybacks. They put us on long as we pay them back. We put it down from May to May. Maybe come through in the Maybach. Blowing on swishers. Blowing on cones, my nigga, we blowing back. The top down, press the gas fast. Now your girl, her blowing back. Her sipping liquor, put the bird back. She want me to dick her what bird back. She had too much wine, too many lines. Plus the bitch got a bird's back. I can bring the birds back. I'm a true player, put me at running back. If I get my hands on them bands, I'ma find a hoe and we gon' run it back. All she do is wash my bag. We taking showers, she wash my back. We got some shit, she got in the mix. Fuck around and got my watch back. Bought a pack back. You can tell cause it's packed in the back and in my backpack. Got some shit that make a nigga get back. Oh yeah, we know the Mac. You gon' have to peep game on the playback. Might catch me on ESPN, chopping up game, talking about running playback, nigga.
Listen. Man, them hoes gon' listen. When I speak on a beat, all I do is punch like Sonny. Listen. Man, my niggas gon' listen. I was trapping so hard, forgot to hit my booster and get my list in. Listen. Bitch ass niggas is listening. When I'm back on they bitch, all I do is spit that Listerine, nigga. Listen. Yeah, them hoes gon' listen. Listen. Yeah, my niggas gon' listen.
When you see me out, I'm in the latest edition. A polo golf gear with a matching pouch. What's my addition? I sported to go fishing. I was trying to catch me a vixen. The requirements is thick skin, brown like a pig skin. I'm a clown when I hit skins. I'm going tough and something tough in my town. Yeah, I got tens, but I'm coming with two hoes, just like handcuffs. Candy, Sandy, maybe Randy, brewing on exotic, not brown hairs like Bambi. You know the drug gon' keep me all the way dandy. While one feed me grapes and the other one fed me. Chillin' on the east in the OKC. What you a beast? Okay, let's see. Extended clips on that 223. I got niggas from the crib and the B. Get that job, boy, when we catch ya. You gon' be catching heat just like a catcher. Shirt looking like you just spilled some ketchup. Somebody call the cops, now they tryna catch up. We know, yeah, I gotta go tough. Puff, no, I can't get enough. Hell yeah, my blood speed kinda buff. And I flip it myself, no, they hate stuff. Grind and shining is what I do. I put more ice on blocks than igloos. When I pop on the mic, boy, they say he a fool. In the backyard, I'm thinking Olympic size pool.
Shop fresh looks at low prices at the Mathis Outlet. Come in now for the Lazy Boy BOGO event. Buy one Lazy Boy recliner and get the second one absolutely free. Recliner pairs start at just $7.99. They're in stock now with easy financing.
This is J.P. Banks Music.
When you're sticking to the script, it's a lonely road. Before they left the home, tank the big homie told. He know the way this testimony hold. On that L4, they gon' politic on him cold. SBI Bank EC for really though. Used to really go, ask my nigga Chili Mo. Had a cold gun game, crazy knuckle up. Bust on enemies with baby double up. Back and forth at the main streets on 98. Q9 cell, me and Lil Johnny Ray. Posted up on Colton with a big ratchet. Way before Lil Wayne threw on that snitch jacket. Walked New York with Slim Bad. What up, Big Drac? Gave them back they L cause you did that. Love my lokes even if we don't interact. Lil Mont, Baby Psych and Lil Black. EC. EC. 97th Street, smack dead in the Middle East. Fuck the police for King Ron and Lil Reese. Tell the truth, SP3 never lack rhymes. Sometimes feel I might die behind my rap lines. We ain't in Malibu now, we in Maui. Baby Pop, EC, Bear, me and Wowie. Nico, Kiko, EC Red. Still can't believe Frankie and CC dead. Coming and putting in work. Did more than a little dirt. Airbrush shirt. Big Milk, Lil Merc, Lil Box, Baby Ant, both souls, all the coops. First Street to 24 when we call the troops. Lost the legend when we buried Bug. Coach love to the riders that carry cuz, never seen it coming. Was a little foul, still to the heart though. My hat off to Lil Owl, EC. Big Spot and Lil Spot both got an Ezel. Tiny Spider got 19, rest in peace, Ezel. Shouts to the females representing EC. The brownies to the quotas, rest in peace, TT. Big Tommy son on the 7, that's Day Pops. Me and mine never bowed down to J-Box. And that's the coldest Cripper nigga ever met. Coldest Cripper ever heard about, better yet. 33rd never every only time a nigga ran. On the land, go ask my nigga Ran. ECG unit came up a little show. Got told on by that nigga Lil Show. Went on TV, the homie did BT Ugly. Got love for Infinite and Lil EC Buzzy. For death though, that mean to my dying day. EC, that's all I've been trying to say.
He's God. He's God.
EC.
Yes, okay, then. Yeah. Yeah, what it do, what it do. Vino the Most, aka Lil V, aka Trilly Trill, aka Got Dreams, coming through with Found in America Part 4A, Straits of Magellan. I was gonna drop the video, but I said let me just go on and do the live thing. You know what I'm saying? Go on and do the live thing and just present the information like that. So I don't know if they're gonna let me drop the link. Let's just see what's up with this right here. They've been tripping on the link. And YouTube still won't let me drop the link, so it looks like this is just gonna be a regular little build. I guess just a little one-on-one build. But I'm gonna go on and try to show some information about about what I found in the Straits of Magellan, 1551. So, you know, I've been doing a little series. I got part 1, we in Panama. Part 2 was just kind of like some Seminole games, some Seminole information. Part 3 was Ethiopians found in Texas. And I also shedded a little bit of light on Santa Catalina, Africa, which was the first Indian spot in Florida that they raided for the colonists of Charleston, which is now Charlestown. Well, was Charlestown, which is now Charleston, South Carolina. And this is back when Charleston first was established. So now I'm going back to 1551. But before I even show you that, because I seen Brother Ankh do a video saying that I don't know why it won't let me share the link. You know what I'm saying? I may be able to do it tomorrow, but I guess I'll just do a little build, just kind of show my little information. And then I'll do another little live later on to see if I can basically do I guess a post show after this show about the information, if I can drop the link. But just like I say, I seen Brother Ankh do a video, and I think, basically I think they, talking about my information and talking about, the stuff that I've been presenting to Sean P. and not a coincidence, because they was on the part of Columbus seeing black, or about the story in 1498 about the people in Hispaniola saying that they encountered black people. And, they basically, they did a whole video basically saying that Vertimus Sertiman, and I ain't even get the information from Vertimus Sertiman, you know what I'm saying? I was just doing my own little, deep dives, and I came across their book, and I came across it myself, you know what I'm saying? Now, man, I heard about Vertimus Sertiman, you know what I'm saying, back in the day, when niggas was, getting that Pan-African game. But it wasn't never nobody that that I hung on to, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't never nobody that I was like, okay, let me save his video, let me always go to his video. Like the people that I was liking back then was Khalid Muhammad, Seti, and but they type of videos, John Henry Clark, Coakley, then was Ivan Van Sertiman. And what I'm saying, I was liking they type of builds when I was kind of doing the Pan-African thing. But you know, I guess his name is Brother Ankh, and a lot of the teachers within the Pan-African sector, you know, I guess if you come with evidence or you come with your little stuff, you know, I guess your little research, and they saying that it's Ivan Van Sertima, and I'm like, I ain't even following, you know what I'm saying? I really don't even know what he really talking about, really, really too deep about the situation. But I did see a couple of things where, you know, he kind of said something, but it ain't nobody that I just study or nothing like that, which I'm pretty sure eventually, you know what I'm saying, I would have to look into him a little bit more and see exactly what he was saying. But I'm doing my own thing right now, you know what I'm saying? Straight up. I'm doing my own readings. I'm doing my own search. So just like I say, Brother Unk did the video the other day. You can go to his page. It was him and a female on there, and they was basically tearing down all the old teachers that even said anything about black people being over here before white people coming over here. So basically, Brother Unk is basically putting out there that he used to believe the same thing, and that, you know, some of the best done said it, but they was wrong. But that don't mean that they work is tainted. You know, sometimes they just be wrong on some things, and basically just said that, that all the old heads was wrong about black people being over here from the fact that they done did DNA, and the DNA thing is out now and stuff like that. So, I just thought that was kind of funny because the angles that I've been coming with, they really ain't discredited my angles except for saying that, that it's not true. That it's not true what they said in the book. You can't believe what's in the book. You can't believe what's in the history books, and stuff like that. So, I just found that kind of crazy because it's like, okay, why is they even mentioning stuff like this in the history books? You know what I'm saying? And for it to be a serious type thing as far as, black people in America, I don't see why these type of things wouldn't be so highlighted for the black people in America to where we can know, what they knew back then. I don't know why it's not a highlight for black people in history that's in America. But they kind of, it seemed like that they try to discredit the authors, anybody that did say it, they pseudo white man. They, they really wasn't, they really not credible within the scholars. They really shoot holes at what niggas present. I ain't mad at it, because, they doing their thing. They doing their thing, and they just really just making a nigga go harder with this shit, you know what I'm saying, until niggas can answer certain questions and I can, lay certain shit in the bed. So that's why I'm continuing with this little program, Found in America, which this is part 4A. I did 1 through 3 already. And I'm just coming with little evidence that I'm finding where it's basically black people found in America. It's in text, it's on maps, it's within drawings. That's the stuff that I'm presenting, and I'm just trying to, connect the dots, and hopefully I can connect the dots. But let me go back into, let me go back to this real quick, because it's like I say, Brother had did the video, and basically they were shooting shots at this get down right here that I had came up. I ain't gonna say that I came up with, but that I had presented to Sean P and to Not a Coincidence on their channel. And it I can kind of tell that it kind of caught them off guard because they really didn't have a valid answer to, why even, when I presented it to even on the Q Butter channel, I presented this and, they just basically tried to discredit the author and say that it wasn't true. But everything else in the book is true as far as all the other characters' names and, the lands, the name of the, certain parts and seas and dates and stuff like that. All that type of stuff is true. But when it comes to Black people, it's niggas are second guessing everything about it. So, brother didn't present this right here. I don't know why they just don't keep it real with their fans about, why they saying certain things and why they kind of breaking up certain things instead of bringing out the real of what somebody said and presenting to the people of what the person said instead of kind of basically, they got their program on how they gonna push information and stuff like that. So I'm just thinking it's funny. I'm just, if you've been doing this type of stuff and presenting information, it shouldn't be nothing to put the other persons that you basically talking about, put their argument out there correctly to where the people know exactly what you're talking about. But basically you just try to put it in a broad sense and just say that, this is what they saying. This is a go-to. And a lot of people don't even know this go-to right here as far as a lot of Black people. They can't go to this page right here. They can't go to this book and argue this point with certain people. And the point is, for this book right here, because this is what they brought up. So the Life and Voyages of Christopher Columbus. Now they also saying that if you want to know anything about Christopher Columbus, go to his journal. Go to his journal, go to his journal, go to his journal. But his original journals and the original copies is being lost. They been said this, which I guess I would have to show it on here. I don't know why I already didn't have it brung up, but I guess I'll try to bring that up also, because they just tried to, stand on the fact that I guess it's only one literature. It's only one story. It's only one author. It's only one story that can validate exactly what happened that Christopher Columbus was talking about back then. And which I will bring that up. But let me go into this right here, because it's where it started at. Discoveries of Trinidad. Hold on, what page is it? So people know 216. I think it's chapter 29. Discovery of Trinidad and the coast of Paria, which is South America. Paria. Arrival at San Domingo. 1498, on the 30th of May, 1498, Columbus set sail from the port of St. Matter of fact, I'm not even going to read it. We're going to get it done correctly because I'm not just the best reader. So we're going to do it.
Chapter 29. Discovery of Trinidad and the coast of Paria. Arrival at San Domingo. 1498.J on the 30th of May, 1498, Columbus set sail from the port of San Lucar de Barrameda, with a squadron of 6 vessels, on his third voyage of discovery. From various considerations, he was induced to take a different route from that pursued in his former expeditions. He had been assured, by persons who had traded to the east, that the rarest objects of commerce, such as gold, precious stones, drugs, and spices, were chiefly to be found in the regions about the equator, where the inhabitants were black or darkly colored, and that, until he arrived among people of such complexions, it was not probable he would find those articles in great abundance. Columbus expected to find such people more to the south and southeast. He recollected that the natives of Hispaniola had spoken of black men who had once come to their island from the south, the heads of whose javelins were of guanin, or adulterated gold. The natives of the Caribbee Islands, also, had informed him that a great tract of the mainland lay to the south, and in his preceding voyage he had remarked that Cuba, which he supposed to be the continent of Asia, swept off in that direction. He proposed, therefore, to take his departure from the Cape de Verde.
So, you already know the part, you know what I'm saying? Were chiefly found in the region about the equator where the inhabitants were black or darkly colored. Also, the natives. Hold on, let me bring that back. He recollected that the natives of Hispaniola had spoken of black men who had once come to their islands from the south with the heads of whose javelins were guanin, adulterated gold. So they saying that that's a lie. That didn't happen, even though it's in a book, even though it's within the Christopher Columbus story. It's right there. But you know, they say it's not true, which I just feel is kind of crazy that everything else about the story, about that about that whole thing is all true about the Indians, about the oceans, about the boats, about what they found, about what they traded, how it was acting. But when it comes to that part, they said that the black people was there. You know, they act real funny about the situation. So I come back to this part right here. The Christopher Columbus Journal. And the Christopher Columbus Journal is a diary, a logbook written by Christopher Columbus about his first voyage. The journal covers events from August 3rd, 1492, when Columbus departed, to March 15th, 1493, and includes a prologue addressing the sovereigns. Several contemporary references confirm Columbus kept a journal of his voyages as a daily record of events and as evidence for the Catholic monarchs. Upon his return to Spain in the spring of 1493, Columbus presented the journal to Isabel of Castile. She had it copied, retained the original, and gave the copy to Columbus before his second voyage. The whereabouts of the original have been unknown since 1504. The copy descends to Columbus' grandson Louis, who is thought to have sold it in order to fund lifestyle. It is now lost. The only surviving version of the journal is an abstract written by Tartamuk, I guess his brother. Since the discovery, copy in the 18th century, scholars have questioned the accuracy of the copy and fidelity of the original. So with them saying this, they jumping down niggas' backs because a nigga presented this shit right here. And some shit that I don't even. I just came across the motherfucking book, just doing some Christopher Columbus research. Just came across the book, read the shit, and now this whole part right here is a hot topic. Niggas done attacked it. Sean P attacked it. Not a coincidence attacked it. Now we got Brother Ankh and some of the top Pan-Africans attacking what I'm bringing. The shit is crazy because Brother Ankh is one of them niggas like SETI back in the day with the Pan-African. You know what I'm saying? And I guess nowadays he's saying that his studies back then and what he was saying back then is wrong. So I'm like, damn, nigga, how you right now? Because all you basically saying is that, okay, we just gonna go off what the scientists say. We just going off scientists. But the scientists change every year. Scientists said changing like a motherfucker. I guess he changed too. So, I don't know. I guess everything gonna have to, I don't know. I guess I ain't hit that level to where I feel like I gotta change. This ain't official. I don't know how this ain't official right here. But it's like I say, everything else in the book is official. But then they say, well, go to the, just go to Christopher Columbus Journal. That's the only place where you're going to get the truth about what happened. Everybody else that said anything about it is fraud. That's basically what they saying. But the journals ain't that shit. That shit on Front Street. You ain't even have to do a deep dive to see that shit is a wobbler. You know what I'm saying? So I guess everything that's written back then, as far as on the history, is a wobbler. So I say, all right, it's a wobbler. You know what I'm saying? I only got one source on it, 1498, but I got that though. You know what I'm saying? But then niggas was, I seen, when I brought the information that niggas was shook because when I brought the information, niggas is hopping on the fact that they saying 1492. 1492 is before 1498. You can't add. 1492. So basically they saying that because Christopher Columbus had went to a certain island in the West Indies that because it was I guess a couple of black people on this boat that when the people was talking about the black people, I guess the Indians of Hispaniola, when they was talking about the black people, they was talking about the black people that the goddamn Christopher Columbus and them brought over. It's like, my nigga, they talking about the people that these niggas ain't even explored yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, my nigga, I'm finna slow walk these niggas with this shit tonight with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I want these niggas to see this shit. And I got a third source for the Panama shit. I'm going to present that. And I'm also coming with the Strait of Magellan. But I'm just going to come with the part 1 on that because it's a deep dive on part B. You know what I'm saying? About how I'm supposed to connect You know, the black people, you know, that they found in a certain area, how, you know, they was enslaved, you know what I'm saying? So, but I'm fixed to handle this 1513 and handle this 1498 situation because I see Brother Unc want to jump into me and Sean P and not a coincidence. Not a coincidence is done. You know what I'm saying? Not being funny or nothing like that. Or not being, you know what I'm saying, on no weird shit. But, you know, I guess not a coincidence got love for a nigga or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Niggas on the round table game one day. I don't know if he still got it or whatnot. But he was saying how he had love for a nigga. It's all good. Niggas ain't tripping. Niggas just be going against the information. But I guess a nigga Sean P, you know, nigga, I mean, I guess a nigga kind of get because a nigga, but niggas be fighting information. But, you know, niggas be talking big shit. And, you know, basically niggas is saying anything that got anything to do. If niggas is looking for niggas over here before America, the niggas is fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And I feel the exact opposite. I feel like if niggas ain't looking for it, nigga, you fucked up. If you going against anything that niggas is over here trying to find out. And if niggas is finding it, nigga, you taking all white boy points to go at niggas' information, nigga, I feel like, nigga, you fucked up, nigga. So that's the motherfucking battle because these niggas is fucking with Africans that these niggas don't even motherfucking know. And I ain't got nothing against no motherfucking Africans and shit. You know what I'm saying? But nigga, just don't put no label on me, nigga, if it ain't solid, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. So, you know, nigga, you know, them niggas play that game. I play the real nigga game, nigga. I'm a real nigga. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think a nigga look like no motherfucking African nigga, straight up. You know what I'm saying? But then with all the shit a nigga finding, it's like, man, how no nigga got to second guess all this shit? And anything that I'm finding that's going against the main narrative, I'm fit to present it to the people. And I'm saying, nigga, what's up? Like, nigga, is this valid? Is we gonna say, nigga, this is what it is? So I presented this, and then I go into the 1593. So when I go into the 1593, but when I go into the 1513, I want to give a good breakdown on that situation because niggas is kind of playing about that. Niggas is saying that, yeah. Niggas is saying Peter Martyr ain't valid within the scholars. Niggas is saying Peter Martyr ain't valid within the scholars. So I want to present this. This is from the same
Niggardly,
book.
and in 1523.
This is from the same book where they talking about Balboa found. You know, this is one of the two sources that I done already presented about Balboa finding the Negroes in Panama, 1513. But this is in the beginning of the book where they breaking Peter Martyr down a little bit more.
Conferred upon Martyr the German title of Pfalzgraf, with the privilege of name.
So I'm giving Peter Martyr more of a highlight on this one right here. So we're gonna put some more emphasis on the reason that that I brung up the 1498. I brung up the 1498 for the simple fact that they talking about people
Naming
in
imperial
the South,
notaries and legitimizing natural children. On August 15th,
and people in the South, which Panama is right up under, Hispaniola. So this is the author of this book, and this is what they
Final rest. The king.
not the author of the book, but this is where they got the
Anson's
notes from.
morning. Ignoti Hactinus, illustratori Petro Martiri Mediolanensi, Cicib Serio Senatori, ca Patria Relicta, Bello Granitensi Miles Interfute, Mox Herb Capta, Primum Canonico, Deigned Priori Hujus Ecclesic B, Decanius et Capitulum, Carl Cineo Collegi Posuere Sepulchrum Anno MDXXVL v. Peter Martyr was perhaps the first man in Spain to realize the importance of the discovery made by Columbus. Where others beheld but a novel and exciting incident in the history of navigation, he, with all but prophetic forecast, divined an event of unique and far-reaching importance. He promptly assumed the functions of historian of the new epoch whose dawn he.
So Peter Martyr was perhaps the first man in Spain to realize the importance of the discovery made by Columbus. So we're going to bring that part back, man. I feel like this little section right here that I'm going to share with you should give Peter Martyr some validation about what he wrote down within this book and where he and how he gathered his information. So let's take a look at this for sure.
Niggardly, and, in 15, he devoted to the construction of the first stone church. In Rome was to invest him with the archpriest's benefice of Ocafla in Spain. The ever-generous king was less niggardly, and, in 1523, conferred upon Martyr the German title of Pfalzgraf, with the privilege of naming imperial notaries and legitimizing natural children. To realize the importance of the discovery, Ignoti Hactinus, illustratori Petro Martiri Mediolanensi, Cicib Serio Senatori, ca Patria Relicta, Bello Granitensi Miles Interfute, Mox Herb Capta, Primum Canonico, Deigned Priori Hujus Ecclesic B, Decanius et Capitulum, Carl Cineo Collegi Posuere Sepulchrum Anno MDXXVL v. Peter Martyr was perhaps the first man in Spain to realize the importance of the discovery made by Columbus. Where others beheld but a novel and exciting incident in the history of navigation, he, with all but prophetic forecast, divined an event of unique and far-reaching importance. He promptly assumed the functions of historian of the new epoch whose dawn he. Haris, in his Christoph column, fixes upon the 23d or 24th of September as the date of Martyr's death, believing that his last will was executed on his deathbed. There is, however, nothing that absolutely proves that such was the fact. The epitaph gives but the year. In the Documentas Ineditos, the month of September is given in one place, that of October in another. Presaged, and in the month of October, 1494, he began the series of letters to be known as the Ocean Decades, continuing his labors, with interruptions, until 1526, the year of his death. The value of his manuscripts obtained immediate recognition. They were the only source of authentic information concerning the New World, accessible to men of letters and politicians outside Spain. His material was new and original. Every arriving caravan
The value of his manuscripts obtained immediate recognition. They were the only source of authentic information concerning the New World. Come on. They saying this dude ain't valid. They saying Peter Martyr ain't valid. We're going to keep it going. I'm going to keep it going. I'm bringing this information because they try to discredit a nigga's information. So I'm just presenting the information to give it credit. And Pete, what it's saying, Peter Martyr was the first one of Spain to know the importance of Christopher Columbus doing of what Christopher Columbus did. He was the first one to have authentic information concerning the new world. This is what they saying.
/presaged, and in the month of October, 1494, he began the series of letters to be known as the Ocean Decades, continuing his labors, with interruptions, until 1526, the year of his death. The value of his manuscripts obtained immediate recognition. They were the only source of authentic information concerning the New World, accessible to men of letters and politicians outside Spain. His material was new and original. Every arriving caravel brought him fresh news. Ship captains, cosmographers, conquerors of fabulous realms in the mysterious West, all reported to him. Even the common sailors and camp followers poured their tales into his discriminating ears. Las Casas averred that Peter Martyr was more worthy of credence than any other Latin writer. No sooner had Columbus returned from his first voyage than Martyr hastened to announce his success to his friends, Count Tendilla and Archbishop Talavera. Meministis colonum ligurum instatus in castris apud regis de persierendo per oxyduos antipodes novo terrorum homus fosrio, Meminis opertet. He was present in Barcelona and witnessed the reception accorded the successful discoverer by the Catholic sovereigns. He, W. Ho, had gone forth an obscure adventurer upon whose purposes, and even sanity, doubts had been cast, returned. A grandee of Spain, admiral of the ocean, and viceroy of the Indies. In the presence of the court, standing, he, alone, by invitation of the sovereigns, sat. The ambassadors from his native republic of Genoa, Marquisio and Grimaldi, witnessed the exaltation of their fellow countrymen with eyes that hardly trusted their own vision. An alien amidst the most exclusive and jealous of Occidental peoples, Martyr's abilities and fi duty won a recog Las Casas, Histo. De las Indias, Torn, 2, p. 272, a Pedro Martyr se lu db was credito que a Holgaben nit ion from the successive monarchs he served, that was only equaled by the voluntary tributes of respect and affection paid him by the generation of Spanish nobles whose characters he was so influential in forming. Of all the Italians who invaded Spain in search of fortune and glory, he was the most beloved because he was the most diligent. Speculations. Likewise are the flora and the fauna of the New World described to his readers, as they were described to him by the homecoming explorers. Pages of his writings are devoted to the inhabitants of the islands and of the mainland, their customs and superstitions, their religions and forms of government. He has tales of giants, harpies, mermaids, and sea serpents. Wild men living in trees, Amazons dwelling on lonely islands, cannibals scouring seas and forests in search of human prey, figure in his narrative. Erroneous facts, mistaken judge. Ments due to a credulity that may seem to us ingenuous, are frequent, but it must be borne in mind that he worked without a pre-established plan, his chronicle developing as fresh material reached him. Also that he wrote at a time when the world seemed each day to expand before the astonished eyes of men, revealing magic isles floating in unknown seas, vaster horizons in whose heavens novel constellations gleamed, mysterious ocean currents, flowing whence no man knew, To break upon the shores of immense continents inhabited by strange races, living amidst conditions of fabulous wealth and incredible barbarism. The limits of the possible receded, discrimination between truth and fiction became purely speculative, since new data, uninterruptedly supplied, contradicted former experience and invalidated accepted theories. The decades were compiled from verbal and written reports from sources the writer was warranted in trusting. Since geographical surprises are now exhausted, and the division of land and water on the Earth's surface has passed from the sphere of navigation into that of politics, no writer will ever again have such material at his disposition. The arrival of his letters in Italy was eagerly awaited and constituted a literary event of the first magnitude. Popes sent him messages urging him to continue. The King of Naples borrowed copies from Cardinal Sforza, and the contents of these romantic chronicles furnished the most welcome staple of conversation in palaces and universities. Leo X had them read aloud during supper, in the presence of his sister and a chosen group of cardinals. It must be noted that the form of the decades did not escape criticism at the pontifical court, nor did the censures, passed on the liberties he took with the tongue of Cicero, fail to reach and sting his ears. In several passages, he defends his use of words taken from the Italian and Spanish languages. He handled Latin as a living, not as a dead language, and his style is vigorous, terse, vital. He cultivated brevity and was chary of lengthy excursions into the classics in search of comparisons and sanctions. His letters frequently show signs of the haste in which they were composed. Sometimes the messenger who was to carry them to Rome was waiting, booted and spurred, in the antechamber. Juan Vergara, secretary to Cardinal Ximenes, declared his opinion that no more exact and lucid record of contemporary events existed than the letters of Peter Martyr, adding that he had himself often been present and witnessed with what haste they were written, no care being taken to correct and polish their style. The cultivated ears of Ciceronian Latinists, such as Cardinal Bembo, who refused to read the Vulgate for fear of spoiling his style, were naturally offended by the phraseology of the decades. Measured by carat standards so precious, the Latin of Peter Martyr is faulty and crude, resembling rather a modern dialect than the classical tongue of ancient Rome. It is their substance, not their form, that gives Martyr's writings their value, though his facile style is not devoid of elegance, if measured by other than severely classical standards. Not as a man of letters, but as an historian does he enjoy the perennial honor to which in life he aspired. Observation is the foundation of history, and Martyr was preeminently a keen and discriminating observer, a diligent and conscientious chronicler of the events he observed, hence are the laurels of the historian equitably his. Similar to the hasty entries in a journal, daily written, his letters possess an unstudied freshness, a convincing actuality. That would undoubtedly have been Ciaxenby's comment is accurate and just, non esse, tio dire che esse un latino helissimo. E quelli lo parlavano e scriviano gli uomini di affari. A noie, pero, men discaro che non esse ai forestieri, in quanto marred by the retouching required to perfect their terrory style. The reproach of carelessness in neglecting to systematize his manuscripts applies more to the collection in the Opus Epistolarum than to the letters composing the decades which we are especially considering, and likewise in the former work are found those qualities of lightness and frivolity, justifying Sir Arthur Helps's description of him as a gossipy man of letters, reminding English readers occasionally of Horace Walpole and Mr. Pepys. Hakluyt praised his descriptions of natural phenomena as excelling those penned by Aristotle, Pliny, Theophrastus, and Columella. Carried after a period of partial oblivion, Alexander von Humboldt, in the early years of the 19th century, rediscovered the neglected merits of our author and, by his enlightened criticism and commentaries, restored to his writings the consideration they had originally enjoyed. Ratified by Prescott, Humboldt's judgment has been confirmed by all subsequent historians. No further claim is made for this present translation of the Decades than fidelity and lucidity. Its purpose is to render more easily accessible to English readers, unfamiliar with the original Latin, the earliest historical work on the New World.
News you can use. They say Jersey City is a white city, and they've been hyping it up. It ain't like that. Round Table Gang, ice on his fangs, coming through. But I just wanted to stamp Peter Martyr. You see that he was a big thing back then. He was he was like the newspaper. He was he was CNN. He was goddamn Facebook for the queens and for the people that had bread, the Pope, the people that could read. He was the one that was giving them the new game on the new world. Now they saying he ain't credible. Especially the black people over here, the Pan-Africans, that's within the, you know what I'm saying, that's going against everything that we're saying. They said, no. You got people like Truth Historian, which I thought all these dudes was real dudes. I thought they was real black people, but I guess when you kind of go against the norm of, I guess, the norm of black people, it's a problem. So when I come here to the third decade, Peter Martyr, where I found, just like I say, I'm doing my own little readings, I'm doing my own little thing, and I'm finding this information. I'm finding it, you know what I'm saying? It ain't got nothing to do with Ivan Van Sertima, ain't got nothing to do with none of that. I respect the OG. Facts. But I ain't get my game from him. I got my game from just reading. And I want to talk about this situation right here, about them finding black people in Panama, 1513, Balboa, which they did he supposedly, I'm gonna keep putting this out here because they put it out here, he supposedly was the first European to see the Pacific Ocean. He discovered the Pacific Ocean. They didn't know nothing about the Pacific Ocean whenever they was traveling west. They knew nothing about that in Europe. Now they trying, when I put that out there, they try to discredit that. You know what I'm saying? He had to go through black people to be able to discover the Pacific Ocean. But, they try to discredit the boy. And Tyson coming through. I'm going to keep putting it out there, definitely. But they try to, go against this narrative that black people wasn't over here because it ain't no evidence. But when we present the evidence, it's a problem. So this is one of the evidence. The third decade, Peter Martyr, he talking about Balboa, and we're on page 286. We at the top. The Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province. So let me just go back. I'm not a good reader, so I'm gonna let the computer do the reading, and we're gonna check game.
There are no roads. Their scouts are Famihar with. The natives worship no other god than the sun, who is the master and alone worthy of honor. Nevertheless, they accepted instruction and they will rapidly adopt our religion when zealous teachers come to instruct them. Their language contains nothing rough or difficult to understand, and all the words of their vocabulary may be translated and written in Latin letters, as we have already said was the case in Hispaniola. They are a warlike race and have always been troublesome neighbors. The country is neither rich in gold mines, nor does it possess a fertile soil, being mountainous and arid. Because of its precipitous mountains, the temperature is cold. And the chiefs wear clothes, but the bulk of the people are content to live in a state of nature. The Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province. They only live in a region 1 day's march from Querequa, and they are fierce and cruel. It is thought that Negro pirates of Ethiopia established themselves after the wreck of their ships in these mountains. The natives of Querequa carry on incessant war with these Negroes. Massacre or slavery is the alternate fortune of the two peoples.
They say niggas is going against it. Niggas is going against this. Somebody that was CNN, somebody that was Facebook, somebody that was TikTok. Back then during their time. We believe in everything on YouTube. We believe in everything on fucking CNN and Fox and goddamn ESPN and whoop-de-whoop-whoop. Peter Martyr was one of them people back then. Present information. And this is within the story guidelines of Europeans finding the Pacific Ocean. You keep on reading this, they're going to talk about the Pacific Ocean and how he found it. But it says Spaniards found Negroes in this province. So we're going to go down because it got a little, they say the footnotes. Let's look at the footnote. The mysterious fact. So it is a fact, but they're trying to discredit it by saying mysterious. But they can't get past it because it's written in history. They can't get around that. And my theory of why they trying to get around it is because they don't want Negroes to be a part of this new world. Negroes is the filth of the earth. How these Negroes get over here? How these Negroes is, why they here? They was just in control of everything the last 700 years over there. They just got free, so-called, within their books, the Wars of Grenada, which we're going to do a deep dive on that later on in the game. Yeah, I think they had a real problem with certain black people, just like they got a problem with black people right now. But when they find it in the new world, they find black people in the new world is not good. So it's a mysterious fact. Has been asserted by many authors to be refused credence. The author's explanation of the existence of these Africans, now they just started putting the African term on these people that they found. They cannot do that because they say aboriginals, the definition of aboriginals is people that's found by the Europeans. When we go back up, that's in the fucking definition. It's found in the land, the original people that's found. The Spaniards found Negro slaves in the Providence. Now they try to put slaves on the thing because Negroes, you can't just be a Negro out just doing anything. No, they had on some, they had on some little thing, but they wasn't dressed like that. I don't think, some of them was, some of them say some of them had on the little white shirts, the priests, the ones that had high authority, certain ones that, had high ranks, they wore certain clothes, but most of the people just like how them people in Papua New Guinea, when they say that, they the first came across the white people, they first seen white people for the first time, they really didn't have on no clothes like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I really think, was going on because they really pushed that a lot of people was kind of naked within that, structure. They definitely wasn't dressed. They definitely wasn't dressed like the Europeans, because the Europeans came through with, they came through with, they came through diaper dandy. They came through in the velvet and the nude cloth. They, you know what I'm saying? They got pants, socks, coats, jackets. They got everything. They coming laced. You know what I'm saying? Let me see if I can invite. Nah, it's still rejecting. It's still rejecting the link. I guess if I guess I can try to send it to your email. If you can put your email in there, try to send it to your email. See if it'll work like that. But because I can't even. Yeah, hopefully, it's like I say, hopefully I can drop the link after this. Once I drop this little build or whatever, we can chop it up on that. But I don't know what's going on with it. But yeah, the Aborigines, if you's an Aborigine, if you's an Indian, an Aborigine, drop it on your community. Okay, hold on. Hold on real quick. Shoot. Hey, I just dropped it on that little. I just dropped it in there. Hopefully they let you pop up on it. But yeah, if you's an Aborigine, it's someone that's found in America by the Europeans. As we looking right here, the Spaniards found Negro slaves, and it's like I say, slave and Negro was almost a synonym. It was almost the same thing. You know what I'm saying? For real. So just because they put the slave right there, so they try to come with the fact that okay, 1513, it was slaves right there. They say Negro slaves. So these was the Negroes that was dropped off in the islands, and they found their way to Panama, which we know that's not the case because they say they only live in the region one day march from Quirica, and they are fierce and cruel. It is thought that, so they thinking it ain't about them running away from Hispaniola, running away from fucking Jamaica or Cuba, none of that. It is thought that Negro pirates, so they saying that it was damn near some black people in the waters back then of Ethiopia established themselves after the wreck of their ships. So they was deep. They said ships. They was deep. Ships in these mountains. The natives of Quirica carry on incest war with these Negroes. Massacre or slavery is the alternate fortune of the two people. Come on now. This is Peter Martyr. We just got done saying, they just got done talking about and saying that Peter Martyr was the CNN. Peter Martyr was the Fox News back then. Peter Martyr was YouTube. Peter Martyr was Facebook. Peter Martyr was the one that presented. Peter Martyr was Hollywood. Peter Martyr was the #1 entertainment. Peter Martyr was the #1 pop culture. This was the pop culture for the new world. And they try to discredit, but they can't discredit because we have more info within the same topic. 1513, we got more info that we gonna drop. And which is coming from this book right here, Discoveries of the World, from their first original onto the year of our Lord 1555. Antonio Galvo. Antonio Galvo, 1557. Now, because I'm pretty sure they're going to try to discredit this author, we're going to read the preface. We're going to read the preface of the book and get a understanding. I'll try to get a better understanding of the author and how they were seeing things. So we're going to let them speak.
The English text was printed from a manuscript copied from Hakluyt's version published in 1601. We learn from his Epistle Dictatori, that it was first done into our language by some honest and well-affected merchant of our nation. Hakluyt was not the man to be contented with a translation if better materials could be obtained, and he appears to have made diligent inquiry after the original, but without success. More fortunate than he, the Hakluyt Society has been able to obtain sight of a copy of the original, published in 1563,1 and believed to be unique. This valuable work is the property of an American gentleman, Mr. John Carter Brown, of Providence, Rhode Island, who kindly permitted Mr. R.H. Major, of the British Museum, to have it copied. From this copy one
What it do, Jay? Robert Roundtable Gang, ice on his fame. I don't know, the link ain't working, Robert. AJ, can you drop it in the chat and see if it work on your end?
All right, hold on. Yeah, let me see. 1 second. All right. Comments. And my YouTube. Hold on, I gotta connect my YouTube. 1 second.
All right. So what I'm doing right now, Robert Lee, is because I see Brother Unc, try to shoot some slugs at my information about 1498 about Christopher Columbus, saying that the people in Hispaniola said they seen black people that come from the south with the gold tip javelins. They try to go at the information. They try to go at basically they shot down all the OG black historians and said that, yeah, they probably said something, but the information is wrong if they saying that black people was over here before Europeans, you know what I'm saying? So I brought the first source, but basically the source that they try to go at, but they didn't put it up there. Then they try to say that the Christopher Columbus Journal is the only book that you can look to for so-called solid evidence about what happened in the beginning and kind of what was going on over here during that time before Christopher Columbus died. But as we find out that the Christopher Columbus, but it said Christopher Columbus, his journals and all the original copies being lost. Everything being lost, everything on that end as far as the journals is skeptic. They ain't just. Yeah, I want them problems with ain't tripping.
Yeah, it didn't let me send the link. It said it's not posting.
It's not. It's saying it's rejecting it. It's crazy. I don't know why. Why I want to do that? If you want to get on, you gotta go to the Roundtable Games community tab, and the link is over there, and you gotta go over there if you want to hop on. But so we just got done presenting Peter Martyr. It looks like Peter Martyr was the YouTube back then, CNN, Fox News, Facebook. He was Hollywood back then. He was the person that was bringing the entertainment about the New World. We just got done looking at that, and
I got a question for you.
All right, hold on. Let me drop this fact to him that we done made this solid fact that they said that the black people was found, and that make them Aboriginal. I know, what were you saying?
That account of the black people in the journals. Who wrote that?
You talk about in the Christopher Columbus Journal?
Yeah, the Trinidad one.
Okay, who wrote that one? Hold on, let me go, because I ain't gonna do no deep dive in that one. Hold
Yeah, you just read I think it was titled something, The Discovery of Trinidad or something like that, 1498 or something.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, this one.
So this is by Washington Irving. And which,
so that's straight from his journal. Can I look at it real quick? I just
hold
want to
on.
see.
No, I don't think it's straight from. It's straight from. It's straight from some type of notes. He getting these notes from somewhere. Hold on, let me see if it's on here. If not, then I have to do a deep dive and come back with that information.
Okay, all good, bro.
Hold on, let me see. Real quick.
Robert, you got to go to I just tagged Vino in the post in the community tab. It should be in the comments. It says link. So my question was gonna, it kind of depends on who wrote it, but my question was gonna be, if it's not true, what would be the benefit of lying about the black people that brought you know what I'm saying? Like, what would be the benefit of the lie if it's false?
Right, and that's my angle. You know, that's what I'm saying. You know, why would you know, why when they talking about everything else in the book, you know what I'm saying? They talking about everything else within the book. It's true. They're saying that what's going on? They're saying that the seeds, they saying all the little fruits and all the animals and all the people, they putting dates on it. That's true. But when they talking about black people, it's not true.
Hey, ain't them people down there that they talking about? They still exist down there, right? And they call what, the Ghana Funri or some shit like that? I know I'm pronouncing it wrong.
Nah, they make the same people. You know, Sean P and them tried to show some pictures.
You know they still they, right?
Not no niggas.
What you talking about? They got their own land down there.
They trying to say that the people that's in Belize and all the black people that's there is the original black people. And they look just like us. You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying the people that you talking about in this story, they descendants still live in this area, correct?
I'm saying definitely, yeah, but they definitely got enslaved. Hold on, let me see what he say on this. Yeah, they definitely got enslaved.
You can't find that page? If you go to magnifying glass and just put Trinidad, or just put black men if you type it in on the top left.
You get my fish.
Hey Jay, you know the people I'm talking about?
Yeah, I go to the page, but I was trying to see as far as the author, where did he get the notes from and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, you talking about the Garifuna people.
wouldn't you say them the same people that Balboa were them the descendants of the people that Balboa was talking about?
Yeah, honestly, I can't tell you about Balboa because I ain't really study him, bro. I'll be honest with you, man. That's why I just listen to the people that study the ancient. Well, I shouldn't say ancient, medieval Americas. I just listen to what they say. I don't really got an
I'm
opinion
saying
on it, man.
them is the same people. Whenever I brought the information about Sir Francis Drake, when Sir Francis Drake go to that same area in 1572, and they say that they've been having these problems with these people for 80 years. You know what I'm saying? 80 years.
Okay, let me ask you this, Vino.
But some of the historians don't say that, they really didn't even start bringing, the Africans from European over deep like that until 1513.
Okay, let me ask you this question, Vino. If the people say that they got proof they was there 80 years prior to Balboa count.
No, not 80 years prior to Balboa, but 80 years prior to Sir Francis Drake, which is
okay,
1572, which go back to 1492.
Okay. Is there any information to suggest that they was here in the 1300s? Because they said 80 years.
No, I'm talking about as far as they've been beefing with these people for 80 years. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly when the people came over.
But that don't put them past the time frame of Europeans bringing over Africans. If you would have said 200 years, 300 years, then you will have an argument.
No, the argument is that they've been beefing with these people. They said they've been beefing with these people basically since they got over there. And it's going back to the time to when they got over there.
So we need to identify these people that they talking about.
Okay, that's why So that's why when I go to but this is a whole nother book right here, because this is shooting shots at Brother Unc about the 1498. But let me go to
they got to have some descendants that living today. We need to find their living descendants today.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they in America somewhere.
So you saying these people left there and came to America?
No, they didn't leave. They got enslaved.
So
they got enslaved and pushed around the islands and pushed around America.
So you saying they was coming and getting the niggas from there and not Africa and bringing them to the Americas?
Definitely, they was definitely getting niggas from the. They was definitely getting niggas from the north part. They was definitely getting niggas from the north part of South America. That's a fact.
But them niggas that they got from there, them was Africans, we know.
No, they wasn't there because when we talking about 1513, this is the area where they are exploring. They exploring this area. You know what I'm saying? They exploring this area right here. Balboa just.
Hey, I'm gonna say something. Check this out, Vino.
This is right before Balboa. Now they didn't have no settlements. When they started having settlements, when they started making money off the land, they couldn't make no money off the land until they had the land kind of cleared out to where they wasn't gonna have no funk with nobody.
I feel
you know what I'm saying. So when we go right here, when it says that the Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province, that they only live in the region 1 day march from America, that they are fierce and cruel, it is thought that Negro pirates of Ethiopia, so you see how they try to put the African term on them, the Ethiopians, some pirates, established themselves after the wreck of their ships in these mountains. And the natives of Kura could carry on incest war with these Negroes. Massacre or slavery is the alternate fortune of the two people. So they been beefing with these people. This is not a new thing, even though they try to say it's a new thing.
You know what, Vino? I kind of support your argument.
I got
because
two more sources that I'm fit to show. I'm fit to show a source that I ain't never showed tonight. But I'm fit to put the nail in the coffin with 3. It gotta be a nail in the coffin with 3. And they named them a different African.
That's my point. See, you can't get away from this African shit. And look,
I'm saying that's the mislabeling.
But look, this is what I'm saying.
That's the
There's no
mislabeling.
way.
The same reason that they got a whole island north of Australia called Papua New Guinea. They calling the people Guinea people. That's an African term. That's like saying Ethiopian people.
You're right.
So they just going around saying, nigga, these niggas.
But they look like niggas. Vino, what would you
That's
call
what
them?
I'm saying. That's why we got the label.
Vino, what the fuck would you call you if everybody else called you a nigga and everybody look like niggas that look like you?
Okay, but we saying that niggas is from here. Just like they found these niggas here.
You got to find some evidence, Vino.
Okay, I got 2 more sources that I'm finna show.
But check this out, Vino. Even if you find evidence, it gonna prove that Africans came over here.
Well, that's all good. I don't give a fuck. I'm saying that niggas was here before the white people was here.
This is what I think you should be looking for. Finding out who taught these crackers how to navigate the seas. Because they may pretend like up in 1492 they decided to try a new route. No, somebody had been doing this shit for a long time and put them on to this area. Like, it wasn't nothing new. It was only new to the European. That's the story that's never talked about, in my opinion.
And I'm trying to get it out there, but
you trying to
I came across this one thing, but it ain't got nothing to do with America, but it got something to do with China.
But look, you trying to mislabel these people as Indians. That's where you falling into
the fact that anybody over here is labeled Indian.
But we know that these niggas who came over here was not Indians.
But I'm saying the label that I'm saying that the Europeans is giving the label to that's just like saying Aboriginal. It's just the same thing. It's just like saying Aboriginal. Niggas is saying Indian.
Nah, bro. Indians are.
But niggas is getting it fucked up because niggas is thinking that an Indian is supposed to look a certain way.
Yeah, they do. They fucking do.
Yeah, they do. But now since we coming against more knowledge, we can say, hold on.
Listen, you can't steal.
We can say that the Aborigines of America is Indians also because they thought whenever they came over here that they was in India anyway.
Bro, listen, nobody is gonna confuse you with an Indian, Vino, and nobody gonna confuse nigga to mistake.
I'm not trying to put it out there that I am a Eskimo Indian. I'm putting it out there that I'm an Indian native of the land. So if you're saying that an Indian is a native of the land, I'm saying I'm an Indian too. I ain't looking like no Indian, but I'm an Indian. Also, I'm looking like a nigga, but nigga, I'm from this
shit
land.
Too confusing, Vino.
It's not confusing
to tell somebody all that shit right there to explain who you is.
That's
too much. You look too much like a nigga, bro. Just fuck with my nigga, you a nigga. Like, yo. I'm see you like, yo, what up, my nigga?
Nah, you real. But nah, see, and that's the thing. Niggas getting caught up just in the Indian term. Niggas ain't tripping on no Indian like that. Nigga know a nigga ain't. I know if a nigga go to the jail in the prison then I'm not fit to be running with the Indians like that.
Better
Tyson,
not go over there talking
you
about
gotta
you a
go
motherfucking
to
Indian nigga. They gonna fuck your ass up.
yeah, I already know it. They're gonna bang it out with them, but I'm still representing Indian,
Black
but
power.
not the same
Nigga, you
Indian
gonna
that
go
they
to your
represent.
listen. You gonna resort back to black power, nigga. You gonna become a Muslim or a blood or a crib or
No,
the neutral niggas out the south, nigga.
I'm
One
gonna
of
be
the two.
running with the. I'm definitely gonna be running with the niggas, but you know, if niggas want to go into lineage, if niggas want to talk lineage and all this, I'm saying that niggas is Indian. I'm saying that niggas is natives from over here. Niggas had a tribe. Niggas was speaking language. Niggas was dressed a certain way over here. Niggas was eating certain things over here before certain white people had 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 established the United States. This is before these niggas even really crossed the Appalachian Mountains like that. Niggas was already in Florida.
I don't believe niggas was
doing
past those
shit.
mountains, bro. It's too cold over here. You got to understand this, bro.
I'm saying that niggas
we
was in
don't like cold
Florida.
weather.
I'm saying that niggas was in Florida. That's
Okay,
where
Florida.
I'm representing.
Man, I don't
I'm
know.
saying my peoples come from Florida, and they was down there within that area where these niggas been doing random slaves since these niggas got over here. And what they been saying, Black Warrior River. What they been saying, Santa Catalina, Africa. What they been saying, the the Black Amazon people. I mean, it's just too many instances where you know black people is already over here discovered, and I'm trying to say, okay,
Africans.
if it was already some black ass Indians over here, where the fuck is these black ass Indians in 2024? Because I know
you
they
got to think about
off
it,
the
brother.
earth.
But listen, think about the development of the cameras. You know what I'm saying? Like when those cameras were first developed, anything that was kind of a brown or darker skin tone, that shit gonna show up dark versus the pink people.
Nah, the camera went down in the 1500s.
No, I'm just saying, like when we look at these pictures of, they be saying these black Indians and this, that, and the third and shit, because it look real dark. That don't be the actual color of the damn
Okay, what about
people.
the Indians that I showed that was in the early 1700s that was Drew?
What you mean? Which ones you talking about? Because you might be talking about them Africans that they drew.
I'm saying
because you
they Indians. I'm saying that they moving and dressing like Indians.
I mean, shit, nigga, they was over here.
But I'm saying if they was over here enslaving it, they not gonna have on no damn native gear. They gonna be dressed up in white t-shirts and slave wear. They
Man,
not.
they got rid of that shit, my nigga. They no nigga change clothes. Like, get the fuck out of here. They wasn't finna keep on that bullshit. They
I'm
wasn't finna keep that
saying
shit on.
that Indians was not purchasing slaves. In no damn 17, in the damn 1730s, 1720s, 1710s.
So you didn't jump to America now, no. Now you didn't jump to the United States. We were just talking about
the United States. Oh, nah, okay, so hold on.
When we was talking about those niggas,
yo, Tight Sam,
on those pictures.
Hold on, Tight Sam, you got to go to my community tab and look through the comments. You should see the link in there, Tight Sam.
Okay, the niggas on what pictures?
The niggas on that picture where they was damn, I think, negotiating. You was talking about those black people who was fighting against the Europeans down there in South America. Like I told you, it's a long story. They got a long history with those people who basically escaped slavery and nigga took over a certain area down there, and they've been living that way since the fucking 15 or 1600s. Like, they weren't slaves. They got a food.
You talking about Haiti?
No, I can't pronounce that goddamn name. Goddamn Ghana Funer. Jay, what the name of the people I was talking
The
about?
Garifuna people.
Yeah, the Garifuna people.
Okay, where is this at?
They got a long history down there, my nigga.
Where is this at?
It's somewhere in Central America, I think.
Yeah, it's the same people you talking about. Down there somewhere in South America.
Okay, these might be Aboriginal. These niggas is Aboriginal. Okay, so
Bro, they don't deny that they African, bro.
why is
They
you
don't deny they African.
why is you putting the slave narrative on it though?
No, I'm
As
not
far as
saying.
they was brought on the boat.
Vino, can you scroll down a little bit?
See,
real quick?
that's my whole fight. Every black person wasn't brought on no damn boat.
Bro, they say
And
this.
if they was brought on the boat to the United States, these niggas is really from South America or the islands or Central America.
But Vino, if they say they come from that, who are you to fucking come along and say that they lying?
He asked himself out the stream.
Damn. But Jay, you feel where I'm coming from?
On what topic?
Where him trying to say that these people, you know what I'm saying, don't come from where they say they come from.
You talking about the Garifuna people?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's talking about them. I don't know if he's talking about the Garifuna people because I don't know if they're the same people that's in that article. But I want to know who's the people that's in that article.
Yeah. We need to identify who those people is, who their descendants is today in that article. Because if they existed and they still live on today, then where are they?
You talk about the people that's in Panama right now that I'm talking about?
Yeah.
What year was that?
This is 1513. I'm saying that any nigga when they got seen in America was captured
from there,
was captured from where they was from in America and shipped somewhere else in America.
So you saying they went and got all the slaves in America, they went and got from Panama?
No, not just from Panama,
but Panama and other parts of South America. Because it was niggas over here.
Yeah, definitely.
That's a wild one. Right? That's a you got to have some serious. Then you got to see, now you got to prove that black people, with those people that you talking about, was here at least in the 1300s.
I just said that they said that they found the people right now. Okay,
no, you got to show some other evidence other than what those people that you claim saying they found. You got to find some other source.
Well, we done already went to.
Well, you know, Robert Lee, you know they found skeleton remains in Panama and Negro pre-Columbian, right? You do know that, right?
I think it was like 500 years old though.
But that's pre-Columbian though, right? Hold on, Vino, let me get him. That's pre-Columbian though, right?
Say it again.
Is that 500 years ago pre-Columbian?
But it don't predate the Spanish.
I'm saying they found Negro skeletons in Panama that predate the Spanish, sir.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did, sir. So you haven't done the research to be saying no. Don't
that site you talking about
you haven't done the research.
It's not older than 500 years.
That's a lie, Robert Lee. Robert Lee, I'm calling you a bold-faced lie.
Well, you a bold-faced lie.
Who that source in the link? Who that source in the link that says not older than 500 years old? Or you a lying
you put
motherfucker?
The source that says he's older than 500 years.
Put it in the link, nigga.
No, you put the source in the back that says it is older than 500.
And I want to go back to another point that you were talking about. I heard you say something about the people of Papua New Guinea, Vino. Do you not know that they also labeled those black people Indians too? As a fact, they call them mophead Indians.
Right, that's right.
That term Indian that explicitly go to Native American. That term Indian is used for niggas too. And Papua New Guinea for that. See, some of you niggas be up here talking, don't do no goddamn research, don't know what the fuck you talking about, dog. You just want to admit you don't know what the fuck you talking about. Nigga, have you ever heard of the mophead Indians, sir?
I never heard of them.
See, that's what I'm saying. We know you heard of it before, right?
Let me ask you.
You said the mophead Indians?
Yeah, the mophead Indians of Papua New Guinea.
Nah, man, I ain't did too of a deep dive on Papua New Guinea, but you know, I
Who
know that they
named them?
definitely mislabeled though.
Who
The
named them?
same people that mislabel the people here in America. That's
Straight
a
up.
simple answer. That's a simple answer. We don't have to
I
go
mean,
deep.
I ain't know the English went over to Papua New Guinea and start naming motherfuckers over there. So that's a new one to me.
Black
I ain't know
people,
that happened.
black people.
Australia,
Look,
why you
Robert
think
Lee, Robert Lee,
Australia
listen,
speak
Robert Lee,
English?
listen, Robert Lee.
Why you think
Black
Australia
people,
speak English?
they were naming black people Indian, Robert Lee, in Papua New Guinea, not Native American, black people. So that term Indian don't only apply to Native Americans, so it would also refer to black people. That's my
I mean,
point.
I done seen the niggas from Papua New Guinea, like them niggas look closer to our Aboriginal Australian niggas, like they black people. Hell, I mean,
But they
to
also is
me,
known as Indian, though, Robert Lee. That's my point.
I ain't know that. I
They're
ain't know they
not
called them people
Native
Indian.
American. They're not Native American. They known as Indians through history.
They're just like the people from India is known as Indians.
But we were not talking about the
They
people
not
in
Native
India. We talking about niggas. We
I'm
talking about
saying, but
Indians. We talking about niggas, though, Robert Lee.
but here comes some
We
more
talking
people
about niggas.
that's labeled as Indians.
Indians ain't niggas. Those Indians
I
are not
agree.
niggas. Papua New
I
Guineans are
agree.
niggas.
Indians ain't niggas. I agree.
Okay, fact. But the Papua New Guineans are Indians, but they niggas. So what we gonna do about that, Robert Lee?
Well, I mean, and we got to figure out what we're gonna do about these people in
Now we
India
ain't got to
that
figure out
called
shit because we
Indians
ain't
too.
did the labeling. Robert Lee, we ain't got to figure out shit because we didn't do the labeling. Either you gonna agree with the
So
labeling or not.
tell me
Robert
what
Lee,
those
Robert Lee,
people
hold up, Robert
indigenous
Lee, Robert
names.
Lee. Either are we gonna agree with the labeling or not, sir? Do you agree with the labeling?
Oh shit.
Do you agree with the labeling, Robert Lee? Yes or no? And we can throw this conversation in the trash.
You
And
talking
never
about
bring it up
what's
again.
on the screen right now?
Robert
Black
Lee,
Americans?
Robert Lee. Don't get distracted, Robert Lee. Robert Lee, don't get distracted. Sir, do we agree with the labeling, sir?
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, we can leave that alone, throw it in the trash. Go ahead, Reno. Y'all got it. I just want to get up here and talk a little shit. I'm gone, man.
Yo, that nigga wild right there, wild.
All right, so
Hey, look at this picture. So you ain't never seen them niggas from Bolivia?
Bolivia. So you saying that the niggas down there that look like me and you?
No. When I said niggas, my bad. I meant to say the indigenous people from Bolivia.
They this color right here?
Fuck yeah.
And they got small,
they darker than that.
They got
Nigga,
small
darker than that.
dreads.
They darker than that, bro. Look, go look up them people from Bolivia, the Native Americans that's there, the indigenous people from Bolivia. Nigga, you will find niggas just as black as you, nigga, and they ain't black people. But they got some black people down there too.
Look at that, man.
I don't know why you don't think shit, nigga. I done seen Mexicans this color.
Stop it, man. Stop it.
Real talk, my nigga.
Stop it, because every Mexican you see tripping definitely don't look nothing. Ain't nowhere close to these tones. True Mexicans ain't producing.
Bro, I done seen Mexicans just as dark as that, bro.
Stop it, man.
A lot of Mexican people got native roots, my nigga. Like, I don't know why y'all don't believe that.
Yeah, we got native roots, and we got a lot of native roots too.
Yeah, native African, nigga. Native West African, you right.
American,
my
for
ass.
the simple fact that they was found here.
We got to find out who them ain't the people they found here, if you know. So let's find out. Let's figure out who the people that they found here.
Come on, man.
That Sir Francis Drake was talking about.
Hold on, but this is 900 right here.
And we don't have nothing from there to validate that they was black people other than
got the phenotype.
No, they don't.
We got their hair texture.
Man, go look at the motherfuckers from
We got the darkness of the skin. These is Negro phenotypes.
Go look at the niggas from Bolivia, them Indians from Bolivia. You want to see dark Indians? Go look where it's hot at in South America. All them motherfuckers down there suntan, nigga. They don't sunburn.
This ain't no tan right here.
Nigga, that come from
This is
living
not
in
no
the hot.
tan right
Listen,
there. That's not no. But do you see the hair right there?
that come from living in the hot regions
That's
for a
not.
long
That's
time.
but that's small braids right there.
How you know that? How you know that?
That's small braids.
How you know that, Vino?
Because when they go to the other pictures, hold on, it's supposed to come up. Wow, that's the OGs looking down, man. Look at that. That's the OGs looking down. That's their ancestors.
So you see yourself in these paintings, bro?
I'm saying that's their ancestors, man. This is going back to 900. So this is going back to 900. They said they found Negroes.
Not in 900.
They found the Negroes in the 14 and
Bro, you said you talking about
13.
900 though. Who said they found Negroes here in 900?
This is right here. This is the evidence right here. This is the evidence right here.
So let me ask you this, Vino. Why y'all stop building mounds?
Look at that, man.
Vino, let me ask you a question. Why did y'all stop building y'all great temples and mounds and shit?
Because niggas got interrupted with the new type of the new culture that came through. It had influenced the younger generations.
The white man culture?
Yeah.
Niggas want to dress like Europeans now.
Yeah, they wanted to dress like they wanted to be. They wanted to have the coats. They wanted to have a little bit more clothes. They wanted that liquor.
Okay,
they wanted
so
that goddamn new drug.
Would you say this lifestyle right here is primitive compared to what we live today?
Yes, it's definitely primitive from what they said was going on within, this area right here. As far as they wasn't as advanced as far as technical stuff. But when it comes to like, the herbs and being able to be healthy and stuff like that.
But okay, do that shit matter to you today? I mean, would you want to live like this today, or what you doing right now today, or better?
No, we definitely live in, they definitely, it's I definitely would be rather living now because it's a gather of all the knowledges.
I'm saying though, like, I'm trying to understand why is this so that important to you? You're not gonna go back and practice this, lifestyle.
No, it's just showing that black people was already here.
But I mean, looking at those photos, they don't look like black people.
But this person right here don't look like no black person right here.
No, not to me.
So you saying who he look like?
Shit, it don't look like no nigga. I ain't never seen no niggas look like none of these.
Who he look like?
Yo, I'm telling you,
who the nigga on the right look like?
If you look at those indigenous people,
who the nigga on the right look like, man?
You mean nigga on the left?
I know hella niggas with big ass noses like that.
Man, y'all kill me with this big nose, big lip shit when it comes to black people. Like, y'all sound like the racist ass crackers talking like that.
I'm just saying, I know niggas with big noses.
I'm saying too, nigga, that don't mean they black.
I'm saying that you saying that all the niggas in America look alike, and you saying that all the niggas in America look alike.
I'm saying all niggas in America don't come
with
big nose and big lips. And just because you see something with big lips and a big nose,
that so what about this? Okay, what about this phenotype at the top?
Man, that craniology talk is that science played out, my nigga. Use DNA, nigga.
They painted. They said they was they.
That shit is played out, man. You can't tell what a person is by trying to study their bones and skulls and shit. You got to get that DNA, nigga.
I'm looking at their drawings.
And
We
those
got to-
drawings depict the indigenous people of that area. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm
You got to
saying
look at,
these is some of the same niggas that they found when they came through.
bro, those indigenous people that's depicted on these murals, they still live in those areas. They look just like this now.
No, they don't.
Why you want? Okay, show me some images of indigenous people from the Central and South America region. I guarantee they just as brown
They
as
look
these
just like
motherfuckers.
us.
No, they don't, bro. That shit don't look like nothing like you, bro. You lying to
Come
yourself.
on, man. Okay, so you said the okay,
Indigenous people from Bolivia.
Panama images.
Make sure you put in indigenous people now. You know what I'm saying? And people dark as hell. Look at these.
So you saying that
motherfuckers.
them people right there?
So you saying those people
Saying that
ain't
these
dark?
people right here?
You saying those
It's
them
the
people
same
ain't dark
people.
and brown? So you
No,
saying those
you
people
saying
not
that
dark?
these people is these people right here?
I'm telling you, look at the brownness.
No,
of
right
these
here at the
people.
top. No, right here at the top. We looking at their hold on. We looking at their ancestors.
Right. We're looking at the answers.
Okay, the ancestors right here at the top. Right here.
Look at all the other people out there.
Right here.
Look at all
Hold
the
on.
other
We
people
finna
out
look
there.
at these people right here. We finna look at the ancestor right here.
Don't forget about all these other people out here now.
Yeah, we finna look at this person right here. We finna be looking for this person right here.
Now look at all these people out here. Now we can't just
We're looking
rule
for this
out
person
everybody
right
else.
here. We're
Okay.
looking for this person. We're looking for this person right too in the family too. We're looking for this person in the family. We're looking for this person in the family with these dreads.
Man, how you know them dreads, bro?
Come on, man. Stop
How
it,
you
man.
know them dreads?
Come on, man.
I'm just asking, how do you know them are dreadlocks?
Because when you zoom in on the pictures, you can tell that you can look and see that they hair braided. Look at that. That's what? Come on. Oh, okay, hold on. What is that, man? What is that?
I mean, it looks similar. You right. I see that.
Okay, man. Wow.
Okay, but
come on, man. I ain't
looking at okay, look at the images of these people. Look how their faces look on here. Would you say that's an accurate depiction of how their facial features look?
And that's them.
Yes.
Come on, man.
Look at how these people facial features look, and then look at those
That ain't
paintings on the
them,
wall.
man. That ain't them.
Come on, bro. Where the big nose and
That
big
ain't
lips
them.
on the wall, bro? Where the
That
big
ain't
lips and
them.
big okay, so where the big lips and big noses at on the wall? The pictures you just shown. Look how dark that girl is. Like you bugging. What you try to find the lightest picture to try to comparison.
Now let's go to the dark one. Nigga, they ain't even dark, nigga. That's paint, nigga. Nigga, that's paint, nigga. Nigga, that's paint, nigga. What you talking about? Okay, so let me go to something else. Hold on. Let me go to the dark ones. This nigga dark, huh? He got the dark orange. That's paint, man. Come on, man. Don't make them niggas, man.
Man, you act like these people ain't
These
no brown.
niggas ain't these niggas. Oh, these
Bro,
niggas
you-
got the
listen.
10 too, huh?
You act like these people ain't brown. You act
These
like they
niggas got the
white.
10.
So they ain't brown.
And that's them?
They ain't brown.
And that's them?
They closer to that than you.
But they wear their hair like that?
It's damn so possible.
Man, you ain't never seen them niggas wear their hair like that, nigga. In your
But
life,
hold
you ain't
on,
never
but those people in the
wear their
painting
hair like that.
are they from Panama? Those people in the painting?
Yeah, they're supposed to be Panama.
No, the painting.
What them was?
It's the Yucatan. It's Yucatan.
I think that was that.
It's the
what that
Yucatan
shit,
area.
Veracruz.
Yeah, it's the Yucatan area.
So that would have been what, Venezuela?
Nah, it would have been the Yucatan. It would have been like Belize, Yucatan.
No, with those with that damn.
Well, this is the old head right here.
Look how dark that woman is.
This is the old head.
Now look how dark she
Look
is.
at her. She ain't this.
Nigga,
She
that's
ain't
so
the OG.
Nigga, get the fuck out of here, nigga. Get the fuck out of here. Now you
She not
delusional.
that.
Now you delusional as fuck, bro. Now you bugging. That lady was
She
just
not the
as dark as,
ancestors at the top.
that lady was just
She
as
not
dark
the
as these
ancestor at the
motherfuckers up
top.
here.
She not
That-
the ancestor at the top.
Man, that lady was just as dark as those people.
She this color right here.
Man, yo, nigga. Ain't
She
listen,
this
Vino.
color.
Yo, Vino.
She this color. And this nigga right here, the same color. This nigga got dreads. What you talking about? She ain't rocking no damn braids ever.
Oh, Vino, that's you wild.
This is 900. So then when we come to this shit right here.
Hey, let me say this, Vino. Let me say this. You know the Olmec writing is similar to the hieroglyphs, right?
That's cool.
I'm just saying, like, if you can't separate black people from Africa, period. Just like they got stories.
I'm
about
saying,
Africans
nigga,
coming
that
over
if
here.
the niggas was here before they got here, these niggas is American. Why is niggas so upset about that?
I mean, cause it's
Why
like
is
you
niggas so upset
forgetting.
about that? Niggas ain't saying that the Siberians are Siberians. They saying these niggas is American. You calling these niggas natives.
Nah, them niggas go by their name of their tribes, bro. We
Okay,
call them
nigga,
that.
we going by our tribe.
Okay, then
wrong
what's
with
your
that?
tribe then, bro?
Seminole. What's wrong with that?
Oh no, see, the Seminoles don't claim
wrong?
you niggas.
What's wrong?
The Seminole don't claim you niggas.
Hey, what you mean?
The Seminoles do not claim y'all as fucking Seminoles, bro.
Them niggas can say whatever they want to say. Them niggas hijack the name anyway.
Ain't no way, bro.
Yeah, what you mean? That's what happened.
Yo, y'all niggas, y'all worse than coons, bro.
How that ain't okay? Did you ever know? You just found out here recently that the Seminole War was a Negro War, nigga. You thought that was a goddamn Indian shit, nigga.
No.
Your whole time living, nigga, on Earth.
You a
nigga,
lie. You a
until here
lie.
recently, nigga.
You a lie.
You didn't know
You a
there was
lie.
no Negro War, nigga.
Listen, you a lie, motherfucker, and your nickname shit. I been heard that bullshit saying. But what you fail to realize is, listen, hold up, let me finish.
Okay, so tell me why these tell me why these same niggas, tell me why these niggas got tell me why these
where
niggas
did the
got,
niggas come from?
Tell me why these niggas got grave these niggas got the grave things with the armies and they should say Indian.
Where did those
Tell me why those niggas got hit. Tell me why the government gave these niggas headstones and it say Indian.
Okay. Because they was considered Seminoles.
Oh, okay, what's wrong with that?
The Seminole said you niggas ain't Seminole.
They
no
said
more,
we
nigga.
ain't Seminole. They said niggas ain't Seminole because niggas like Vasa, niggas like Anton, niggas like these niggas' families started coming after the fact that niggas already put it down in Florida. Then once niggas get up to motherfucking once niggas get up to the Indian Territory, they see how these niggas is moving. These niggas want to be part of the set. And these niggas started basically doing too much. And basically, niggas wasn't going for it as far as the Indians part of it wasn't going for it and saying, okay, basically, okay, we getting these money from these niggas. I mean, from the government, and we ain't fit to be sharing it with everybody that's saying that they Seminole now. Because there was a lot of niggas like Anton, like Vasa, that say that they peoples come from motherfucking Alabama, that they was running with somebody else. But when these niggas get up to Oklahoma, and it's a lot of pressure being pushed on niggas, as far as some niggas is getting rushed and enslaved, and nigga, the Seminoles wasn't having it. And niggas had their guns, and niggas just trying to tell niggas that niggas is slave, and how's niggas slave when niggas travel from Florida to goddamn the Indian Territory with they motherfucking guns. But when these niggas got out here, niggas didn't have their own land at first because they did the wop trick when niggas was out here. So then when niggas first came out here, niggas was on the Creek land, but the Creek had their own little laws that said niggas couldn't do certain shit. So these niggas started plotting and scheming on how to, you know, basically disarm niggas and get at niggas. And niggas wasn't going for it. And there was a lot of shit going on. And a lot of niggas, which we took a lot of niggas in, because that's what we do. We take care of the niggas.
My point is, y'all niggas.
And nigga, we Seminole.
Listen, yo, you ain't no way a motherfucker can tell me,
nigga,
you ain't down with
United States, nigga. When them niggas cross the mother, when them niggas cross
with the sick.
Nigga, them niggas wasn't even past them niggas wasn't even past them niggas wasn't even past Atlanta, Georgia when them niggas was in Georgia. Them niggas was by the coast. Them niggas wasn't all through Georgia.
Bro, this what I'm
them
saying.
Niggas was by the coast, them niggas was by the water when niggas was already in Florida putting it down.
Bro, this what I'm saying.
These niggas just got hyped up after Jackson did his thing.
Okay, the Indians hijacked y'all name, stole y'all identity.
The Creeks.
The Seminoles.
The Creeks did that.
Bro, the Seminoles.
The Creeks did that. Stole the Seminoles.
This what I'm saying. This what I'm saying, Vino. The Seminoles today.
I'm saying, what is them niggas running from?
But listen, the Seminoles today.
Them niggas is not being enslaved. So what they running from?
But listen, the Seminoles today do not claim their black.
I told you why they don't claim the niggas.
It don't matter.
There's a whole bunch of niggas that started jumping on at the end, and nigga, that shit didn't get respected. And them niggas say, well, shit, nigga, ain't nobody getting it, nigga. Ain't nobody getting no love.
So, nigga, so you mean to tell me?
And that's when niggas first came out here, the OG chiefs died. The motherfucking government put them niggas appointed the chiefs that wasn't supposed to be chiefs. That's why Wildcat was around here tearing up shit, tripping, because he was supposed to be a chief. And you know what Wildcat do? Wildcat run with niggas. Wildcat was raised with the niggas. Wildcat's wife and all these niggas fuck with the niggas, because this nigga, that's what time it is. They been down there in Florida doing this. This nigga daddy was the chief. This nigga daddy was the chief, and they fuck with the niggas.
I feel you, bro.
When the OGs died, they didn't let him be chief. Them niggas ran up on him and John Horse and a lot of other niggas.
Listen, Vino, you ain't got to give me the history lesson about it. I know.
And these niggas teamed up with the Creek and the Cherokees and some white boys.
Vino, listen to me. I feel you, bro. I feel you. The Indians did y'all wrong. I feel you. That shit fucked up how the Indians
I'm saying that we was already in Florida putting it down.
Listen, it's fucked up how the Indians.
So it don't matter about all the other shit, nigga. That African shit don't matter, nigga.
My nigga.
We in America when niggas over here finding shit and putting it down.
This what I'm saying, Vino. I feel you, bro. I feel your pain, my nigga. The Indians did y'all wrong. Listen, the Indians
ain't no
did
did a nigga wrong because the facts is the facts. Ain't no did a nigga wrong.
Hear me out, bro.
Ain't no did a nigga wrong. Just because a nigga having set problems and internal problems don't mean a nigga ain't from the set.
Listen, hear me out, bro. I feel you. That shit fucked up. Y'all niggas fought and protected these motherfucking Indians. Y'all bled for this shit. Y'all deserve to be called Seminoles. I agree. But that don't change the fact that you're not an Indian. I fuck with you, my nigga.
You
and
looking at
listen,
you not
y'all deserve
it ain't
respect,
about
bro.
it's not about the
Bro,
it's not
your
about the
ancestors
look.
deserve. Listen, your
It's not
ancestors.
about the look. It's
But
about
listen
the
to
label.
me. Listen to me.
It's
Your
about the label. It's
ancestors.
not about the look.
I feel you. I agree. Your ancestors deserve mad respect, bro. I agree to that. You know what I'm saying? But your anger should be at the Seminole Indians. They're
And
the
that's
one
why
who.
I'm gaining
Listen,
information because
if
I
you
know I
listen,
gotta go to the chief
but check this
and
out, Vino.
present my information to be able to get more funding for my peoples.
Vino, but this is what I'm saying. If I were y'all, y'all should be Seminole Killers. SK should be y'all name,
Nah,
nigga.
ain't no Seminole killers because that's what my people. Why would I be going against what my
They
grandfather?
going against y'all, nigga. They going
Nah,
against
they
you,
just
nigga.
don't
That's why
fuck
you
with
should be
certain
going against
people,
them.
man. They just don't fuck with certain people,
Man,
man.
they going against every nigga look like you, no matter none of that bullshit you talking about. Nigga, you
It ain't
lying.
like nah.
They don't
No,
fuck
it ain't.
with
I
niggas,
told you,
period,
it ain't.
nigga.
Nah,
Listen, them niggas
ain't
don't
like
fuck.
that.
I done seen the videos of the council meetings, nigga. They calling niggas monkeys and shit. Niggas, stop lying. They don't fuck with niggas. So why would you want an alliance with motherfuckers
I'm
that don't
saying
fuck with you?
all of them ain't like that.
Man, fuck all them motherfuckers, nigga. Y'all too. Listen, you come from some proud ass people, nigga, who stood on business, nigga.
And
Now
them
it's time
niggas
for you to
and
stand
them
on
niggas don't
business
and them
again,
niggas
nigga.
don't fuck with certain Indians.
Bro, man, that's crazy, man.
We know that.
You
We
don't
know
want to
that.
let go that tip.
We know that a lot
You
of
don't
niggas
want to
don't fuck with the
listen.
chief. A lot
Listen,
of
y'all.
niggas,
The
a lot of
Seminoles
niggas
wasn't the
don't
real
fuck
niggas
with the chief.
anyway. But Vino, the Seminole wasn't the real niggas anyway. Y'all was the real niggas. Your people was the real niggas, not the fucking Seminoles. They put the Seminole label on y'all because they didn't want to give y'all the respect. That's why they call y'all that shit, nigga. They knew them people was Creek and all that shit, but they don't want to give y'all respect. Like, you missing a big picture here, my nigga.
That's why I'm coming with as much evidence as I can come with.
But you trying to prove you an Indian. That's where you fucking up at.
It's not about because I'm saying that niggas weren't brought over here on no boat.
Man, niggas was brought over here on boats. You can say that shit fast all you want, nigga.
I was saying that some niggas was, but not every nigga.
Well, nigga, those niggas that helped the Seminoles was. It ran away from plantations out of South Carolina, nigga.
Nah, not all of them.
Majority of them.
Nah.
Only the ones that didn't was the ones that was
already in Florida.
The only ones that didn't. Listen, the only ones that didn't
in Florida.
Listen,
they
the
put
only
that
ones that
narrative
did
out
not.
there. No, they put the narrative out there so they could have a reason to come in and do the slave raids.
The only niggas that did not.
They paid the government
Listen,
to be able to be an Indian agent.
Vino, the only niggas that did not. Listen, the only niggas that did not come from a South Carolina plantation are the ones that was born in Florida after their parents came to Florida.
Man, and I'm saying if they did come from South Carolina, they was already in Florida whenever they was doing the slave raids on Santa Catalina, Africa. The first village where the people that you say in Carolina, in Charlestown, which is now Charleston, the founders of their community, when they first started doing Indian slave raids, the first place they went to was a place called Santa Catalina de Africa.
Where this place located at today?
In Florida.
Oh, is it Florida?
Yeah.
Oh.
Why is they calling this Indian village Africa?
And what year was this?
This is 1685.
I mean, it probably was some niggas that done ran away in the area. Like, niggas been running away from day one, nigga. You act like, bro, let's be real about this shit.
1685,
bro,
man.
let's be real about this shit, bro. Most of the people.
Okay, tell me what settlements that the Spaniards had in Florida.
what Saint getting tongue tied. What that shit?
Nope. They didn't
You know what the
start
fuck I'm
that.
talking about.
They didn't start that so-called Fort Moses shit until the late 1700s. And then on top of that, so you saying that some niggas that was raised in Spain, some Africans that was raised in Spain, that was at St. Augustine, that was eating good with the Spaniards, just turned into some Indians?
Nah, I ain't saying no shit like that. Where you get that from?
Okay, so because you trying to say that the settlements in Florida, that the niggas was there and they ran into the woods and became Indians.
I'm saying it was niggas running away from plantations since they got here. Since they brought niggas here, when they took them niggas to these areas, when niggas got a chance to run away, they did. Especially the young males. Like, think about it, my nigga. The only motherfuckers who they really could keep as slaves was fucking older women, children, and old ass men. Them young niggas was hauling ass every chance they got.
No, they wasn't.
Bullshit, nigga. Like, y'all, listen. I don't know. It's more slave rebellion stories than y'all like to talk about. It's always was wanted posters going around about runaway Negroes, bro. Like it never been a fucking time in history where niggas wasn't fleeing from these plantations that they was held captive.
And if they was, them was the Aboriginal niggas.
So why didn't niggas run back to their tribe?
That already knew where to go.
So let me ask you this. Name some of these indigenous black tribes that was here prior to before the Europeans got here. I mean, we know of some of these indigenous that we call Indian tribes that was here before the Europeans. Name a few of these black tribes that were here.
It's a whole bunch of it's a whole bunch in the Carolinas.
Name them.
What the same ones that from Nat Turner from, but in Florida for sure the Tobaccas.
And these was black people
in Florida.
And these was black people.
Yep.
So I look up these people right now. They gonna show me that these was black people living here in America before Europeans came to America.
It depends on what historian you get the information from.
I want to get it from the one that gonna tell me the truth. I don't need the one that gonna lie or give me their personal opinion or some shit of how they feel. I want someone who gonna tell me what the evidence say. Cause see, I ain't got the tools to verify this shit. So I'm trusting in the experts who got the tools and know how to use them to verify that this shit is correct.
Okay, what about this? What about this right here? Hold on.
I'm saying, bro, you say you come from those black Seminoles, my nigga. Like, you got a rich history, man. Something to be proud of. You know, I don't understand why you want to be an Indian. Like, I don't get it. The fucking the black motherfuckers that was down with the Seminoles, like, they deserve way more respect than damn.
Well, okay, so about me saying that these niggas didn't come on no boats is showing them disrespect.
I mean, you lying though.
What am I? Okay.
I mean, because there's more evidence to
how am I
support.
lying? How am I
Because
lying?
there's
How am
more
I
evidence.
lying?
Listen, you can't
How am I
produce the
li-
evidence
How
to
am I
show
lying
that.
that they finding the niggas in Florida?
Listen, you can't produce the evidence to prove it was niggas in Florida before the Europeans, but it's proof that niggas ran away from plantation and became what we know today
That's
is
why
the
I
Black
asked you
Seminoles.
what plantations was in Florida in the 1600s.
I mean, I don't know. What the
Because
Spanish
it
ruled that
wasn't.
area around that
Because
time.
it wasn't.
The Spanish ruled that area around that time.
Yeah, they wasn't in Florida like that. They was in the islands in Mexico.
They was in Florida too.
They wasn't in Florida like that. The only when they was in Florida playing guard. They was
How
in
you know
Florida
that,
playing
Vino?
lookout.
How you know that?
Because that's what St. Augustine was about. It was about
I
playing
mean,
lookout. So whenever these niggas is sending these motherfucking silver and gold back from motherfucking Mexico City, they knowing ain't no pirates hijacking shit. So
listen,
that's what I'm saying. You trying to tell me that it was some niggas in St. Augustine that they had as they soldiers.
Yeah, they called the
That
Royal Army.
ran off to be some Indians.
I ain't said
When
that.
they was eating good with the Spaniards.
I ain't
When
said
they
that.
could be a motherfucking when they was motherfucking running shit.
I ain't said that. You implying that.
Some
I'm
of these
saying it
niggas,
was
some of
some
these niggas
niggas.
was the sheriff, some of these niggas was owners, some of these niggas had high rankings. Yeah, some of these niggas from Africa that came over here with Spain had high rankings back then.
I never said they ran away to become no fucking Indians. You implying that. I never said that.
Saying that it was niggas already over here doing some Indian shit.
But the only niggas you can prove that was over here was the niggas that was down with the Royal Army that you talking about now.
What you mean with the nah? I'm saying there was niggas already here.
But the only niggas you can prove that was here is
I
those
can't.
niggas.
No. Because I can show this right here where the historian is saying.
How you gonna go back to these fucking paintings and the Olmec shit? You can't do that.
I'm at this right here.
Fuck is this?
Maybe seek the protection of a powerful cacique and attempt to leverage our economic.
So is you telling me that Indians in Carolina was enslaving other Indians and reporting them to the government?
Yeah, it's documented how the Tuscarora Indians was being enslaved. Other little small tribes and stuff was being captured and put in slavery. Yeah, that's a fact.
Nah, the Tuscaroras got ran up out of there in the early 1700s during
What
the
you talking
Tuscarora
about?
War.
What you mean? The Tuscarora got ran up out of there?
They got ran up out of there in the early 1700s when they had the Tuscarora War.
You talking about out of the Carolinas?
Yeah, out of the Carolinas.
No, they didn't get ran up out of the Carolinas. That's a lie.
Okay, they had to move around.
But nigga, they still existed here in the late 1800s. There's still some roaming around today.
And you saying that these niggas had Indian slaves?
No, I'm saying that
they didn't have no nigga slaves.
The Tuscarora Wars was because they was capturing Tuscarora Indians and enslaving them. So the Tuscarora went to war with these motherfuckers.
And you saying these same Tuscaroran Indians was reporting they slaves to the government?
No, they sold enemies, and other Indian tribes captured other Indians, and they sold them into slavery and shit like that. Right? Yeah, that happened.
Well, they showing her that I guess some Santee Indians had some enslaved Tabacas that they got from Florida.
So you saying some Indians from South Carolina went way to Florida and captured these special tobacco niggas and brought them back to South Carolina and sold them to some white people?
Yeah, that's what they was doing. That was
So
the
they
game.
kept. So the Indians in South Carolina kept going back to get these particular special niggas called the tobacco.
Some of them was.
They ain't gonna get no other Indians. Just these niggas you was talking about. So you saying the Indians was the racist motherfuckers who was capturing the
Some
black
of them
people?
was. Some of them was.
You keep saying some,
Some
but
of them
nigga,
was.
it sound
But all
like.
of them wasn't.
Cause listen, now
But all of them wasn't. But some of them was.
Listen,
especially the ones
we
that
know
was coming from
we know
the ones that was coming from the north that had the guns already.
we know about the 5 civilized tribes, what they call the 5 civilized
Yeah, this
tribes.
is way before the 5 civilized tribes. That's why I'm saying these niggas.
How
was
can it
already,
be before them?
these niggas just coming from the north.
Bro, so you saying the Cherokee,
These is all north niggas.
What you talking about? The Cherokee was in South Carolina too.
Man, I'm saying these niggas is from they got pushed down there.
Who got pushed down where?
Nigga, the Cherokees got pushed down there. Nigga, the Creeks got pushed down there. Nigga, the motherfucking nigga, the chop and the motherfucking Chickasha.
They got pushed to South Carolina.
Them niggas got pushed into Tennessee and Georgia and all them areas.
Okay.
And them niggas came down with them guns, and them niggas started getting at the niggas in the South.
Okay, so you saying the Indians from the north came to the South and started capturing the niggas from the South.
Yeah, because they had the white boy daddies already.
So you saying all the tribes of the South was really niggas?
Most of them.
Man, see, man, your story is all over the place with no evidence to back it up.
Okay, so
nothing
tell
but
me
black and
why.
white
So
pictures.
tell me why in Alabama when the Spaniards
See?
get here,
See?
they naming the nigga Black Warrior. So basically, they naming the nigga Negro Warrior River. It ain't no black because they say Negro. So it's Negro Warrior River in Alabama, right?
If they said Warrior River, that means they were speaking English. So it's a strong possibility that they said black.
Now they said the it's called Black Warrior.
Okay, so they said it. You said it. You
Okay,
saying they said black
Okay, so
warrior?
they're not saying black. They saying Negro Warrior. They saying Negro.
No, I mean, what you want me to say?
I mean, so you saying that it wasn't no nigga?
Just because they said that, nah. I mean, that don't mean it was a nigga. I don't get the correlation that you're trying to point out. I'm lost.
I'm saying if they saying black,
who are they talking about?
Where
They talking about a person?
Where is these black Indians now in America?
Here you go with the black Indians.
I want to see the black Indian that you said that they really talking about. That they not talking about us. They talking about a whole nother black Indian from America. I want to see that nigga in 2025.
They talking about the same Indians that we talking about.
What movie star that's a black Indian? What movie star athlete, any notable person in America that we can go to on their motherfucking Instagram, on their motherfucking goddamn TikTok?
Bro, the only real black Indians were the Seminoles, in my opinion. I mean, it may have been something with the Creek, the Cherokee. They weren't fond of black people. The Chickasaw definitely wasn't.
As they coming from these niggas got white boy daddies.
Man, listen, bro. Whether they got a white daddy or Indian daddy, they still ain't like our black ass. I don't think you get it. You think Indians like you or something, nigga?
Man, they was fucking with niggas, man. Certain niggas was fucking with niggas because they was already here fucking with. They was niggas was already tied in before the wood even got here, man.
Bro, you a lie.
Okay, so tell me why
are there paintings with the niggas and the Indians together and they dress the same?
Maybe those niggas was a part of, you know what I'm saying, had didn't, like you say, fuck with them, got down with a tribe or something, or they was intermarried.
How did they end up in the tribe?
They intermarried. Like, it's tons of evidence of Indians intermarrying with black people. Like, and then it's a lot of tribes that did accept black people into their tribe.
I'm talking about early in the game.
You don't have no evidence of it early in the game. You have no evidence before the European coming, bro. Until you could present.
We got the evidence with the European coming to the certain area, and they draw the picture of the people that they find in their area, and this niggas and Indians already in their area.
The pictures that you showed,
this is the early 1700s.
Listen, the picture that you showed, the back of your claim.
When did these niggas start America?
You say, when did they start America?
When did they start the United States?
You want to say 1776, but we know they was here before that, and they was doing what they do.
When was they here? When
they came here first.
When did they touch down?
They say they came here first in 1492.
I ain't talking about colonies. I'm talking about the people that call themselves Americans, which will be the Britons.
Listen,
the people from England.
The people that came
to people that speak English.
The people that came to these shores in the 15 and the 1600s and started establishing colonies. Later on, more people came, and those people all came
Appalachian Mountains until the war.
What? So
these niggas didn't even cross the Appalachian Mountains until what, the 1790s? Until the 1800s. These niggas was at the coast. What are you talking about?
We know. So you got people that came from Arkansas?
I'm saying that niggas was already in the South and motherfucking goddamn Louisiana, goddamn Alabama, Mississippi, Florida. It was niggas already living with Indians.
So why you don't never bring up the French account of what they were
I did bring up the French account when I said the Ethiopians was found in Texas. That's a French map.
Bro, you lying on that. Show me that.
How am I lying on that?
Show me that.
Right here.
Show me that.
Right here. Why is that right there?
Why is what?
Why is that on this map? Why did they say Ethiopian wonders?
Huh?
Why do it say it right here in Texas? This is Texas. This right here is kind of like Dallas. This is almost like this is almost like Austin area somewhere.
I'm trying
Why right here in motherfucking 1716, which they talking about some motherfuckers in the 1600s, it's a Ethiopian wanderers. Why I say that? And this is a French map.
That don't look like it says Ethiopian.
SAETIOPEN.
And what they say underneath it?
Wanderers.
Okay, now what they say underneath that?
That's another tribe. MEROUAN. Wanderers. And then it's another tribe, the Takash Wanderers. Why do they say Ethiopian on the French map?
I mean, you know, what do Ethiopia mean?
What's
the definition of Ethiopia?
They going around here mislabeling people, man.
But answer my question. What do Ethiopia mean?
To them mean African.
No. That's a Greek word. So the people who wrote that would have understood that. It didn't mean Africa. So what would Ethiopia mean in that time?
What you mean? What do it mean at that time? It
To
only
those people,
Ethiopia only
to
mean
those
Africa at the
listen,
time
no,
because
no,
at
no,
that
no,
time they
no,
didn't
no,
even
they
have the
no.
countries like that. They had
Listen,
Ethiopia
listen.
was was basically the whole
The
south
people,
and
okay, so
southwest
the
of
people that
Africa.
listen, the people that understood and would write the word Ethiopia would understand the meaning behind the word, correct? Correct? Because nobody ain't like they just said, I'm gonna write this shit as Ethiopia
So why they
after
call it
Africa.
Americans?
This hold on, I'm trying to get you to understand something that I think this probably what they were saying. If they wrote that word Ethiopia, if that truly says Ethiopia, the people that wrote it was probably calling those people burnt faces. Because ain't that what Ethiopia mean? When the
Ethiopia
Greeks
mean burnt face?
Yeah, when the Greeks labeled those people Ethiopians, wasn't the Greek calling them the
French.
burnt face?
These French.
Okay, but the French are all white people too. They come from that fucking Greek and Roman culture. They would understand that before the Africans would. You feel what I'm saying? They would use that word before anybody else would have used that word. So if these people who use this word that you see today, that you saying is Ethiopia, it's quite possible to say that they were saying that these people that they looking at are the burnt face people or the dark people. You feel what I'm saying? And then you got to look at it like this. These are white people looking at other people who are darker than them. So to them, these motherfuckers are dark because they white as snow. That don't mean that they saw African people, because you got to think about it. Those people that drew this map, they knew what African people look like. They know
So why
what
would they
fucking
put that
West
term on
Africans.
these? Why would they
had to
put
be
that term on
interacting with
these
the
people?
West Africans for a long time, so they knew what a West African looked like.
So
So
why
if
would
they
they
would have
put
saw
that term on?
any person over here that looked like a motherfucker from West Africa or Negrito, they would have said that shit. They wouldn't have called them anything other than these are some fucking Negroes, or you know what I'm saying? Like they would have called them Negroes. They wouldn't even call them Indians. They wouldn't have called them by no tribe, no nothing. They would have said we found Negroes, because them people had been dealing with African people for a long time before they met Indians. So it's clear that they understood that they was looking at someone totally different from the Africans that they know of and the Europeans that they come from. You have no writings that's saying that anybody found Negroes in this land other than the writings of Sir Francis Drake.
I got it right here.
Okay, Sir Francis Drake.
This ain't even Sir Francis Drake.
But what I'm saying,
this is Peter Martyr. This is Peter Martyr. Back during this time, Peter Martyr was the Hollywood man. Peter Martyr was.
So it was Hollywood existed back in the 1500s.
I'm saying he was the one that was bringing the entertainment to the wealthy.
So, but I'm saying though,
He was
you
the
use
hottest
Hollywood.
artist. He was CNN. He was the news. He was Fox. He was YouTube.
How the fuck you know that?
Because when I went through this earlier in this build, I was showing that how he was labeled as a historian for Spain. He was one of the first people in Spain to recognize the significance of what Christopher Columbus was doing. He was assigned to talk to everybody that had explored he was the number one source of the New World.
So where he came from?
He come from Italy.
And he left Italy and came to the Americas and was
He
able
left
to
Italy
travel.
and went to Spain.
Okay,
he was in Spain. and he was up under King Fernando.
Did he ever come to the America?
He was up under the Queen. No.
Okay, wait a minute.
Because he
so you
talked.
talking about a
Because
motherfucker
he
that
talked.
never came here?
Because
You
he
talking
up
about
under
a
the
motherfucker
king.
that never came
He
here?
up under the king, and he get paid to record and document what all the people, all the seamen, Christopher Columbus, and everybody else that's coming from the New World. He documenting them. He's assigned.
Okay, so did they bring any fucking Indians back with them for him to draw any images of those people that
He wasn't doing no drawing.
He was just writing.
He doing the documentation.
So you telling me this nigga here that you talking about, he wrote that they found Negroes over here?
The Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province. They only live in the region 1 day march from Quirica, and they are fierce and cruel. It is thought that Negro pirates of Ethiopia established themselves after a wreck of their ship in these mountains. The natives of Quirica carry on incest war with these Negroes. Massacre or slavery is the alternate fortune of the two peoples.
I forgot you reading that. I remember Sean P bringing up the book that you got this from, and he went to another account of someone else.
Go to it.
Also talked about this, right?
Go to it. I got another source, and I'm supposed to bring a new source that I don't think nobody ever brought before.
No matter what source you get,
that's talking about this same story, because this was a real story.
I forgot the African tribe where they know these niggas came from. Sean P did a video on this
I thought niggas wasn't at the sea.
No,
I thought niggas didn't know how to ship.
These niggas had then came over and they was brought over as slaves, but they escaped.
Sean P was arguing with an African. You say, hold on. You say, what? Hold on. So you
brought over as slaves.
So you trying to say that these niggas right here was some niggas that was in the islands, and these niggas built the ship, and these niggas got stranded in Panama? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that.
That's what Sean P was saying.
I'm not saying that.
He saying this is 1513. Christopher Columbus got to the islands in 1492. It don't add up. But a nigga don't know that these niggas didn't explore every place. These niggas just got over here. These niggas just got to this area. He just found the Pacific Ocean right before this. He had to go through these niggas right here for the first white man to see the Pacific Ocean. This is the story.
It's 1:30, bro. I can't fight with you no longer. I can get up early.
Right.
I ain't know it was this damn late.
Okay. So we keeping the bill going, and because it got a little interrupted, but we fixed to show these other two sources.
Go ahead, do your thing, bro. I'll holler at
you. Definitely. That was a good build.
All right.
Shout out to Robert Lee. Keep it lit. Be careful out there. So this right here is because we just got done looking at the Peter Martyr. Now we on the discoveries of the world from the first original onto the year of our Lord 1555, Antonio Galvano. And we first to come right here to, I think this is the same. Yep. So in the year 1513, Balboa, hearing speech and news of the South Sea, determined to go there, although his company dissuaded him from the actions. Blow that up a little bit. Matter of fact, let me let the woman say it.
Wherein it is said there
Or the
growth,
man.
net, Atira, and silver and great riches, he begged it of the king, Don Fernando, but he died in the discovery of it, as many more yard are / how done. Capel in the year 1513 Vasco degree R2. And silver and great riches, he begged it of the king, Don Fernando, but he died in the discovery of it, as many more yard are / how done. Capel in the year 1513 Vasco Nunes de Balboa, hearing speech and news of the South Sea, determined to go thither, although his company dissuaded him from that ge to dem 31 tier. Action point 1. But being a man of good valure, with those soldiers Capel nest mes velhut that he had, being 290, he resolved to put himself into that jeopardy. He went therefore from Doreen the first day of September, carrying some Indians of the country with him to be his guides, and he marched earthward the land, sometimes quietly, sometimes in war, and in a certain place called Carica he found negroes capped IUs with curled hair, and never up to that time were others seen or known until now, in all these parts of New Spain, Golden Castile, and Peru. The Southeast Balboa came to the side of the South Sea on the 25th.
So this is the second source. Sometime in war, sometimes he moved quietly, sometimes in war, and in a certain place called Curica, which is the same place, but they spelled it different. He found Negroes captured with curled hair. So the story real. They found Negroes. Once again, an Aboriginal is someone that's found in America. As you see within the last source, they tried to say that the people was Ethiopians, that they thought that the ship, that they was pirates. So this is the second source coming from this book right here, Discoveries of the World from the First Original on to the Year of Our Lord 1555. So now we fit to go into this other book. Hold on, let me get this together real quick. And make sure I get this together real quick, like, hold on, give me 1 second. So now we fit to go to this third source. I don't think it ever been presented. And I wonder what they're going to have to say about this third source. Which is coming from the Historia General de los Indies. From Lopez de Gormara, Francisco Lopez Gormara. That's who put this together. As you see, it's in Spanish or Latin. So what we're going to do here is do a little bit of translation. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to copy some. We're going to bring this over to the translation. We're gonna read and see what it say. We're gonna read and see what it say. So we're gonna read and see what it say in this. Okay, matter of fact, let's go on and let it read it itself.
In this battle, a brother of Torcha was taken prisoner in the royal habit of a woman, who not only in his costume, but in everything else, except in giving birth, was a woman. Carrot bra. Olboa entered Corica. He found neither bread nor gold, which had been raised before fighting. However, he found and some black slaves of the Lord. He asked where they came from, and they could tell him or understand no more than that there were men of that color near there, with whom they had a very ordinary war. These were the first blacks that were seen in the Indies, and I still think that they have not been seen again. Balboa shot 50 whores he found there, and then burned them, first informed of their abominable and filthy sin. When the region learned of this victory,
so as you see,
in this battle, a brother of Torcha was.
So as you see, it's the same story coming from a different account. This is the third account where they're talking about the black people that they found in this area, and they try to put the slave aspect on it just because the people is black. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't be just Negro in the world just doing your own thing, because in the Bible they were slaves. They was basically creatures. They was beasts, 3/5 of a human off top. So they get no love, even if they found them in the New World, which would be Aboriginals. But as you see right here, that they was the first black seen, and the people said they been warring with the people. It's an ordinary war. It's an ordinary war, and then on top of that, they try to say that this was an area where the Europeans first seen people over here doing gay stuff, and that's why I guess they kind of went crazy on the village and killed so many. Talk about he killed the hordes and the 50 sins and all this whole little goofy stuff and stuff like that. But I also wanted to bring this part of the game to it, because this is the second part right here, where I thought that was very interesting on why would they be coming like that. So we're going to copy this right here. Go to the translation.
They are the Indians of Darien and of the entire coast of the Gulf of Uraba and Nombre de Dios, of a color between tawny and yellow, although, as I said, they were found in Corica blacks as if from Guinea. They have good stature, few beards and hair, outside the head and eyebrow.
So we got another source putting an African label on some black people that they already found in America. Now they calling them Guineas. Now this nigga called these niggas Guineas. The same motherfuckers that they were saying was the so-called Ethiopians, that was pirates. This is the same people. They are the Indians of Darien and the entire coast of the entire coast of the Gulf of Uraba, and Nombre de Dios, of a color between tawny and yellow. Although I said they were found in Corica blacks as if from Ghana, Guinea, Guinea, whatever, as if from. This is the third source talking about these people. So they was the color of tawny. They was yellow niggas. A lot of people ain't gonna catch that because it's in Spanish or Latin. They ain't gonna read that. We did the translation. This book right here, the Historia General de los Indios, Francisco Lopez de Gama, 1511, 1564. This some 15 shit. This in the 1500s. This in the motherfucking 1500s. This is the third source since niggas want to go at a nigga information. Brother Unc want to say, yeah, Christopher Columbus, yeah, they didn't find no, yeah, Christopher Columbus in 1498. Even the people in Hispaniola said that the black man come from the south with the gold tip javelins wasn't true. Then they shot down Ivan Van Sertima. They shot down some other black scholars that said that black people was already here, but they didn't break it down like how I'm breaking it down. And I'm going to keep breaking it down. I'm going to keep breaking it down. I want them to break this down. I want them to break down my three sources. Yeah, Sean Peake tried to break down. Nigga spent 144 hours trying to break it down and look crazy, fighting the real. Nigga said, nigga, why you talking about this? Nigga, why they ain't talking about this? Why do I gotta talk about this shit? I'm just a street nigga that just got interested into this shit because of the fact that a nigga grandpa want to know more about a nigga family, and a nigga play with this internet shit. So a nigga like, all right, man, let me start trying to find some information on the family and shit, man. Let me try to go before and try to come from the backside, pause, and come up to see what the fuck was going on before. And, I said, man, let me just go to the beginning. Christopher Columbus, they say Christopher Columbus. Let me just read some shit and just try to just go from the beginning and come up from, the 14, 15, 16, 17 to the 1800s to try to see exactly what's up with nigga, where the fuck is niggas from? So I'm just coming up on books. They saying that I'm doing Ivan Van Sertima's work. I don't even know what Ivan Van Sertima get down. I'm just coming up on these books. I just came upon this book. Okay. All right, definitely. Yeah, I definitely gotta come with I definitely want my presentation to be better. I was gonna do the videos like I was doing my videos, but it kind of took a long time to put pictures and kind of put everything together. I thought I'll probably do it this way just to kind of show it. Definitely got a lot to learn. I definitely don't know everything, that's for sure. I'm just bringing what I'm finding. You know what I'm saying? They saying that they wasn't found, and I'm finding niggas that they say shit. They found niggas. and they putting the African term on niggas that they finding over here. They just can't be, yeah, they Indians, but they try not to label them Indians. They try not to label them Aboriginals. They try not to label them natives of the Americas. They're like, oh, nigga, they African, nigga, they African, nigga, they either came through on the boat or some nigga, they just African. Nah, nigga, they American and they was here before the Europeans. And another thing that I'm supposed to drop that I found within this book that was definitely noteworthy to where I had to label it part A because I got to do a part B because I'm doing more of a deep dive to connect the people in South America to the people that's in North America. And so when we come here, and we say we're gonna highlight excuse me. So we're gonna highlight the whole thing. Let's go.
Less than that, it grows in some parts and does not grow in others, and so it is superfluous to treat of it. The account that I keep in the leagues and degrees is according to the letters of the king's cosmographers, and they do not receive or record any pilot without oath and witnesses. I want to say also how there are many other islands and lands in the roundness of the world, without which we have named, one of which is the land of the Strait of Magellan, which responds to the east, and which, according to his sample, is very large and very close to the Antarctic pole. They think that on the one hand it goes to the Cape of Good Hope, and on the work to the Moluccas. When those of the ships of the Viceroy Don Antonio de Mendoza came across a land of Negroes that lasted 500 lefafuas, and they thought that it was continuing with that of the aforesaid strait, so the greatness of the earth is not yet fully known.
What? Don Antonio Menendez. Don Antonio Menendez was a Spanish colonel administrator who was first viceroy of New Spain, serving from November 14th, 1535 to November 25th, November 25th, 1550, and the second viceroy of Peru from September 21st, 1551 until his death of July 21st, 1552. So when this person right here he was the first one to be the viceroy of New Spain whenever they took over Mexico. That was the New Spain. And he was, I guess the kings and he was the crown's heir. He was the crown. He was the connection to the crown. Now, whenever they started getting at Peru, he had to be the ears and eyes for the crown down there. So when he got shipped down there, you see what he said that he seen. You say with the ships of this man came across the land of Negroes that lasted 500 leagues. That's 500 leagues. That's basically from where I'm from in Oklahoma City to New York City. The same distance. They seen that many Negroes, and I'm going to end it on that one because it's going to be a deep dive into this right here. It's going to be a deep dive into this right here. Deep dive. Deep dive. He left from Mexico and went down to Peru. He didn't go nowhere else. He left from Mexico and went down to Peru and talked about the Straits of Magellan and said that the greatness of the earth is not yet to be fully known. And these people right here, hold on. These people right here is the people that's in the area that we talking about. These is the people. These is the people from the Lafrago or Lafrago, whatever that place is called down. This is the Torres Strait. This is the Straits of Magellan people. These is the niggas 500 leagues from Oklahoma City to goddamn New York City that they seen whenever he traveled to the Peru and down that whole coast going into the Straits of Magellan. That's them. That's
Less than that, it grows in some parts and does not.
That's these people. Straits of Magellan. When those other ships, Viceroy Don Antonio de Mendoza, came across the land of Negroes that lasted 500 leagues. And they thought that it was continuing with that onto the foresaid strait. So the greatness of the earth is not yet fully known. These niggas are still discovering the earth. These niggas found 500 from motherfucking Oklahoma City to fucking New York City. That's the distance that they found of Negroes. I'm going to end it there. It's going to be a deep dive into the Straits. It's going to be a part 4B. This is part 4A. I didn't know it was going to be this long. I ended up getting some guests. Shout out to Round Table Gang, Ice on his fangs. Shout out to Tyson. Sam, he coming through tight, man. And shout out to Robert Lee Ford. He come through going against the evidence and kind of going against the narrative, pushing back on the information. So shout out to that man. Hopefully that he got some good information and hopefully that he got gamed up and learned something that he didn't know. Hopefully that y'all learned something that you didn't know before. I ain't got no Venmo. I mean, I got Venmo. I ain't got no Cash App. I don't even know the name of it. It's all good. But definitely comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend to subscribe. Strictly Ghetto Engine. Definitely, this is where I'm gonna be dropping all the information that I'm finding about Black people found in America. I'm gonna drop it. But these are the people right here. This is the people right here that they found in that area. And we're going to do a deep dive on this part 4B, this next little build. It's going to be crazy because I'm going to put a crazy connection on it, and it's going to be crazy, the connection. And hopefully that my people can get this information and gain some more knowledge about the history of the Black people of America before the Europeans got here. You see, I brought the info, brother. Call at me. I have to put you out there because I see that you basically playing with my intelligence, but you just ain't said my name or nothing like that. But you say all the people that think that they natives and the people that whoop whoop whoop, but you talking about certain things that I've been talking about. Talk about this. Let's talk about 1513. Let's talk about the 3 sources that I'm bringing for 1513 on how they mislabeling the Black people that they found in America. So then would be aboriginals. That's the definition. Found in a certain land before the certain people came over there labeling people. They found these people, they aboriginals. You know what I'm saying? Don't give a fuck what you think where they come from. Oh, we thought that it could be Ethiopian Negro pirates with the shipwreck. We thought it could be Guineas. Niggas done put the Ethiopian niggas done said they was Ethiopian. They said they was Guineas, Ghanaians. They put the slave term on them. Just anything but Aboriginal. But they can't miss it because they found them. And I don't know how niggas gonna get around this. The vice for Don Antonio Mendoza came across the land of Negroes that lasted 500 leagues. How they gonna get around that? I want to know how they're gonna get around that right there. I want to see the dancing. Because that's how they've been giving me is dancing. They've been dancing around the fact and saying basically they're gonna say that well, by this time, them are some niggas that ran away from the plantation and they went down there. 500, they talking about niggas from here to nigga from Oklahoma City to New York City. That's the distance, 500 leagues. That's 1,500 miles. That's 1,500 miles of niggas in South America that I ain't never know nothing about until I seen this right here. I don't know if anybody else knew this. I didn't know this. It's crazy. But we're going to end it right there. Just like I say, I'm coming with the 4B coming soon. that's gonna be crazy. That's gonna be crazy because I'm supposed to put this other little loop into it that's gonna segue into a whole nother crazy little connection on black people found in America. That's a fact. That's a fact. So I brought Peter Martyr, which I'm gonna have to do more of a deep dive into. I'm gonna have to do more of a deep dive into this situation right here because I want it to be solid. Yeah, I want it to be solid. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do more into a deep dive on this The Life and Voyages of Christopher Columbus by Washington Irving. Do more deep dive on it. But my thing is niggas believe in everything. Niggas believe in everything in the book. Niggas believe in the name of the oceans, the name of the people that was on the boat, the animals they was eating, the food they was eating, the time and the days and the weather. Everything is solid. But when we come to these niggas in the book that's found, that they saying, you know what I'm saying, that's already over here, it's a problem. So just like I say, brother, I tried to come in my information. Have to bring in some information on the 1498. This ain't no Ivan Van Sertiman lookership. None of that. This is my game. You know what I'm saying? This is all what I'm finding and presenting. I ain't following nobody's work. This is my own twerk. Straight up. Then I come with the Peter Martyr. They stamped him as the one of the first so-called would be like a Hollywood best producer, CNN, Facebook, YouTube that's coming with the entertainment for the new world, the go-to man for the TMZ man for the new world. He said that they think that they was Ethiopians, pirates, ships in these mountains in Panama, 1513, and then we go to the discoveries of the New World by Antonio Galvano, where he talking about the same thing. They found Negroes with curly hair in this area, and then we go to this third source, Francisco. The book is in Spanish and Latin, and we came with 3 crazy ass sources. The third one confirming the 1513 with the black people in Panama, but then they tried to put the label of Guinea on them. They tried to put the label Guinea on them. Crazy. And they got a whole island north of Australia called Papua New Guinea. That's wicked. And they naming these people in Panama Guineas in the 1500s. And they also label them Ethiopians, and they also label them slaves. They also putting a lot of just disrespectful terms on them instead of the terms that the Aborigines, which they already gave them the term because they said it, they found them, and that's case closed right there. And then we come with the fact that these niggas found Negroes when he went down to Panama. I mean, not Panama, but Peru from Mexico. The second viceroy of Peru, the first of New Spain, Mendoza, and we got so many Negroes down in this area. They say it's 500 leagues. There's 1,500 miles down in the Straits of Magellan. They saying that the world is a whole nother world down here that's ain't been seen, and they giving it up. and they giving it up. Them are the people that they found in the Straits of Magellan. If you didn't know something, you learned something new. That was my whole point of the build, was to just bring in information that if you probably didn't know, now you know. Straight up, that's the whole point of the build. That's the whole point of my get down with it, is to bring the information that some people may know and some people may not know for sure. And just like I say, I'm just bringing the information that Black people found in America. I'm just reading books and I'm just finding this stuff, and that's what it is. I mean, I'm just looking at the history books and finding this stuff. So definitely, let me get the link. Hold on, let me get all the links. Share them in the chat. Hold on, you right. Let me share that. Let me get this link right here. Let me put this right there. So we got that one. That was the last one right there. Got this one. Discoveries. And then we got the one with Peter Martyr. And that's the three sources. If niggas want to give you any plex about niggas being found in America, we going back to 1513 in Panama when they didn't have no settlements down there. They doing explorations. They trying to get established. Matter of fact, the first European white boy ran across these niggas before he found the Pacific Ocean. And that's for shiggity. You know what I'm saying? Got three sources right there. It's gonna hurt their feelings for sure. But we keeping it lit. And y'all have
We've got passion, we've got determination. And if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening.
Tabella run.
Lame ass bitches, weird niggas, man, I hate it here. Prada, Louis, and Balenciaga, that's my basic gear. Talking shit about my life, how I make it here. Bitch, I feel like KD, I ain't playing this year. Us playing, blowing through them dubs, Luther Franklin's here. Laying with a cold bitch like ain't no blankets here. She blowing fuck a lit nigga bad, she keep begging for these niggas like my kicks is too bad, they ain't saying this. I ain't finna bust down these bags, bitch, I'm melon these. I'm grade, I was wearing Fendi, they was felling me. Talking ass bitch, act like Wendy, why you telling me? Fucking ass bitch, you can't give me, why you sweating me? Yeah, I like big foreigns, ain't no Chevy. Pants sagging off my ass like I'm wet.
Pull my fucking pants over 40 G's.
That's all we need.
Yeah. How the fuck I'm supposed to pull my pants over 40 G's in my motherfucking shirt?
40 bands in my pants, this shit heavy. Pass a bitch to my man, yeah, she ready.
Trying to start a tip drill like I'm Nelly. She said, do I got a bitch? I'm like, barely. Heard you fuck with all Dutch, Tip Kelly. With them niggas, it ain't shit you can tell me. Walking in with all the sticks, it get deadly. I got murder on my mind, free Melly. Nigga fuck with little girls, R. Kelly. I got Dallas playing Madden, nigga betting. I just met her yesterday, but she ready. I keep going Dumb and Dumber, Jim Carrey. Hit the bottom of my feet, Bloody Mary. On stage, bitches fighting for me like I'm Jerry. Road rage in the gutter lane, it get scary. Keep trying to ride a nigga pole like I'm Harry. You know I got Inglewood, bitches, I'm on Prairie. Cracking once, throw it all at once, nigga dare me.
You know I got Long Beach, bitches, I'm on Cherry. I got too many bitches, I can't get married. We just touch down with an 80, feel like Jerry.
I ain't had no baby shower, but this Burberry. Eating on some buff ass lobster like I'm Larry. Moving real slow off this pole like I'm Gary. Told her I don't even want to fuck if it's hairy.
Told her I need buffalo shrimp, I'm at Berry's. We got all these chips in the trap like a candy house. I'm the nigga pulling double R's to my granny house. Parking on the grass, bring the whole fucking family out. All we got is 42, don't bring no bread. I'm a fly nigga, only bad bitches sit with me. I'm a shop when I land, I ain't bring shit with me. I got G's all on my shoes, but my fit fit. Same bitches you a die for, don't mean shit to me.
She said I got so many hoes that she can't deal. On a double R, driving like a big wheel. They gon' flip this pack for a nigga like a cartwheel. Eating lobster mac with the steak, ain't no kids meal.
Their own religions, cults, and ideas. So now we're going to switch it up and we're going to take it to a description of what the people in the Carolinas was looking like in 1524 when Giovanni Verrazzano came through. He said that they go completely naked. They are dark in color, unlike the Ethiopians, with thick black hair, not very long, but tied behind. Take us back to 1492, the first year that
a young black child goes to white folks to get back and educated by something that this is up. And while we're learning about white folks, we're missing us. You wonder why young folks says fuck school? Because the shit is racist. The shit ain't cool.
If I say to you, Columbus discovered America in 1492. If I was your teacher, you said, no, Columbus didn't discover America in 1492. There were Indians here. I tell you, you flunked the course.
Strictly ghetto, nigga.
Christopher Columbus, the man they say that found America. But the question in the year 2024 in the black community is not did he find America, but was black people already in America before he got to America? And hopefully that I can prove to you within this video with drawings, pictures, writings, documents, documentary, movies, and primary sources that the black Aboriginal American family was already in America before Christopher Columbus came to America. Now, one day I'm sitting back watching this Christopher Columbus documentary, and I seen a picture that was very interesting. And like the OGs always told me, they gonna put it right in your face. And this is what I seen.
Not far from the Spanish mine, there is a modern one. Today, huge earth movers must sift through thousands of tons of rock to find a few grams of gold. With no such technology at their disposal, the Spaniards resorted to a different system, slavery. But the enslaved Arawak quickly died out from overwork and disease. Then African slaves were brought from across the ocean. The island became the first place in the Americas to be colonized by the Spanish, and the first place to which African slaves were brought. Today's Haitians are their descendants. Less vulnerable to European diseases, the Africans survived, while the Arawaks did not.
I ain't even gonna front. They was going off on that beat in that little song. But this picture right here is what caught my attention. And what's caught my attention about this picture is that the black people in the picture don't have on any clothes. And with all the documentations and the primary sources from Christopher Columbus and the first explorers, the inhabitants didn't wear clothes except for like the chiefs. And shout out to Not a Coincidence. He was able to show me what book that this picture came from. And when I took a look at the book, it didn't add up with the history. And that's what I'm talking about. Check this out. And this book is called History of the Indies. And this was copywritten and published in 1586. And you can see this at the Morgan and Library Museum. And the description is, in 1983, the Morgan Library and Museum received as the bequest of Clara S. Peck an extraordinary volume whose beautiful paintings and descriptions document the plant, animal, and human life of the Caribbean late in the 16th century. Spaniards had already begun to exert influence over the indigenous people of the area when explorers from England and France arrived, among them Sir Francis Drake. The volume, known as Drake Manuscripts, entitled History of the Indies, when it was bound in the 18th century, gives us a wonderful picture of daily life in the time of Drake's many visits to the region. And although Drake's connection to the manuscript is uncertain, he is mentioned on more than one occasion by the authors. Drake himself is known to have painted, but none of his work survives. Okay, Sir Francis Drake was a successful pirate / privateer from England. He was the first Englishman to sail the world. He was the first Englishman to steal a treasure ship from the Spanish. And he was one of the first Englishmen to deal and sell with Negro slaves. And this is the page right here where you can find the picture at inside the book on page 100. And we got the translation. How the Negroes work and look for gold in the mines of the region called Viraga, Panama. This region is very dangerous. The Negroes live there only a short time, and no day and night passes without rain, lightning, and thunder. Because this land is so close to the equator line, being not fertile in goods, it has, however, a great deal of good gold. The King of Spain permits the Spaniards in the Indies to settle, to build mines, and own the gold in them as long as they pay him the tribute of 1/5 of everything they find, of gold, silver, as well as precious stones. The Spaniards do not force nor permit the Indians to work in the mines, for fear they should know the value of the gold, and knowing it, they will go to war and chase them out the country. The Spaniards buy a great number of Negroes from Africa to serve them as slaves, and when the Negroes have finished a day's of work in a group of 8 or 10, there is at the exit of these mines half a barrel filled with water, in which they wash the gold. Then put it in an iron bowl and place it on the fire to dry. When it is dry, they take it to the major domo in order to see and know from the weight how much it is. They have to give him a tribute, the value of the gold amounting to the weight of 3 ducats for each day. And if it happens that they do not find in one day the weight of in gold of 3 ducats, they are liable nevertheless to pay the tribute to the major domo. If it happens, and also that they recover a large amount, it will be their gain. Okay, they say that this work is often called Drake's manuscript, but what makes this so suspect is that it's written in the late 16th century in a French introduction, and Drake was English. So who really wrote the manuscript? And plus another thing that's suspect is that why on the documentary, why would they be disingenuous when they're talking about Hispaniola, but they're using the picture from Panama? I'm pretty sure they could have came up with some drawings and pictures from the Africans that they brought to Hispaniola, but they use a drawing from Panama. And we're going to do a more deep dive into this Panama area. And before we jump into their book, we're going to jump into this other suspect situation with Drake. So the Smithsonian Magazine had came with an article and said, did Francis Drake bring enslaved Africans to North America decades before Jamestown. The English privateer arrived on the Carolina coast after sacking Spanish lands in the Caribbean, but who, if any, did he leave behind? Question mark. So now they just gonna bypass what we was taught in school, which was Jamestown in 1619 was the first place that African slaves was brought to America. Now they done moved the goalposts. But check this out. And this is a writing by Andrew Lawler in August 20th, 2018. The disappearance of 115 Elizabethans on the coast of North Carolina in 1580s is a well-known mystery. Even more enigmatic, however, is the fate of another group that may have vanished on the Roanoke Island a year before the lost colonists attempted to found English first outpost in the Americas. These unwritten settlers, a mix of enslaved North Africans, West Africans, and South Americans, may have arrived more than 3 decades before the first enslaved Africans are recorded appearing in Jamestown 399 years ago this month. Their strange story, as traced by renowned historian David, is over the course of his esteemed career, suggests that enslaved Africans were expected from their very start to play a key role in the English colonization of the Americas. The tale begins with pirates in the Caribbean. In 1585, the English privateer Francis Drake assembled a fleet called the Great Expedition to loot and pillage the Spanish towns. Drake, the first captain to circumnavigate the globe, attacked the wealthy port of Cartagena on what is now the coast of Colombia. Wheat, silver, and enslaved laborers were among the commodities that made the city a rich prize. English warships confronted a forbidden stone fort bristling with cannons and forted by war galleys rowed by enslaved Ottoman Turks and North African Muslims or Moors, stakes dipped and poisoned by indigenous allies of the Spanish protected the landward side. When the English finally departed in the spring of 1586, they took with them the cathedral massive bronze church, along with most of the slaves and many of the convicts from the galleys, and some of the Negroes belonging to private owners. According to a Spanish report studied by Quinn, a Spaniard taken captive by the English and later released on Cuba, told authorities there that Drake also took 300 Indians from Cartagena, mostly women, as well as 200 Negroes, Turks, and Moors who do manual service. Drake then set sail for the Roanoke Islands on the North Carolina coast, where some 100 men had landed the previous year in an effort organized by his friend Sir Walter Raleigh. And on the way, the fleet stopped at Florida, St. Augustine, a city founded 2 decades prior by the Spaniards to provide a refuge for shipwreck victims and to discourage other Europeans from settling the southeast coast. A Spanish dispatch from Havana, based on intelligence provided by 3 Africans left behind in St. Augustine, smoldering ruins, said Drake's meant to leave all the Negroes he had in a fort and settlement established at Roanoke by the English who went there a year ago. He intended to leave the 250 blacks and all his small craft there and cross the England with only the large vessel. So I thought it was 200 blacks, but now it's 250. And it's suspect. According to New York University historian Kern, Drake thought he was going to find a flourishing colony, so he brought along some slaves labor to help. But when the fleet anchored off the outer banks of North Carolina, he found the Roanoke settlers in dire strait. They were short on food and had incurred the wrath of the Carolina Algonquin-speaking people by assassinating their leader, Wingenia. What happened to the scores of hundreds of Africans and South Americans, however, is a puzzle. Historians know that Elizabeth reparated about 100 Turks in an effort to curry favor with the Ottoman Sultan. an enemy of her enemy, Spain. But only 3 West Africans are recorded to have arrived in England on the fleet. One then fled to Paris to find refuge with the Spanish ambassador. So they were supposed to be dropping off 250 blacks or 200 blacks. Now it's 100 Turks and 3 West Africans. And what make it really so suspect is that all the blacks in America is supposed to be descendants from West Africa, and it's only 3 on the boat. And other historians, however, contend that the Africans and South Americans likely drowned in the storm or were sold on the route to England. Why would Drake leave the equivalent gold bullion on the Carolina coast? Okay, the enslaved laborers were valued trade items at the time, but there was no market for them in a Tudor England, and no records existed of deaths in the Outer Banks storm. The facts Quinn conceded in the 1982 article on the mystery may now never be known. Plus, what really makes it suspect is that with the amount of slaves that Drake left on the coast will be this amount. He could have bought all this for the amount of slaves that he left on the coast. And that don't make no sense that a pirate would do that. Somebody that's cutthroat that would just leave that much money. So that make it hella suspect. And this is how they rewrite the history. As you see, he wrote, the results could rewrite our understanding of the role of enslaved Africans in early English settlements, long presumed to have first arrived at Jamestown in 1619 to cultivate tobacco. So they gonna take all that away now and say it's this story now. And this is what we coming with, the Sir Francis Drake collection copy. We got the hard copy right there. Sir Francis Drake Revived, published and copy written in 1695. And where is it coming from? The Library of Congress. And it's a rare book collection. And this is another drawing and image of Sir Francis Drake. You see they got the hand coming out the sky, touching them, blessing them with his seal. I guess that's what it means, but you see him. That's him right there. The English Hero, or Sir Francis Drake Revived, being a full account of the dangerous voyages, admirable adventures, notable discoveries, and magnanimous achievements of the valiant and renowned commander, as one, his voyage in 1572 to Nombre de Dios in the West Indies, where they saw a pile of bars of silver near 70 foot long and 10 foot broad and 12 foot high. 2, his encompassing the whole world in 1570s, which he performed in 2 years, 10 months, gaining a vast quantity of gold and silver. 3, his voyage into America in 1585 and taking the towns of St. Fargo, St. Domingo, Cartagena, and St. Augustine. 4, his last voyage into those countries in 1595, were the manner of his death and burial. This is the 4th edition enlarged, license entered to London. Okay, so we're going to start off on page 4. We got a date, July 7th, 1572, where Sir Francis Drake is acknowledging his partner friend, John Gert. Okay, so we're going to stroll down page 4. And we get to another date, July 22nd. It's the same year, 1572. They sailed out of the harbor for Nombre de Dios, and coming in 3 days in the Isles of Pinos, took 2 frigates laden with plank and timber from Nombre de Dios. The Negroes aboard informed them of the present state of the town, and that some soldiers were daily expected from the governor of Panama to defend it against the Cimarrones, a black people who about 80 years past fled from the cruelty of their masters, the Spaniards, and grew into since a nation under 2 kings of their own, one inhabiting westward and the other east, in the way from Nombre de Dios. Panamas, who had almost surprised the town 6 weeks before. Captain Drake, resolving not to hurt these Negroes, set them ashore on the mainland, that if they would, they might join themselves to the Cimarron. Okay, so now we got Negroes in the same area in 1572. We have a drawing from 1586 of Negroes in the same area, but the Negroes in this area in 1572 is saying that they already been there for 80 years. So that would take us back to 1492, the first year that Christopher Columbus got to America. They say they got two nations going east and west. So are those people that's naked in that picture the same people that Drake is having a conversation with now? And I also want to put this out there before we move on, is that within this book, it's never mentioned that Turks, West Africans, North Africans, or Indians were dropped off in North Carolina within this book that's given great details about his voyages and about his trips in the Caribbean. Now back to the black people that's in Panama. Now check this out. I got this from this book right here, The Life and Voyages of Christopher Columbus by Washington Irving. Copy written in 1893. In chapter 29, the discovery of Trinidad and the coast of Paria, arrival at San Domingo. So they put a date on it. It's the 30th of May, 1498. He had been assured by persons who had traded to the east that the rarest objects of commerce, such as gold, precious stones, drugs, and spices, were chiefly to be found in the regions about the equator, where the inhabitants were black or darkly colored, and that until he arrived among people of such complexion, it was not probable he would find these articles in great abundance. Columbus expected to find such people more to the south or southeast. He recollected that the natives of Hispaniola had spoken of black men who had once come to their island from the south, the heads of whose javelin were Ghanaian or adulterated gold. Okay, so this is one of the first writings where they say that black people is in America. So this is 1498. This is 6 years after Christopher Columbus found Hispaniola. And when we go back to the text in 1572, they say that they already been in Panama for 80 years. So that's going back to 1492. So the black people that come from the south, hey, they in the area. So it's a possibility. And so then I come across this other book, Discoveries of the World, from their original onto the year of our Lord 1555, from the Cambridge University Press, the Hawklot Society. It was copywritten and published in 1605. 1563, they giving it up. All right, so let me tell you what's going on in this area before they discovered Negroes in the Panama area. What has become of many Spaniards, Portuguese, and who gambled in the Antilles and India of so much gold, silver, spice, drugs, pearls, jewels, and merchandise that was brought since all is wasted and consumed, leaving no fruit. And anyone who appeared to have any soul lost his life. That's how it was down there in this area, cutthroat. And in the year 1502, one Alfonso went to discover the terra firma and followed his course till he came to the province of Yoruba. And it is said that they found the Captain Lewis, and they together took land in the Isles of Codigo, where they took 600 persons of savages, and going forth along the coast, they entered into the Gulf of Yoruba, where they found sand mangled with gold, being the first that has brought to the king, Don Fernando. From this, they returned to the city of San Domingo, laden with slaves, without victuals, because they of the country would not bargain with them, which grew to their great trouble and grief. Okay, I will be going back and forth from this book, The 8 Decades of Peter Martyr, and the other book because they talking about the same area and the same situation, but it's two different walks of life. You see, it was copywritten and published in 1912. And they talking about the same people within that same area of Cartagena. Hojeda, who was the first to arrive, was likewise the first to leave, starting with his men in search of Yoruba, which is under his jurisdiction. On his way there, he came upon an island named Laferta, which lies halfway between Yoruba and the harbor of Cartagena. There he landed and found it inhabited by fierce cannibals, of whom he captured 2 men and 7 women. The others managed to escape. And to ensure that all the Aborigines were reduced to Christian life and governance, and that the royal tribute and other services were forthcoming, and the crown from the days of Queen Isabella ordered that scattered Indians be concentrated in towns and villages, each with its church and schools and simple forms of local government. So it appeared in the instructions issued to Nicholas in 1503 and in the laws of Burgess in 1512. And in 1504, Rodrigo obtained license of King Fernando, and by the means of John and other Seville named and furnished out 2 ships, having for his pilot one John Cosa of St. Mary Port. And he went to discover that part of terra firma. And in the year 1508, one Alfonso and Diego, with the favor of Don Fernando, purposed to go into the terra firma to conquer the province of Durn. He went forth at his own charge and discovered the firm land, where it is called Yoruba, which he named Castadella Ore, that is, Golden Castella, because of the gold which they found among the sand along the coast. And they were the first Spaniards that did this. For this, one governed Yoruba and the other Bergara. Alfonso went first from the island of Hispaniola in the city of San Domingo with fewer ships and 300 soldiers, leaving behind him the bachelor and Cisco, who afterwards compiled a book of these discoveries. And after him there went also one ship with victuals, muttons, and 150 Spaniards. He went on the land of Cartagena, but there the people of the country took, slew, and ate 80 of his soldiers, whereupon he grew very weak. Now, this place down here where they found these black people was the first area where they started enslaving the people of America once they first left Hispaniola. And they didn't get established in the area as far as settling until 1510. So just like when we go back to the story with the black people within their area said in 1572, they already been there for 80 years beefing with the Spaniards. So that goes back to 1592, which we give it a 10-year run to 1502 to say that they was off a little bit. It's still bumping with this area where the people was already here. They wasn't brought over here as slaves. These people that was already here. And let's push it up 10 more years to 1512 instead of 1502 and say, okay, they was off 60 years instead of 80. They been there. It's still suspect because they never did settle in that area during that time. They were still exploring. They didn't settle there until 1513. So that time frame is way off. And then on top of that, if they was Africans and they was bringing them over here, they wouldn't have been naked like they was in that picture. They would have been clothed. Now we're going to go to this website, First Blacks in Americas, where they have the first documentations of the first Africans to come to America. So from 1492 to 1501, it looks like that they only brought over 2 Africans. They got young Juan, and then they got the black woman that's in the village that's running the hospital. And then in 1497, they giving the people grants to come over to Hispaniola to start the sugar plantations where they thinking about bringing they black slaves. And just like I said in 1501, it is likely that the settlers were already thinking of importing enslaved blacks to work in these enterprises. 1501, September 5th, you got the Jews, Moors are prohibited or their descendants from being admitted into the colony. So in 1501 on September 5th, they saying that they can't come over, the blacks can't come over. 1501 September 16th, they saying that they can come over, but they have to already be Christianized Jews or Moors, are already converted. So they had to be Ladinos. The first Africans from Spain were known as Ladinos or Hispanic Africans and were soldiers, servants, settlers, or slaves. They began to arrive in America as early as the 15th century. Black Ladinos, an historical ethnic community in medieval Spain. And it wasn't just Black Ladinos, it was also Bozels. Bozels were the Africans when they first came over to Spain. That's the label that they called them because they didn't know the language, they didn't know the culture. So they had to break them into the culture. Once they broke them into, they had special skills. They knew how to work certain jobs. They was Ladinos. And then was the people that they was bringing over in the beginning. They wasn't bringing over Bozels that was uneducated or that was wild because they trying to make money. So they wasn't bringing over no Africans with no gold tip spurs. And this is still in the islands. They weren't even down in Panama yet to be forming two nations going east and west and battling with the natives. And in 1501, October 16th in Seville, a free black man named Pedro was hired as a servant to go to Hispaniola to work 2 years digging for gold for exchange of salary, lodging, meals, beverages, and the period of a contract. 1503, March 29th, the Spanish crown indicated that there were an undetermined number of enslaved blacks in Hispaniola and that they all ran away into the wilderness. And the governor, Nicholas, had sent to the crown to promise to stop sending the blacks to the colony. In 1504, on February 15th, the governor, Nicholas, again had requested the crown in order to stop sending slaves. 1504, on August 29th, they sent out a request for enslaved black women. And in 1505, May 5th, the governor, Nicholas, again sent in an order to the Spanish crown for 20 enslaved blacks. So this is the biggest order up to this date, is 20. So they haven't got any more than 20 up to 1505. Then in 1505, September 15th, the crown had promised 100 slaves, 100 black slaves. It wasn't official or stamped, but they had promised that they was going to do that. And then in 1509, on May 3rd, the Catholic King of Spain prohibited the entrance into the Indies of foreign or descendants of the burnt ones. So could no more black people come over here in 1509. And you know why? Because they already had so many people over here. They was enslaving from that Panama and Colombia area from 1503 to 1508. And in 1510, on January 22nd, the King of Spain put in an order to Diego, the governor of Hispaniola, to move all the workers, the enslaved blacks, to another mine to dig for gold, and that he will also send 50 more slaves. And then in 1511, on July 6th, he said to move all the Indians and slaves to another good mine. So as you see, during that time frame from when they first so-called from their records sent over an African in 1501, it haven't been more than 200 Africans that have been sent over during that time frame from 1501 up to 1511. And this takes me back to the picture with those black people were working the mines, but they were naked, like the natives. As you see, the people that they were bringing over were Ladinos. They were clothed. They were skilled workers because they was people was trying to make money. And for the first Spaniards that left the island to explore and to settle in South America, Central America, and North America, they had this labor system called the Encomienda, and it was a labor to conquer the non-Christian people. In theory, the conquerors provided the laborers with benefits, including military protection, and education. And this system was first established in Spain. Okay, yeah, the system was originated in the Catholic south of Spain to extract labor and tribute from Muslims, Moors, before they were exiled in 1492 and after the Moorish War defeat of the Granada War. And it was a method of rewarding soldiers and moneymen who defeated the Moors. Okay, the crown awarded an incrementa as a grant to the particular individual in the conquest era of the early 16th century. The grants were considered a monopoly on the labor of a particular groups of the indigenous people. Encomendors must fulfill in person the duties attending their position. They must not leave the district without permission of the governing authority, and then their duties must be delegated to a responsible agent. They must not hire out the natives or pledge them to creditors under penalty of fines and forfeit of the encomenda. And this is how they got it. The crown's title to dominate in the Indies and the just cause of war against the natives emerged the famous requiremento, so often referred to as an instance of the notorious legal and religious of the Spaniards, full of legal technicalities, begin with the biblical creation of the world and passing in review the origin of the Roman hierarchy and the donation of Alexander VI, called upon the bewildered Aborigines to acknowledge the supremacy of the Pope and of the kings of Castile on pain of enslavement and confiscation of wives and goods. Every Spanish conquistador was required to have read it to the Indians by a notary and through an interpreter before their territory will legally be taken or hostilities against them be started. Having promulgated the requiramentos in due form, the Spanish captain sent the official report back to Spain with the necessary signatures, and his consciousness was clear. But in any event, the consequences were often tragic or grotesque. And with this system, the Spanish later founded settlements on Puerto Rico in 1508, Jamaica 1509, Cuba 1511. And then we got Nombre de Dios, founded as a Spanish colony in 1510 by Diego. And it was one of the first European settlements of the Panama area. The colony suffered from hunger, hostile natives, illness, and ultimately, saved by a companion who was coming with supplies, the party abandoned the colony and sailed to a more prosperous colony within the Durham area. And now we get to Vasco Nunez Balboa. He was the first European to see the Pacific Ocean. He came to Hispaniola as a slave worker. He snuck on a boat that was going to the Panama area. He turned the man on the boat against Fernandez and Cisco, the man that was authorized and financed the expedition. And they took over the boat. And this is the story when he got to the Panama area. And now we're going back to the discoveries of the world. And in the year 1513, Balboa, hearing speech and news of the South Sea, and thus the Pacific Ocean, determined to go there, although his company dissuaded him from that action because his company was in fear of the people in that country. He went, therefore, from Durham the first day of September, so we got a date, carrying some Indians of the country with him to be his guides. And he marched on the land, sometimes quietly, sometimes in war. And in a certain place called Curarica, he found Negroes captured with curled hair. And never before in that time were others seen or known until now. In all these parts of New Spain, Golden Castile, and Peru. Okay, now we're going back to the 8 decades of Peter Martyr. And the Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province. They only live in the region 1 day march from Curarica, and they are fierce and cruel. It is thought that the Negro pirates of Ethiopia established themselves after the wreck of their ships in these mountains. The natives of Kurica carry on incest war with these Negroes. Massacre or slavery is the alternate fortune of these two people. And this is the footnote for the blacks that they found in their area. It says, this mysterious fact has been assorted by too many authors to be refused credence. The author's explanation of the existence of these Africans in America is possibly the correct one. Okay, back to the discoveries of the world. Also, Balboa declared that he went to discover the South Sea, and in a certain land named Kurica, he found black people with frizzled hair, whereas they were never any other found. And when you go to the word Kurica in Spanish, it means mask or with a dirty face. And during that same time, a battle ensued and reported that 600 people, including the chief, were slain like brute beasts. So you already know who they're talking about when they say brute beasts. Brute beasts being historically labeled as black men in the European culture. And this is the name of the people that they found in their area. These is the black Aborigines that's already in that Panama area before Europeans even got here. They trying to say that their ship had shipwrecked within the mountains within their area and they took over. But if we go back to the story that's in the book where they talking about the people in the 1572 within that same Panama area, they saying that it's two nations going east and west. And they also saying that it's a mysterious fact because the authors are believing the story that a ship did wreck, and that's the reason that these black people is over here in this area. It's like they trying to put the African descent on these people because they look a certain way, but they found these people and they trying to come up with a reason for these people to be in that area instead of them being Aborigines to the land. But this is the same people that Christopher Columbus in 1498 said that the Hispaniola said that the black man come from the South. This is the same people that Sir Francis Drake had met in 1572. And another way that I can prove that these people wasn't brought over here, that these are the black Aborigine Americans, is from this Balboa movie where they show the part when they're in Kurica before they find the Pacific Ocean. And the people that's in Kurica show what their ancestors look like. Now check this out. First, when they pull up to the village, this is the face that's on the totem pole, a black man face. And this is what the ladies was looking like that was walking around in the village. Now, it's a part in the movie where the chief would take Balboa and his people to this sacred hut or this sacred house. In this sacred house, they still have their ancestors there. And this is what their ancestors look like. Now, look at that statue behind the chief. That's a black person. Why would they have their ancestors that colors? They know the color of their ancestors. And also look at that drawing to the left. That's a black person. Now look at the arms in the face of the drawing on the wall. That's dark brown. That's a dark brown. Ain't no Indians producing no kids that color. This is that same drawing. Look at the arms, feet, legs, hands. It's a black person. Now look at the color of the hands on that drawing. Look at the other drawing. That's a dark brown. And another crazy thing about this movie is that they got the Indians that's playing these Indians, this dark face. They got them painted. That's not even their real color. They got paint on them. Now this right here is one of the best depictions. Look at the arms. Look at the hands. Look at the face. That's a black person. That's a black Aborigine American. These are the Panama people that was already in the area. These are the people that Sir Francis Drake was talking to. These are the people that come from the South with the gold-tipped javelins. And as you see, these was the same people that Balboa came across, and they showing that these are their ancestors. And look at the gold they stole.
Look at all the gold they stole. Look at that gold face. Look at all the gold they stole from their ancestors and they put it right back in our face. Look at the ancestors, the gold face. We been playing with it over here. Look how they did our peoples. And this is the story about the first European finding the Pacific Ocean. In the village of Pancha, to the spot where the Southern Ocean is visible is a 6 days ordinary march, but he only covered the distance in 25 days after many adventures and great privations. On the 7th day of the calendar of October, a Quirica guide showed him a peak where the summit of which the Southern Ocean is visible. He commanded a halt and went along to scale the peak. Being the first to reach its top, kneeling upon the ground, he raised his hands to heaven and saluted the South Sea. According to his account, he gave thanks to God and all the saints for having reserved this glory for him, an ordinary man devoid alike of experience and authority. Concluding his prayers in military fashion, he waved his hands to some of his companions and showed them the object of their desires. He prayed the heavenly meditator, and especially the Virgin Mother of God, to favor his expedition and to allow him to explore the region that stretched below him. All his companions shouted for joy, prouder than Hannibal showing Italy in the Alps to his soldiers. Balboa promised great riches to his men. Behold the much desired ocean. Behold all ye men who have shared such efforts. Behold the country of which the son of Cormaga and other natives told us of such wonders. And within the same area, Balboa found the cinnamon tree on an island called Sinafista. There were some 60 villages in groups of 10,000 each on this island, and the river on the right side was large enough both for the natives' boats and for brigantines. The river the Spaniards named Rio Negro. Now, why would they name this river Rio Negro if they don't think that these people resemble Africans? They say that these people are the dirty face, the brute ones, the burnt ones. And plus, the Spaniards became suspicious of everything. They were alarmed of their safety and remembered that they only escaped a similar calamity at Rio Negro because they received a reinforcement of 30 men on the night before the attack. And after a careful investigation, they finally learned that 5 chiefs had fixed a day for their massacre. These 5 were Albabia, who lived in the swampy forest, Zemaica, who had been driven from his home, Abrez, and Abe No Machacos, the river chiefs, and Dobeba, the chief of fishermen, living at the extremity of the gulf called Colata. This plan would have been carried out, but it was a miracle that the Spaniards escaped. And this what was going on in the Durham, Panama area when Balboa got down there. These are the people that he came across. This is the name of the river that he named when he came across these people. And this is where they found the black Aborigine American man. Okay, now Diego Nequeza, he was supposed to have authorization over the whole Veragua area where Panama was at. He was supposed to be the governor. And when he found out that Balboa had started a settlement and he didn't know nothing about it, he had went back down there. But Balboa denied him entry and kicked him out the area. And in the year 1514, in the month of May, the King Fernando sent Pedro Avila to be the 4th governor of Castel d'Or. And he also named Balboa as the governor of the South Sea of that coast. And with some additions in July 1513 and in 1518, of the Catholic kings and to constitute the first general code of the government and instructions of the American Aborigines. And with Balboa finding the Pacific Ocean for the crown, and also finding the black Aborigines Americas for the crown, they still killed him in January 12th, 1519, and his other friends because they was just doing too much down there. They did it in the public, and that's how it went down for the first European man to find the black Aborigines families of America.
got a bag and the key coming back. It's forever to play. Say, never to lose, never to fade. Might get fucked up, but I ain't never to play. Now understand these wins ain't just nothing I say. I practice what I preach, I be leading the way. This is what it is, you're doing what it ain't. You speaking all real, but your actions be fake. How you say you're pimping and you're all up in the way. Saving hoes type to walk around with a cape. You can find me trying to OG. Why these niggas acting like they don't know? Same old poop ain't never gonna change. Stay up on my grind and I stay up in my lane. Focus on being top in the head of my game. They feeling my vibe cause it's a West Coast thing. Put this in your speakers like that West Coast bang. Go ahead and walk it, I'll show them that West Coast swing. I ain't gotta change nothing, I'm doing forever to move. Never to fade, never to fade. I just got a bag and the key coming back, it's forever to play.
It's like Armageddon from the sound of the K when it spit rounds. The noise of having chicken on yourself and how that shit sounds. I envy in you, cuz, but you said that you wasn't. I got diamond homies, but in my blood cousin. This West Coast, nigga, yeah, the best coast. You got cooked by the Yankee, turn on fresh toast. Oh, insecure niggas always checking what a bitch did. Oh, can't trust that damn bitch when nigga let that bitch go. Money couldn't change me, a bitch couldn't change me. She taking out my character so much that a nigga leave. A transcend nigga creating waves like a wave captain. Niggas in the box and most the brains off the main back on full bread. Nigga don't get big five blue nose. Take the niggas serious with nail polish on your 10 toes. Never gonna lose. Who gives a fuck how you feel? Play with the set. That's how you rappers get killed, nigga. Never to lose, nigga.
I ain't gotta change nothing, I'm doing it forever to move. Never to fade, never to fade. I just got a bag and the key coming back, it's forever to play.
I'm about to talk that shit. Look, a lot of niggas talk that don't have a voice. When you really see your veins, you don't have a choice. I was born to be a boss, that's how my story goes. I played a hand I was dealt, I never fold. My hunted the infant, one of the sickest, real active, tiny low. I'm serious with my crippin' in the hood with the G's. Pressing and politicking, yellow tips and candlelight. How you complete a mission? Don't get the hood tatted if you ain't doing no killing. DE, if you speaking nobodies, you ain't drilling. Being broke is a choice, nothing in life giving. Paper chaser DNA, I get it just how I'm living. Mandatory, keep a floor the clip. I make sense. If my kids want the world, I'ma make sure they get it. Drinking honey out the bottle of money that Mary Jane, Triple Haze with some Zans, Columbia, Pure
Never to lose. I ain't gotta change nothing, I'm doing it forever to move. Never to fade, never to fade. I just got a bag and the key coming back, it's forever to play.
I make it make sense, my being making sense. So my pencil was on my bench, that's my boy darker than Brother Lynch. And that white heart, no it ain't gon' flinch. Squares in the house, they can't take the stench. Fuck nigga, you give Vino an inch, I'ma take him out in that fuck nigga bitch. What you thought? I'ma put it in my mouth. Player nigga since I was sporting ball. Smoking weed, that's gonna make the cough. And we can still be in the parking lot up at Ross. Swing the pen square, pull a tender, cause she see me rain on me and swear. Mr. Uli, she like ooh wee. I guess that's where the cool niggas be. What? Bitch, you just ran out of luck. Check up purse, the bitch turned to a duck. But I entertain her, cause she got a big butt. But I cut her off as soon as she say butt. Boy, I keep it peace since I was Lil V. Getting in and cross some PhD. Getting them ends with B-A-B-E. Every day, nigga turn a G into a key. Okay.
If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. I'm about their president. And I hustle through the residence. Pimp on your bitch, and it's evident. Them niggas sweet like a peppermint. I'm on the east side where your heifer went. Do not run, I'm a stepper, man. And I run your bitches like a relay. I don't give a fuck about on he, she say. Pull up on your bitch right where V stay. We want the cash off in the purse. Kill the pussy, go get a hearse. I speak game when I spit a verse. I remain selling Eddie Kane. With the beam, I got a daily aim. I'm built to last like a Chevy, man. And we trap, we sip heavy drink. My niggas is foolish, they don't ever think. My niggas crash out and they go blank. Hey, you fuck niggas have no rank. I make a whole bitch go pay a deposit. High school used to hide them hoes in the closet. Dick in the mouth and I make a jaw stick. I make a wet just like a faucet. You a worker and I'm on some ball shit. I blast the burner and then I toss it. I go crazy, man, I must have lost it. I drive a bitch until she get exhausted. What's the interest, we gon' go for it. Where the dough at, she gon' hope for it. I bought my cheese like Rotel. I can't fuck with no rats, they gon' go tell. I'm at the motel with Rochelle. If you do not have the cash, you make no sale.
Okay, see. 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 RP to my nigga Tony Yeller. That's fucked up. Always be in memory, boy. We gon' keep it lit for you. I'ma see you when I see you.
Get matched today with the tax expert who's just right for your situation. They'll do your taxes from
That's just what that is. Retarded, dumb, ruthless, frontline trooping, Crips with the whooping, and the neighborhood stupid. Gas like propane, walk ups close range, ain't no chest shots, pop at your brain. Just know one thing, Blue Honey boys, we get it in, and if it ain't about the dollars, then it don't make sense. Just to put a wig on a pig and make that bitch dick. Bleed a beat for Georgia all the way back to Big Hot. Look. You know what's up, got that mood showing love, blood walking up in the club. Black Reese with skyline, my brand sneakers and tank. Tiny Mouse so drunk as fuck in my nigga bang lanes. Thunder pulling up and we don't do no fake shit. I'ma get off and smash the bottle across his face. You know what it is, no traces, chopper lifting faces. No accent because your bitch, she likes to take dick. New big, Remy got me acting foolish. Fifth fist of nothing else got me real stupid. Crips and plus both sides in here whooping. The little bitch, we knew fit. In the club, new big. Remy got me acting foolish. Fifth fist of nothing else got me real stupid. Crips and blood, both sides in here whooping. The little bitch, we knew fit. Now 2 step to the left, skip, bang crip. A bottle of that Remy acting new, but off the fifth. Dancing with your holders, chunky banger on my hip. Plus they searching at the door, so how we get this chop in? Pretty women in the club shaking ass all night. They been dancing, trying to show me what that ass feel like. Nature poppin' up to us, smoke poppin' up to us, little 7 off of nothing us. So bitch, go and shake your butt. East side swinging in this bitch. Tucking gang signs with the thing on my hip. You stepping with the extras, going off the Remy. You said this was your bitch, so why she dancing with me, silly? Blue Honey boy's the name, and I ain't even gotta say it. Cold and nab at the parties, bitches twerking fully naked. Twist on the phone, baby, dancing X-rated. Drug off that Remy money, only thing I'm chasing to the rap game. You'll 7 here, writing on the statement. Got him to the top, I'ma show you how to make it. And get no handouts, so I had to come and take it. Knock these haters out like Harlem when I'm shaking. Bitch, we in the club, new big. Remy got me acting foolish. Fifth fist of nothing else got me real stupid. Crips and plus both sides in here whooping. The little bitch, we new big. In the club, new big. Remy got me acting foolish. Fifth fist of nothing else got me real stupid. Crips and plus both sides in here whooping. The little bitch, we new big. Tell them little 7 did it. The little bitch, we new big. Little bitch, we new big. Drunk off the Remy, got us acting real stupid. We new big. The bitch, we new big. Drunk off the Remy, got a nigga acting stupid. Stupid nigga, you know we stupid nigga. For real. Blue Honey boys, that's the name of the game.
I'ma gone and what, take it back. When they first started coming to the back end. When you ain't gotta take it back, they always for sure gonna be coming back. And it ain't gotta be no comeback for V to make it come back. I always get what's on the back. Plus I'll flip her over and put cum on her back. Oh yeah, baby got back. We went out to eat. Chris, baby, back. My money is on the highway. I'm waiting for my uncle, babe, to get back with the Cali. Fuck with the payback. Stay put us on long as we pay them back. We put it down from May to May. Maybe come through in a Maybach. Blowing on swishers. Blowing on cones, my nigga, we blowing back. Lift the top down, press the gas fast. Now your girl, her blowing back. Her sipping liquor, put the bird back. She want me to dick her what bird back. She had too much wine, too many lines. Plus the bitch got a bird's back. I can bring the birds back. I'm a true player, put me at running back. If I get my hands on them bands, I'ma find the hoe and we gon' run it back. All she do is wash my bag, wash my bag. We taking shower, she wash my back. We got some shit, she got in the mix. Fuck around and got my watch back. Bought a pack back, bought a pack back. You can tell cause it's packed in the back. And in my backpack got some shit that make a nigga get back. Oh yeah, we know the Mac. You gon' have to peep game on the playback. Might catch me on ESPN, chopping up game, talking about running playback, nigga.
Listen. Man, them hoes gon' listen. When I speak on a beat, all I do is punch like Sonny. Listen. Man, my niggas don't listen. I was trapping so hard, forgot to hit my booster and get my list in. Listen. Bitch ass niggas is listening. When I'm back on they bitch, all I do is spit that Listerine, nigga. Listen. Yeah, them hoes don't listen. Listen. Yeah, my niggas don't listen.
When you see me out, I'm in the latest edition. A polo golf gear with a matching pouch. What's my addition? I sported to go fishing. I was trying to catch me a vixen. The requirements is thick skin, brown, like a pig skin. I'm a clown. When I hit skins, I'm going tough and something tough in my town. Yeah, I got tens, but I'm coming with two hoes just like handcuffs. Candy, Sandy, maybe Randy, blowing on exotic, not brown hairs like Bambi. You know the drug gon' keep me all the way dandy. While one feed me grapes and the other one fed me. Chillin' on the east in the OKC. What you a beast? Okay, let's see. Extended clips on that 223. I got niggas from the crib and the B. Hit that job, boy, when we catch ya. They got me catching heat just like a catcher. Shirt looking like you just spilled some ketchup. Somebody caught a cough, now they tryna catch up. Reno, yeah, I gotta go tough. Puff, no, I can't get enough. Hell yeah, my blood speed kinda buff. And I'm flipping myself, no, they ain't stuff. Grind and shining is what I do. I put more ice on blocks than igloos. When I pop on the mic, boy, they say he a fool. In the backyard, I'm thinking Olympic size pool.
Shop fresh looks at low prices at the Mathis Outlet. Come in now for the Lazy Boy BOGO event. Buy one Lazy Boy recliner and get the second one absolutely free. Recliner pairs start at just $7.99. They're in stock now with easy financing.
This is J.P. Banks Music.
When you're sticking to the script, it's a lonely road. So they left the home, tank the big homie told. You know the way this testimony hold. On that L4, they gon' politic on them codes. SBI Bank EC for really though. Used to really go, ask my nigga Chili Mo. Had a cold gun game, crazy knuckle up. Bust on enemies with baby double up. Back and forth with the main streets on 98. Q9 cell, me and Lil Johnny Ray. Posted up on Colton with a big ratchet. Way before Lil Wayne threw on that snitch jacket. Walk New York with Slim Bad, what up, Big Track? Gave them back they L cuz you did that. Love my lokes even if we don't interact. Lil Mont, baby Psych and Lil Black. EC. EC. 97th Street, smack dead in the Middle East. Fuck the police for King Ron and Lil Reese. Tell the truth, SP3 never lack rhymes. Sometimes feel I might die behind my rap lines. We ain't in Malibu now, we in Maui. Baby Pie, EC, Bear, me and Wowie. Tico, Kiko, EC Red. Still can't believe Frankie and CC dead. Come to putting in work. Did more than a little dirt. Airbrush shirt. Big Milk, Lil Merc, Lil Box, Baby Ant, both souls, all the coops. First Street to 24 when we call the troops. Lost a legend when we buried Bug. Coach love to the riders that carry cuz, never seen it coming. Was a little foul, still took heart though. My hat off to Lil Al, EC.
Big spot and little spotter both got an Ezel. Tiny Spotter got 19, rest in peace, Ezel. Shouts to the females representing EC. The brownies to the quotas, rest in peace, TT. Big Tommy son on the 7, that's J Pops. Me and mine never bowed down to J Box. And that's the coldest cripper nigga ever met. Coldest cripper ever heard about. Better yet, 33rd never every only time a nigga ran. On the land, go ask my nigga Ran. ECG unit came up a little short. Got told on by that nigga Lil Show. When on TV, the homies did BT ugly. Got love for Infinite, Lil EC Buzzy. For death though, that mean to my dying day. EC, that's all I've been trying to say. EC.
He's died. He's died.
EC. 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 EC.
He's died. Okay, Ken. Yeah. Yeah, what it do, what it do. Vino the most, aka Lil V, aka Trilly Trill, aka Got Dreams. Coming through with Found in America Part 4A. Straight up Magellan. I was gonna drop the video, but I said let me just go on and do the live thing. You know what I'm saying? Go on and do the live thing and just present the information like that. So I don't know if they're gonna let me drop the link. Let's just see what's up with this right here. They've been tripping on the link. And YouTube still won't let me drop the link, so it looks like this is just gonna be a regular little build. I guess just a little one-on-one build. But I'm gonna go on and try to show some information about about what I found in the Straits of Magellan, 1551. So, you know, I've been doing a little series. I got part 1, we in Panama. Part 2, it's just kind of like some Seminole games, some Seminole information. Part 3 was Ethiopians found in Texas. And I also shedded a little bit of light on Santa Catalina, Africa, which was the first Indian spot in Florida that they raided for the colonists of Charleston, which is now Charlestown. Well, was Charlestown, which is now Charleston, South Carolina. And this is back when Charleston first was established. So now I'm going back to 1551. But before I even show you that, because I seen Brother Ankh do a video saying that yeah, I don't know why it won't let me share the link. You know what I'm saying? I may be able to do it tomorrow, but I guess I'll just do a little build. just kind of show my little information. And then I'll do another little live later on to see if I can basically do I guess a post show after this show about the information, if I can drop the link. But just like I say, I seen Brother Unc do a video, and I think, basically I think they, talking about my information and talking about, the stuff that I've been presenting to Sean P. and not a coincidence, because they was on the part of Columbus seeing black, or about the story in 1498 about the people in Hispaniola saying that they encountered black people. And, they basically, they did a whole video basically saying that Vertimus Sertiman, and I ain't even get the information from Vertimus Sertiman, you know what I'm saying? I was just doing my own little, deep dives, and I came across that book, and I came across it myself, you know what I'm saying? Now, man, I heard about Vertimus Sertiman, you know what I'm saying, back in the day, when niggas was, getting that Pan-African game. But it wasn't never nobody that that I hung on to, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't never nobody that I was like, okay, let me save his video, let me always go to his video. Like the people that I was liking back then was Khalid Muhammad, Seti, and but they type would be us John Henry Clark, Coakley, then was Ivan Van Sertiman. And what I'm saying, I was liking they type of builds when I was kind of doing the Pan-African thing. But I guess his name is Brother Ankh, and a lot of the teachers within the Pan-African sector, I guess if you come with evidence, or if you come with your little stuff, I guess your little research, and they saying that it's Ivan Van Sertiman. I'm like, I ain't even following, you know what I'm saying? I really don't even know what he really talking about, really, really too deep about the situation. But I did see a couple of things where, he kind of said something, but it ain't nobody that I just study or nothing like that, which I'm pretty sure eventually, I would have to look into him a little bit more and see exactly what he was saying. But I'm doing my own thing right now, you know what I'm saying? Straight up. I'm doing my own readings. I'm doing my own search. So just like I say, Brother Unc did the video the other day. You can go to his page. It was him and a female on there, and they was basically tearing down all the old teachers that even said anything about black people being over here before white people coming over here. So basically, Brother Unc is basically putting out there that he used to believe the same thing, and that some of the best done said it, but they was wrong. But that don't mean that they work is tainted. Sometimes they just be wrong on some things, and basically just said that that all the old heads was wrong about black people being over here, from the fact that they done did DNA, and the DNA thing is out now and stuff like that. So I just thought that was kind of funny because the angles that I've been coming with, they really ain't discredited my angles, except for saying that
you know, that it's not true. You know, that it's not true what they said in the book. You can't believe what's in the book. You can't believe what's in the history books, and stuff like that. So, you know, I just found that kind of crazy because it's like, okay, why is they even mentioning stuff like this in the history books? You know what I'm saying? And for it to be a serious type thing as far as, you know, Black people in America, I don't see why these type of things wouldn't be so highlighted for the Black people in America to where we can know, you know, what they knew back then. You know, I don't know why it's not a highlight for Black people in history that's in America. But, you know, they kind of, you know, it seemed like that they try to discredit the authors, you know, anybody that did say it, you know, they pseudo white man. They, you know, they really wasn't, you know, they really not credible within the scholars. You know, they really shoot holes at what niggas present. You know, I ain't mad at it, you know, because, you know, they doing their thing. You know, they doing their thing, and, you know, they just really just making a nigga go harder with this shit, you know what I'm saying, until niggas can answer certain questions and I can, you know, lay certain shit in the bed. So that's why I'm continuing with this little program, Found in America, which this is part 4A. I did 1 through 3 already. And I'm just coming with little evidence that I'm finding where it's basically Black people found in America. You know, it's in text, it's on maps, it's within drawings. That's the stuff that I'm presenting, and I'm just trying to, you know, connect the dots, and hopefully I can connect the dots. But let me go back into, well, basically, let me go back to this real quick, because it's like I say, Brother Unc had did the video, and basically they were shooting shots at this get down right here that I had came up. I ain't gonna say that I came up with, but that I had presented to Sean P and to Not a Coincidence on their channel. And it I can kind of tell that it kind of caught them off guard, because they really didn't have a valid answer to, you know, why even, you know, when I presented it to, even on the Q Butter channel, I presented this, and you know, they just basically tried to discredit the author and say that it wasn't true. But everything else in the book is true, as far as all the other characters' names, and, you know, the lands, the name of the, you know, certain parts and seas and dates and stuff like that. All that type of stuff is true. But when it comes to Black people, you know, it's niggas are second guessing everything about it. So, you know, Brother didn't present this right here. You know, I don't know why they just don't keep it real with their fans about, you know, why they saying certain things and why they kind of bringing up certain things, instead of bringing out the real of what somebody said and presenting to the people of what the person said, instead of kind of basically, I mean, they got their program on how they gonna push information and stuff like that. So I'm just thinking it's funny. I'm just, you know, if you've been doing this type of stuff and presenting information, it shouldn't be nothing to put the other persons that you basically talking about, put their argument out there correctly, to where the people would know exactly what you're talking about, but basically you just try to like put it in a broad sense and just say that, you know, this is what they saying, this is a go-to, and a lot of people don't even know this go-to right here. As far as a lot of black people, you know, they can't go to this page right here, they can't go to this book and argue this point with certain people. And the point is, for this book right here, because this is what they brought up. So the Life and Voyages of Christopher Columbus. Now they also saying that if you want to know anything about Christopher Columbus, go to his journal. Go to his journal, go to his journal, go to his journal. But his original journals and the original copies is being lost. They been said this, which I guess I would have to show it on here. I don't know why I already didn't have it brung up, but I guess I'll try to bring that up also, because they just tried to, you know, stand on the fact that I guess it's only one literature, it's only one story, it's only one author, it's only one story that can validate exactly what happened that Christopher Columbus was talking about back then. And which I will bring that up, but let me go into this right here, because this is where it started at. Discoveries of Trinidad. Hold on, what page is it? So people know 216. I think it's chapter 29. Discovery of Trinidad and the coast of Paria, which is South America. Paria. Arrival at San Domingo. 1498, on the 30th of May, 1498, Columbus set sail from the port of St. Matter of fact, I'm not even going to read it. We're going to get it done correctly because I'm not just the best reader. So we're going to do it like
Chapter 29. Discovery of Trinidad and the coast of Paria. Arrival at San Domingo. 1498. On the 30th of May, 1498, Columbus set sail from the port of San Lucar de Barrameda, with a squadron of 6 vessels, on his third voyage of discovery. From various considerations, he was induced to take a different route from that pursued in his former expeditions. He had been assured, by persons who had traded to the east, that the rarest objects of commerce, such as gold, precious stones, drugs, and spices, were chiefly to be found in the regions about the equator, where the inhabitants were black or darkly colored, and that, until he arrived among people of such complexions, it was not probable he would find those articles in great abundance. Columbus expected to find such people more to the south and southeast. He recollected that the natives of Hispaniola had spoken of black men who had once come to their island from the south, the heads of whose javelins were of guanin, or adulterated gold. The natives of the Caribbee Islands, also, had informed him that a great tract of the mainland lay to the south, and in his preceding voyage he had remarked that Cuba, which he supposed to be the continent of Asia, swept off in that direction. He proposed, therefore, to take his departure from the Cape de Verde.
So you already know the part, you know what I'm saying? Were chiefly found in the region about the equator where the inhabitants were black or darkly colored. Also, the natives. Hold on, let me bring that back. He recollected that the natives of Hispaniola had spoken of black men who had once come to their islands from the south, with the heads of whose javelins were guanin, adulterated gold. So they saying that that's a lie. that didn't happen, even though it's in a book, even though it's within the Christopher Columbus story. It's right there. But you know, they say it's not true, which I just feel is kind of crazy that everything else about the story, about that about that whole thing is all true, about the Indians, about the oceans, about the boats, about what they found, about what they traded, how it was acting. But when it comes to that part, they said that the black people was there. You know, they act real funny about the situation. So I come back to this part right here. The Christopher Columbus Journal. And the Christopher Columbus Journal is a diary or logbook written by Christopher Columbus about his first voyage. The journal covers events from August 3rd, 1492, when Columbus departed, to March 15th, 1493, and includes a prologue addressing the sovereigns. Several contemporary references confirm Columbus kept a journal of his voyages as a daily record of events and as evidence for the Catholic monarchs. Upon his return to Spain in the spring of 1493, Columbus presented the journal to Isabel of Castile. She had it copied, retained the original, and gave the copy to Columbus before his second voyage. The whereabouts of the original had been unknown since 1504. The copy descends to Columbus' grandson, Louis, who is thought to have sold it in order to fund lifestyle. It is now lost. The only surviving version of the journal is an abstract written by Bartholomew, I guess his brother. Since the discovery, copy in the 18th century, scholars have questioned the accuracy of the copy and fidelity of the original. So with them saying this, they jumping down niggas' backs because a nigga presented this shit right here. You know, some shit that I don't even I just came across the motherfucking book. Just doing some Christopher Columbus research. Just came across the book, read the shit, and now this whole part right here is a hot topic. Niggas done attacked it. Sean P attacked it. Not a coincidence attacked it. Now we got Brother Ankh and some of the top Pan-Africans attacking what I'm bringing. The shit is crazy because a nigga, Brother Ankh, is one of them niggas like SETI back in the day with the Pan-African. You know what I'm saying? And I guess nowadays he's saying that his studies back then and what he was saying back then is wrong. So I'm like, damn, nigga, how you right now? Because all you basically saying is that, okay, we just gonna go off what the scientists say. We just going off scientists. But the scientists change every year. Scientists said changing like a motherfucker. I guess he changed too. So I don't know. I guess everything gonna have to. I don't know. I guess I ain't hit that level to where I feel like I gotta change. This ain't official. I don't know how this ain't official right here. But it's like I say, everything else in the book is official. But then we come, you know, they say, well, go to the, you know, just go to Christopher Columbus Journal. That's the only place where you're going to get the truth about what happened. Everybody else that said anything about it is fraud. That's basically what they saying. But the journals ain't that shit. That shit on Front Street, you ain't even have to do a deep dive to see that shit is a wobbler. You know what I'm saying? So I guess everything that's written back then, as far as on the history, is a wobbler. So I say, all right, it's a wobbler. You know what I'm saying? I only got one source on it, 1498, but I got that though. You know what I'm saying? But then niggas was, you know, I seen, you know, when I brought the information that niggas was shook, because when I brought the information, niggas is hopping on the fact that they saying 1492. 1492 is before 1498. You can't add. 1492. So basically they saying that because Christopher Columbus had went to a certain island in the West Indies, that because it was, I guess a couple of black people on this boat, that when the people was talking about the black people, I guess the Indians of Hispaniola, when they was talking about the black people, they was talking about the black people that the goddamn Christopher Columbus and them brought over. It's like, my nigga, they talking about the people that these niggas ain't even explored yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, my nigga, I'm finna slow walk these niggas with this shit tonight with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I want these niggas to see this shit. And I got a third source for the Panama shit. I'm going to present that. And I'm also coming with the Strait of Magellan. But I'm just going to come with the part 1 on that because it's a deep dive on part B. You know what I'm saying? About how I'm supposed to connect, you know, the black people, you know, that they found in a certain area, how, you know, they was enslaved, you know what I'm saying? So, but I'm supposed to handle this 1513 and handle this 1498 situation because I see Brother Unc want to jump into me and Sean P. and Not a Coincidence. Not a Coincidence is done. You know what I'm saying? Not being funny or nothing like that. Or not being, you know what I'm saying, on no weird shit. But, you know, I guess Not a Coincidence got love for a nigga or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Niggas on the round table game one day. I don't know if he still got it or whatnot. Coats and ideas. So now.
Army of platinum plaque, smoking Vegas back to back, no endo. Carrying fully automatics attached to extendos. Never giving up info, building on my credentials. Living in residential, sacrificed only the bare essentials. Running off at the den shows that had you in ballistics in my section. Slip in and out without detection, but still got question. Cops was on me 2 years in a new identity, the witch protection. I told that neglected the fact that I'm a victim of the ghetto. Where I'm from, we don't tell it. We sell the shit with heavy metal.
Strictly ghetto, nigga.
That's some little funky shit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Check it out. Yeah.
And you step into this room of battle. And my friend, Sir Eric Thompson, whom I mentioned earlier about the Plain Jane Clubwoman thing, he said, it's a little raid. The Maya didn't have war, so this must be a little raid. But in fact, it is one of the great battle paintings in all of art history. You see this, it unfolds across 3 walls, and it includes figures who repeat from place to place, figures who straddle particular parts of going from one wall to another. Figures where in one case a hand reaches out of a scene it doesn't belong in and touches another. This violation of the wall, the notion that painting is artifice. It's easy to look at these paintings and say, well, it's a documentary photograph the Maya had war. We all get that now. But in fact, it's all about artifice. Part of the artifice here is time again that is unfolding. The battle starts at the far left. Trumpets blare. We come to this little vignette here in the center where this captive actually seems to fly right out of the scene. If you stand in that room, his feet feel in your face. And then captives along the bottom edge of the battle scene are trussed up. 2 or 3 victorious warriors, sometimes 4 or 5, all ganging up on individuals to strip them of their finery and tie them up and bring them to some other location. Watching it all up above are ancestor figures, ancestors and even the captives of ancestors, as though they live on in the stars. And if we go back to the color here, I will simply say that there's no azurite ground into the blue here, but rather carbon to make it dark and potent, perhaps dawn, perhaps dusk. If you sit on the bench, you sit on top of the captives. You're part of it. You're now a victor. You sit on someone whose fingernails perhaps have been pulled, his lips have been trimmed, his fingers pulled out of joint. This is where you are. You sit on them. And if you sit on them, you then look back at the door through which you walked. You walk through, turn around, and this is what you see. And it's often held up as the greatest of all the walls in the Bonaparte paintings.
Shout out to my folks over there at Yale, holding it down with this Mayan information in history, showing us that the Black Aborigines of America was already in America before Europeans came to America. As we look at the drawings and the paintings in the temples, the ancestors, dark brown, we know that the so-called Indians and Mexicans of today is not producing different shades, colors of brown people. It's not happening. It's only Black people that's producing that dark chocolate, that red, that yellow. That's only Black people that can do that. As you see, they're saying that we're going back to 1000 BC and up to 1521. And that drawing painting at the temple, they say it's from the 900s. Christopher Columbus and them didn't get over here till 1492. Now check this out. Now within the same book, The 8 Decades of Peter Martyr, we both read that the Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province. Now they're talking about Balboa. Balboa is the first European to see the Pacific Ocean. It says that the Negroes, they live only in the region 1 day's march from Curica, and they are fierce and cruel. It is thought that the Negro pirates of Ethiopia established themselves after a wreck of their ships in these mountains. The natives of Curica carry on an incest war with these Negroes. Massacre or slavery is that alternate fortune of the two people.
Now, I know I ain't tripping because the paintings on the wall look just like what they talking about. Negroes and they getting down having wars. It's the same people. Check. Plus, I know that 8 decade story gotta be true because it's lining up with this book right here. Check this out. We already read it, but I'm supposed to bring it back. I'm bringing it back. Check. Also, Balboa declared that he went to discover the South Sea, and in a certain land named Curica, he found Black people with frizzled hair where there never any other found either in New Spain, Castello or Peru. And this is 1513. Hey, they brought it up twice in the book. Check. He went therefore from Dern
the first day of September, carrying some Indians of the country with him to be his guides, and he marched outward the land, sometimes quietly, sometimes in war. And in a certain place called Quirica, he found Negroes captured with curled hair, and never up to that time were others seen or known until now, in all these parts of New Spain, Golden Castilla, and Peru. And then they made this movie in 1963, Balboa Conquistador of the Pacific, and they slipped up and showed what the people looked like where Balboa had went in Panama. And they first slipped up with their totem pole. Then you see the statue back there. You see the drawing in the background. I mean, ain't no Mexicans or no Eskimos creating no kids that color. These is all black people, Aborigines of America. Now we're going back to the 8 decades of Peter Martyr, where it say the vast region is divided into 2 parts, one called Taya and the other called Maya. And this is the first mention of the word Maya. The traders whom Columbus met were doubtless Mayas, coming from some of the great fairs or markets. For the second time, he brushed past the civilization of Yucatan and Mexico, leaving to later comers the glory of their discovery. And the story with that discovery involves this guide right here. Now check out the story where Cortez, who was the conquistador that conquered Mexico, check out this story on how he found his guide. And the man's name is Geronimo Aguilar. He was born in Spain. He came to the New World involved with the church and the missionaries. He went down to Panama when they first settled, and the people that was running it, I guess they was getting into it with each other. That was the person that got into it with Balboa, and Balboa wouldn't let him land, and they had to go back to Cuba. And on their way back to Cuba, they had a shipwreck in Yucatan, and he got stranded there for about 8 to 10 years. And when Cortez landed on the Yucatan, when we first started discovering Mexico, he heard some Indians within the area speaking Spanish. So they sent out a letter to those Indians to say, if y'all got a Spaniard over there, give him this letter and tell him to come meet us. And this is the story on when they met Aguilar. And this book right here, The Mastering of Mexico, is where we're going to get the game from. And 7 Indians came with Geronimo when he met the Spaniards. A soldiers in Tepeya's company promptly ran to Cortez with news that a Spaniard had returned. So much did his countenance look like that of an Indian that as the 7 men passed, many of our men kept asking, which is the Spaniard? And added to the fact that his complexion was naturally brown. He was shorn like an Indian slave. He carried a paddle across his shoulder and had a tattered stocking on one leg and another at his waist. And from right here, we know that the Yucatans was brown like an African would be, because that's the only way that the Spaniard could be brown. All Spaniards are like a fur color, and the only time they was brown is when they had African descent, when they had Africans over there in Spain. So that's how we get in the mix up with the brown people over here in America and the brown people that's coming from Africa. And as you see, they easily could have got mislabeled because they was working with the black male slaves, Indians, and the giants. But we know that the Yucatans are brown color, just like the Africans that came over with the Spaniards that's from Spain. Now, this painting right here, the author is unknown, but it's depicting Cortez whenever he conquered Tabasco. Tabasco is Veracruz in the Yucatan area. And as you can see from the Indians in the painting, that it was already black people in America. Check this out. Now, look at that black man over there to the right with the red feather on his head. Some more colored people. Also, look at the black man on the ground getting stumped by the horse. That's a black Aboriginal American right there. Now, we also have Juan Guaido, who they say is a black conquistador, and who was the first African to be on North America's land in 1513 when he did an expedition with Leon in Florida. Now, once they took over Mexico, he was given many different titles as a doorkeeper, a courier, a constable, an auctioneer, an executioner, a piper, master of weights and measures, a doorkeeper, or guard. He settled in Mexico City in 1524 for 4 years and then began a gold mining operation with slave labor. He joined Cortez in the 1530s for still another expedition in search of the mythic Black Amazons. And you also got a military general, Vincent Palacio, saying that it's undisputable that in very ancient times, the Negroes occupied Mexico. They brought their own religions, codes, and ideas. So now we're going to switch it up and we're going to take it to a description of what the people in the Carolinas was looking like in 1524 when Giovanni Verrazzano came through. He said that they go completely naked. They are dark in color, unlike the Ethiopians, with thick black hair, not very long, but tied behind the head like a small tail. They have a broad chest, strong arms, and the legs and other parts of the body is well composed. They have broad faces and angular faces. They also said they are not very strong, but they are sharp, cunning, and agile, swift runners. From what we can tell from observation in the last two respects, they resemble the Orientals, particularly those from the farthest Serene regions. We can also go to this book to get a description of the Indians in South Carolina. As it says, the Indians of South Carolina were reddish brown or copper color. The men were tall and straight with well-shaped limbs and almost perfect figure. Now, when South Carolina first jumped off with the British settlers, they was coming from the islands, Barbados, where they was running plantations down there, starting in 1620s. And around 1640, that's when the plantations and the businesses increased. And it looks like that they had expanded to the Carolinas in 1670. And this what was going on in Carolinas when they first got there. Now, this book right here is where we get the real game of what happened in South Carolina. By the Spaniards, all settlements in Carolina were regarded as intrusions into Florida, but especially those south of Ashley River, for so the Council of the Indies read the meaning of the Treaty of Madrid. Nor were officials like Governor Cabrera accustomed to discriminate nicely between the pirates and the colonists who sheltered them. And now the Spaniards were further wantonly provoked by the reckless Indian policy of the Scots. Yamasees were employed from Port Royal and incursions upon the Mission Providence of the Chickamaugas. There is evidence that they were incited by Lord Cardross himself and Trader Westbrook. Ample precedents might be found in the practices of the Charlestown traders, but in view of the exposed situation of Stewartstown, Woodward, who was not likely to be squeamish, was justified in condemning the Timacuas raid in 1685 as an unadvised project. The proprietors, too, for all their sympathy with Cardross, were convinced that this affair provoked the Spaniards' attack in the next year. Several Indians who took part in the destruction of Santa Catalina de Africa were examined on their return by Henry Woodward. They declared that the Scots had armed and excited them, and that they had burnt several towns, and in particular the said chapel and friar's house, and killed 50 of the Timachoes, and brought away 22 prisoners, which they delivered to the Scots as slaves. Now, when I type in Santa Catalina de Africa, this is what pops up. Santa Catalina de Guale was a Spanish Franciscan mission and town in Spanish Florida, part of Spain's effort to convert the Native Americans to Catholicism. In the 17th century, this group of people had a dramatic population loss due to, they say, an epidemic disease. I don't believe that. They was just taking the people, slaving them. and after two major slave raiding attacks in the 1680s, the Santa Catalina de Guale missions was moved to South Sapalino Island. The attacking force consisted of about 300 Westo Indians who had been armed, supplied, and encouraged to attack the Spanish missions by English colonial authorities in South Carolina. Santa Catalina Guale was the first to fall. Its defense included a recently built fort, 6 Spanish soldiers, and about 40 Christian Indians. Other missions in the regions quickly fell to the slave raiders. By 1685, the Guale peoples had either fled inland, joining unconverted groups such as Yamasees, or had relocated to Amelia Island's 3 settlements of Santa Catalina de Guale, San Felipe, Santa Clara de Tupiqua. In 1702, during Queen Anne's War, the Carolina governor James Moore launched an invasion of Spanish Florida. In the process, the settlements of Amelia Island, including Santa Catalina de Guale, were destroyed. The surviving inhabitants who remained under the Spanish mission system moved to the vicinity of St. Augustine. Moore arrived in South Carolina from Barbados around 1675 and became the leading Indian trader and lieutenant of Maurice Matthews, a leader of the colony's leading political faction, the Goose Creek Men. The Goose Creek, an outlying area of Charleston. In 1683, Moore was granted 2,400 acres by the Lord Proprietors. He called his estates Butchewee. Part of this land is known today as Liberty Hall Plantation. James Moore and his wife had 10 children in the Lower Cape Fear region, where they and their descendants became known as the family, the most powerful family in the region. He led 500 colonists, 300 native allies, and 14 small ships on an invasion of Spanish Florida along the coast, destroying the remaining Spanish missionary Indians of Guala and Mocama, and devastating the lands around St. Augustine. Another result of the defeat of the Appalachians was the collapse of the final defense of the Indians of Florida. In the following years, Carolinians and Indian slave raiders virtually wiped out the Indian population of Florida all the way to the Florida Keys.
My big bro said last gon' step it up, finna buy some property, all these bitches docking. You niggas sleeping, I'm talking about big time, finna go to Izzy, yeah, I like the way shit shine.
Our speaker tonight is Theodora Light. She's a PhD student in history at the University of Georgia. Her research centers on indigenous Florida, particularly how Indian slavery affected Florida in the wider South during the 16th and 17th centuries. She currently works as a graduate teaching assistant, but has experience in training in the field of public history.
So it started really with this map. I came across it when I was doing research at the Archivo General de Indias, sort of looking for maps to correspond with some of the ideas that I was coming across that were just fleeting mentions, right? So when we study indigenous Florida or indigenous early colonial histories of any sort, we often have to go to sort of other sources of information in order to back up our ideas and our theories. So from the map that's in the map, probably came from a partnership between Hamilton and Colonel John Barnwell, otherwise known as Tuscarora Jack, right? So a lot of the indigenous information is coming from someone who is famous for his participation in the Tuscarora Wars. But it provides pretty incredible detail. And among that detail, as I was sort of focusing in on Florida, right, where I'm interested, I noticed here, and I can get a little pen here so I can laser point. I noticed this section here that I've circled for you. And the caption here is Tocobaga Indians destroyed 1709. And so a couple things came to my mind, and first and foremost among them is that that's not where the Tocobaga are from. Like, that's not their place. So was this like some mistake in the map? I had a lot of questions, right? What are they doing essentially in Appalachia, which is most of this region here? Like I said, and as y'all are probably familiar with, this is the area that's highlighted in the map, and these are the homelands of the Tocobaga. So what did I know about the Tocobaga? What have I learned about the Tocobaga? Around the time that Europeans invaded the peninsula of Florida, we have documentation of what they reported life to be like, in addition to some archaeological work, though that has been spotty and not done very recently. So we sort of piece these things together from multiple sources. One of the primary targets of slave raids are these missions in North Florida. And so further than just this, what I've targeted for our talk as something that, sparked my interest. If you read closely, and again, the map on the Yale website is very, very clear. You can see, at least here, where it's identified Timucua, it says wholly laid waste, being destroyed by the Carolinians, 1706, right? And so these slave raids are impinging on a world that has been heavily missionized, decimated by disease for almost 150 years. And the sort of coup de grace considered this series of raids perpetrated by James Moore, a Carolinian, with his Yamasee and Creek allies. And that is going to be the pretty much the end of the North Florida mission chains that had been populated by tens of thousands of people. And so when we ask this question, okay, what does it mean destroyed? What happened to them? The context here is that they've already been displaced from the area that they're from by an increasing regional instability, right? And they've relocated in groups as maroon communities in Appalachia. Appalachia, as well as Timucua and Guale, are already porous. These places have been subject to disease, conflict, a dozen rebellions, and increasing sort of clamping down on tribute requirements from the Spanish, from their capital at St. Augustine. You add in this slave raiding that starts at the end of the 1600s. This area is already so loose and horrific. It's bad things have been happening there for 150 years, right? And so by the time the Yamasee War happens between 1715 and 1717, and that's a whole nother talk in and of itself, all this conflict is just building and building and building. And central to the conflict itself is the pervasive nature of Indian slavery and its, sort of region-wide effects. As to the last question, what does destroyed mean? I don't think all Tocobagas were wiped off the face of the earth, right? That's the issue that we have with this sort of wholly laid waste or destroyed, right? It indicates that there's no cultural continuity, there's no survival. But of course, Florida is not only affected by the Caribbean, but powerfully impacted by colonization of Carolina and this sort of devastating Indian slave trade that develops there. Years, I don't remember when this book was published, but Alan Galley's Bancroft book, he posited that this slave trade enslaved between 30 and 50,000 people, indigenous people, who were either captured directly by the British or by Native Americans for sale to the British, often to pay off these sort of unruly debts that traders are imposing on them. And so this figure between 30 and 50,000, that's just before 1715 at the outbreak of the Yamasee War. And so, trading even if it's slave trading, again, you're, spreading disease. Those communities are spreading disease. It's causing incredible conflict. Is something that in a world where people do know what's happening nearby, it had to be terrifying, just the uncertainty of it all, the danger of it all. So this sort of uncertain, horrible world to live in might have encouraged people to say, you know what, we're going to go somewhere else, and maybe seek the protection of a powerful cacique, and attempt to leverage our economic viability or whatever, our kin ties going back hundreds of years, trade relationships, to live somewhere safer. I would suggest then that what they're doing, seeking protection from a world pervaded by notions of enslavement, changing notions of enslavement, that the term maroon works for this, for what's happening here. I would also suggest that indigenous marronage like this has existed in South Florida since those first reports at Calusa, in the first years of the 1500s, and that it likely existed across the peninsula and the wider Southeast. So why am I telling you all this, right? We're going to take this back to Appalachia and Tocobaga people living in Appalachia, because indeed they did live in Appalachia, and people have commented on this. So the map on the left is essentially, you can see up here is where it is in Florida. It's right at the crux of the curve of the panhandle. And this is Appalachia territory. And John Hahn, in his book on Appalachia, did identify several Tocobaga settlements. There's not just one. There are multiple sort of independent settlements of Tocobaga people. And where he's getting this information is from a 1678 Visita by Domingo de Lituriondo. And that part of it is here on the right. And as he's crossing Florida, he comes across this, settlement of what he titles as Tocobagas infieles, or, literally infidel Tocobagas, who are living autonomously. They have a sort of economic role in the community itself. They're serving as river transport that the Spanish themselves use, right? So if we're talking about those economic ties that Maroon communities are able to leverage, a perfect example. They are unconverted. They are not Christians, right? And the reason that this is important is by the second quarter of the 1600s, Appalachia is missionized. This is a Christian community. There's no discussion of how they ended up here. Why are they there? So there's just no 100% answer, but I think it would be plausible to suggest that the displacement of these groups, and they seem to correspond with what that sort of longhouse style of living that would have had groups of 100, 200 people who had, kin relationships, that they're just picking up and leaving Tocobaga and relocating as a larger kinship unit. And I would, suggest that the reason that they're doing this is because Florida is becoming increasingly unstable. Calusa has allied with the Spanish, at least temporarily, and the spread of disease and conflict and enslavement is something that, in a world where people do know what's happening nearby, it had to be terrifying, just the uncertainty of it all, the danger of it all. And then we've talked about who the Tocobaga are. Why is it weird that they're in Appalachia? What is their relationship to the other prominent indigenous kingdom in South Florida? And how do these themes relate to Florida being positioned in this sort of convergence of two, devastating shatter zones that are totally altering indigenous life in the Southeast? And my position that what it is doing is creating Maroon communities that are solely indigenous, at least, maybe probably solely indigenous, across Florida and across the Southeast. So we don't know a ton about this group of people, but we do know a little from the memorial of Hernando de Escalante Fontaneda, who as a child was shipwrecked on the Florida coast. And in 1575, he wrote this sort of description of Florida. And in this description, he talking about Calusa, he mentions that there are Cuban Indians who came in search of the Fountain of Youth. I don't think that's true. But the king at the time, Carlos's father, allowed them to settle within Calusa. And it appears that they lived somewhat autonomously, but under the control of the Calusa king, right? So to me, and I've posed this question here, as I was doing more research and digging deeper and deeper, the things that I was finding that might explain why Tocobaga people are not living at their home, they've moved to Appalachia and they're living in smaller groups. A theory that might explain this is marronage, right? Are these maroons? So what is marronage, right? I dug into the historiography. One interesting thing that I found is that, you know, there are all these incredible books about maroon communities, but there's very little, there's not one definition of what is a maroon and what is a maroon community. There are several characteristics, right? So it's principally applied to these self-emancipated communities of African origin. However, you know, they're often, if not always, relying on some degree of cooperation from indigenous people who are local to the area. Part of just knowing the terrain, which is usually in these hinterlands, or borderland areas where territorial control becomes a little blurred, they're relying on collaboration. But not just with Amerindians, they're also, you know, to a degree, still part of the colonial system that is sort of characterized by slavery. Slavery doesn't exist without resistance to it. So, you know, Richard Price, who is sort of the big figure in Maroon literature, said that successful Maroon communities worked out fairly extensive economic relations with colonial societies and harnessed a surprising amount of collusion by members of almost all social classes, right? So they're leveraging economic or political or military might in order to, get concessions. This is what we see most often across the Caribbean, probably most famously in Jamaica. They are going to be politically recognized and can be hired out, or their territory cannot be infringed.
And that's crazy that she say that, because when the Spaniards first settled in Jamaica in the early 1500s, they enslaved indigenous Tainos and brought other Amerindians into the island from other parts of their empire. Shortly after 1655, some say that the Spanish wiped out the native Indians. Some say that they didn't wipe out the native Indians. But a small group of Amerindians found their way to what the Spaniards called the Blue Mountains, where they united with runaway slaves to fight the colonial authorities. In the 18th century, English soldiers was fighting groups of Africans and Indian ex-slaves of the Spaniards. This group, the Windward Maroons, were a mixture of Amerindians and runaway blacks. Maroons' oral history has consistently claimed Taino history, and there is some support for this theory in the writings of white Jamaicans. Archaeologists' evidence shows that the Maroons' claims of descent from the Tainos is correct, and that there was Tainos and African mixing in Windward Maroons communities. The Windward Maroons persistently claim descent from the first known inhabitants of Jamaica, the Tainos Amerindians, formerly classified as Arawaks. In their oral history, Maroons highlighted their descendants from Tainos to argue that they were the oldest continuous inhabitants of Jamaica, as opposed to the sons of slaves known as Abranos. Maroons claims that the black slaves who arrived in Jamaica after the Tainos were not entitled to the same privilege as the Maroons. Maroons considered the Tainos to be the first Maroons and claimed descendants from them. And is that the same argument that the blacks in America is making, that the Africans that's coming over here ain't the same as us? Same thing. And then I asked AI, was Indians called Maroons in the West Indies? And this is what it says. No, Maroons in the West Indies did not refer to the indigenous people, but rather to escaped African slaves who formed their own communities away from the plantation system, often mixing with the indigenous population to some degree. Okay, they say Maroons were primary descendants of Africans who escaped slavery and established their own societies, often in remote areas. While not always the case, some Maroons communities did intermix with indigenous populations, leading to unique Creole cultures. Now, since we're talking about Maroons, it brings me to this book right here, Sir Francis Drake Revised, that was copywritten in 1695, where it has one of the earliest mentions of Cimarroons and its link to black people that was found in America and not brung to America. Now we can go to page 4, July 22nd, 1572, and Sir Francis Drake got some Negroes on board, and the Negroes on board informed them that the present state of the town, some soldiers were daily expected from the governor of Panama to defend it against Cimarroons, a black people who about 80 years past fled from the cruelty of their masters. Now, let's get this together right now. They didn't have no masters like that. It's just that black people during that time was automatically listed as a slave. You was automatically an animal. You was automatically property unless they gave you a free pass. But off top, you was a slave. And this group grew into a nation of two kings of their own, one inhabiting westward and the other eastward. So this group, they've been there for 80 years beefing. 1572 is going back to 1492, and I already showed you that the black people was found in the same area in 1513. They wasn't brought over here. And these are the people that they're calling the Cimarroons, the Maroons. Another fun fact is, as early as 1689, the colonial authorities of Spanish Florida had begun to offer asylum to escaped slaves fleeing from the Virginia colony, not the Carolina colony. One particular place of interest was St. Augustine, where the Spaniards had established Mission Nombre de Dios with the help of Afro-Spanish slaves and settlers in the late 16th century. And what makes it so crazy about the Afro-Spanish slaves, Nombre de Dios is where they so-called say they found Negroes back in 1513 in Panama when they discovered the Pacific Ocean. Crazy how they got the same name.
So a lot of these characteristics that I'm reading about African Maroon communities, they seem to really correlate with what might be these instances of indigenous people fleeing enslavement themselves. And so I am a historian, so I went to the documentary record. And sure enough, I knew that the term maroon itself came from a Spanish word, cimarrón. And the first applications of the term cimarrón in the Americas and the Caribbean is about Spanish livestock that are running away and becoming wild. So as insulting as that is, the origin of the word, that is what it is. It is very quickly applied not to self-emancipating enslaved people of African origin, but to indigenous communities. So the Spanish fairly quickly, especially in the Caribbean, start trying to organize indigenous life in a separation between what they call Indios Bravos or Cimarrones and Indios Mansos, which essentially domesticated. And those domesticated, these Christianized docile, indigenous people should have a level of autonomy and protection of the Spanish crown in these pueblos de indios that are literally Indian villages, right? European people cannot live in them. They are controlled by a local leader, though the Spanish crown can exercise some level of control as well. But the primary purpose in this documentary record is to separate these maroon Indians, the bad, dangerous ones, from the good Indians, right? And so just to give you an example, a lot of this is happening in the 1530s and 1540s, especially when Hernando de Soto is governor of Cuba. So there's a lot of records, accessible records for that period. And there's a whole series of sort of, these are documents from a series of justicia. So they're legal records to a degree. And, you see the application in this particular example that they're applying resources to combat the regiment of Maroon Indians, right? These bad, dangerous, unchristianized, heathen, and autonomous groups that are popping up in direct relation to abuses. So these documents are filled with acknowledgments by Spanish authorities that these people are running away because they are dying in droves and they're being worked to death. To me, that sounds very much like marronage. And indeed, that is literally the term that they use. So why am I telling you all this, right? We're going to take this back to Appalachia and Tocobaga people living in Appalachia. My understanding of what's going on in English Carolina and these devastating slave raids, you have a governor of Florida in 1708 who's saying they took 10,000 people. Of course, I doubt they took 10,000 people, but you do have tens of thousands of people enslaved. And I figured, some of them have got to be in Carolina. And indeed, this is a report to the Commissioners of Indian Trade in Carolina. And it indicates that there are enslaved Tocobaga living, probably Santolina Indian is not, there are no Santolinas. So I'm assuming what this meant is that around St. Helena in South Carolina. See in this map is the expansion of the Indian slave trade. As populations are just literally dying in droves. The Spanish are reaching further and further afield. And part of this is because of the intricacies of Spanish law that eventually say, well, you can't enslave Indians, they're our subjects. And the Spanish will just say, well, if we go a little further out, they're not our subjects, so we can enslave them, right? Or if they're cannibals, we can enslave them. Or if they're already enslaved by other indigenous people, we can buy those slaves, right? But by the early 1500s, this area is is irreparably changed by these effects. Repeated invasions, almost on a 10-year basis. And the early incentive to visit North America from the Caribbean, if we're talking about the center of Spanish power, the regional center of Spanish power, one of the focuses of these early expeditions that also include Lucas Vasquez de Ayllón and the first by Juan Ponce de Leon, these are for taking Indian slaves. Whether it is the earliest voyages here, which are sort of reconnaissance missions where they would capture as many as they could and take them back to the Caribbean, or these later voyages. De Soto just goes from town to town taking slaves that included, the headmen and headwomen of these polities. So, adding all of this together, we get a sort of depiction of this Mississippian or Mississippian adjacent world. So here's Calusa, this enormous polity of great geopolitical strength. And when Pedro Menendez arrives in Calusa, he goes to Calusa first. He's on his sort of trip around Florida. And the Calusa king one of the first comments that he makes to him is that he would like Menendez to ally with him in war against Tocobaga. So it's revealed to us that, you know, there is some deep existing rivalry between these two fairly powerful, one of them fairly powerful and one of them tremendously powerful societies. Now, that's not all of the sort of context that we're dealing with in South Florida, because in addition to this pre-existing inter-indigenous conflict, so more specifically to the sort of colonial period, when the Adelantado Pedro Menendez visits Tocobaga in 1568, the cacique, the head cacique at Tocobaga, is able to summon between 29 chiefs and over 100 nobles. So what does that tell us about the potential population at Tocobaga? Well, I don't know. It doesn't tell us a lot, but we could probably estimate that these subordinate chiefs probably represented a village of some size. And so if we estimate that it was between, you know, somewhere between 250 and 500 people, or maybe 1,000 at the very most, probably living there in the capital, you know, we get a rather large population estimate. And the Tocobaga are one of 4 groups that occupy the Tampa Bay area. But it appears from the records that Tocobaga is sort of what we would call the paramount chief. And so this population estimate, given that sort of very loosey-goosey math, historian, not a mathematician, gives us about between 10 and 15,000 people. That is a lot of people. If we consider the sort of Mississippian world that is coming to a decline, by the time Europeans are arriving in the Florida Peninsula, this would probably indicate that this is a complex or paramount chiefdom. Control, tributary responsibility is exercised over a fairly large territory. The center of this is this paramount chief, right? It is a hierarchical society. It is a unilineal society. Most of the Southeast is matrilineal. There is an exception in Colusa, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And so historians and archaeologists have found evidence that Tocobagas indeed packed up and moved with the Appalachee, who went and relocated into French Louisiana, and the San Luis de Talimali Indians are still there today, right? And even when the Appalachee flee into French Louisiana, they are noted for their devout Catholicism, right? They want, you know, vestments, they want all the things for their church.
And around the time that they found New Orleans, Louisiana, and the mouth of the Mississippi, Black Indians was already in the area, as you see with a depiction right here. Various Indians living along the Mississippi River. The woman at the lower left is an enslaved fox. She is evidently processing an animal skin. The Negro boy is evidently captured and adopted. So you got an Indian that looked like the other Indians that they're enslaving, but the so-called Negro Indian that's supposed to be the slave is not enslaved. They just captured. Where did they capture them from? Did they capture them from the white people that so-called brought the Black people over here, or did they do a morning raid on another tribe and got this Black Indian from somewhere, another tribe? Black people was already over here. You got a Black Indian right here that's dressed just like the other Indians. Before New Orleans was founded and settled, first they had to discover the mouth of the Mississippi. And this was the man right here, Robert Cavalier de la Salle. He was the man that discovered the mouth of the Mississippi. He went back to French to report. And when he came back to start a settlement, which he thought that he was at the mouth of the Mississippi, he ended up being in Texas to start at Fort St. Louis. And this is the book that we're going to get the game from. As you see, it was copywritten in 1698. So the author of this book is giving it up on how he was living like a millionaire with Robert de la Salle up in Canada, and that they was reading voyages of Juan Ponce de Leon and Pamphilus Narvaez and Christopher Columbus, and Fernando de Soto, and several other great voyages in order to prepare themselves for the discovery. He also said that Sieur de la Salle told him about the unprovoked cruelties and the Spaniards had exercised in Peru and in New Mexico against the people of those great empires, where they had exterminated as far as they could men and women, and had not conferred them the children as to make them a new people. But hold up, they're talking about making new people. So it brought me into the mind of this book right here, 17th Century North America, copywritten 1980. Okay, they say that LaSalle had the quality for great enterprise, in particular talent to govern natives. The main motives of his discovery had been to find a port on the Gulf of Mexico for which to go on a conquest of Spanish lands. The river passed very close to New Vescre. Some of the savages along being at war with the Spanish, as were the Pawnees, whom LaSalle had seen mounted on horses. He would lead 200 Frenchmen, starting from his Fort St. Louis, with as many as 15,000 warriors, needing only very modest support from French, of soldiers, supplies, and a ship. I say, dang, what the Pawnees doing way in South Texas? I just seen on the map that they was in Florida whenever they was having the Seminole Wars. But I thought that the history say that the Pawnees supposedly come from the Great Plains. And then it had me thinking about what Saatchi said about the Pawnees. And it says that in French Canada, they was Indian slaves. The Pawnees became synonymous with Indian slaves in general use in Canada, and a slave from any tribe came to be a Pawnee. It was at this period, after the middle of the 17th century, that the name was introduced into New Mexico in the form of Panana by bands of mounted Apaches who brought large numbers of Pawnee slaves to trade with the Spaniards and Pueblo Indians. Raiders primarily targeted women and children to be sold as slaves. In 1694, Apaches brought a large number of captive children to the trading fair in New Mexico. But some reason there were not enough buyers, so the Apaches beheaded all the slaves in full view of the Spaniards. Okay, so I say, let me go to the map to see what's the Pawnees on the map, on this map of Louisiana and the Mississippi River by John Senex, that was created and published in 1721. So when I zoom in on the map, I'm looking for the Pawnee, but I ain't seeing no Pawnee. And I can see they already putting the cannibal label on them to where they can have the excuse to be able to enslave them and Christianize them. So I just stroll up a little bit on the map, and then I see this in Texas, the Ethiopian Wonders. So I know I ain't tripping. I say, let me go to AI real quick just to make sure. And it's telling me regarding the Ethiopian Wonders on the map, it's essential to consider the historical context. During the 18th century, Europeans often used terms like Ethiopian or Negro to describe people of African descent, regardless of their actual nationality or ethnicity. So I say, well, let me go back to that French book to see what they was talking about the Indians in the area. It's inhabited by a large number of tribes divided into 40 villages, very abundant in man, who make up a nation of the Croatans, who make war with the Spaniards and who dominate the nations. They saw some of these villages, they are inhabited by good people, but who are nevertheless Berbers. The father asked that the cruelty of the Spaniards make them even more savage. Okay, so I say, damn, they're using another African term to describe the people over here, Berbers, North Africans. LaSalle heard of the Coentinos from the Tios. And plus the narrative was that they was a problem, and that they was a warlike type people, and they was carrying on raids against the Spaniards to the west, and also warring with a tribe called the Senes that was to the east. They was about 150 deep. When LaSalle ran up on them, and they was all up on horseback, and he seen them run up on a bull and kill a bull, and they just thought that was the most amazing thing at the time. Hey, but that's crazy how they on horseback just like he's seen the so-called Pawnees that's supposed to be the so-called slaves. And it's also crazy that this same people is in the same area as the Ethiopian wanderers. And plus they was first mentioned in 1687. And another crazy thing that the tribe Cenas, they ended up hooking up with the French and ended up getting at the Croatoans from the east. So you got them linked up with the French, and then you got the Spanish coming from the west. Hey, that's what's going on with all the black Aborigine Americans in America. They was getting tag team. Okay, now another group who the Spaniards first encountered in 1581 was a group called the Jumans. Now that's crazy. Another group with a African type name. You got Ethiopians, you got people calling them Berbers. Now you got them calling them Jumans. And now the scholars is arguing that the Jumans disappeared by 1750 due to diseases, slave trade, and warfare. Crazy that this is the same story for all the black originals of America. Another crazy thing is that down there, it's another group called the Cocos. I would say that would be brown people. Why would they call people something that's chocolate? But if we're going to deal with chocolate, Mayans was the ones that was playing with the chocolate. And you already know what the Mayans is, black Aborigines Americans. And there's another nomadic group that was in the area on the Texas coast. Back in 1528, they was the ones that helped out the Spanish explorer Cabas de Vasca. He was the ones that explored from Florida all the way to Mexico. They helped him out. And also in 1685, they had a decline because of disease and warfare with pirates and Anglo-Americans. That was the French that came through and settled. And they said that these people was tall, and they also said that they practiced cannibalism. And by the 1840s, they was completely wiped out. And then we got the Conchos that the Spaniards first conquered and enslaved when they first started opening up the mines in Santa Barbara and Parral. Another funny thing is that the Spaniards were supposed to stop enslaving the so-called Indians in the early 1500s, but we got it in the mid and late 1600s, where still again it's more epidemics of diseases steady wiping out people. And also they are enslaving the Indians, but they're saying that they're going to stop and they're going to start just enslaving blacks and Indians when they was already had the blacks. But it just seemed like that the Indian population was all good. Everything was working good. And then when the French came around and when the Spaniards started exploring more into Texas, because they really wasn't up in Texas until the French came around, that the Indian population declined and all these people in the same area as the Ethiopian wanderers just started disappearing. And then they bring me to this book right here that was copywritten in 1916. And this is telling about a story about Alonzo de Leon was a captain, and he was going through this area and how he was able to get close to the Indians that he didn't know with the Indians that he already had. And this right here is showing that he would give the Indians that was on his team the soldiers' armor and make them dress up like a soldier and have them go over there to talk to the Indians to make the Indians that didn't never talk to the Spaniards, that didn't never talk to white boys, be comfortable with dealing with the people that was dressed up like soldiers. But then all they did was backdoor them, bring them in, say they want to be their friend, bring them in and enslave them, or just take everything they got. So when I heard that story, it took me to the story of the journey of the Cabas de Vaca, where they basically was using the African that was with them to make it easier for them to communicate and be able to deal with the Indians within the country.
As we proceeded that day, in great fear lest the Indians would follow us, we descried smoke and, going towards it, reached the place after sundown, where we found an Indian who, when he saw us coming, did not wait, but ran away. We sent the Negro after him, and as the Indian saw him approach alone, he waited. The Negro told him that we were going in search of the people that had raised the smoke. He answered that the dwellings were nearby and that he would guide us, and we followed. He hurried ahead to tell of our coming. At sunset, we came in sight of the lodges, and 2 crossbow shots before reaching them, we met 4 Indians waiting for us, and they received us well. We told them in the language of the Mariames that we had come to see them. They appeared to be pleased with our company and took us to their homes. They lodged Dorantes and the Negro at the house of a medicine man, and me and Castillo at that of another. These Indians speak another language and are called Abavares.
Okay, so when I go back to the original narrative of the early American history, it says the Texas Indians have always had among them an old Indian who was their minister. They observed the customs never to taste any edibles without first taking a portion of it to their minister for sacrifices. They did this with the products of their land, as corn, beans, watermelons, and squash. Hey, but I never known for no Indians to be eating no watermelons like that. And I always thought they always said that the black people always ate watermelons to slaves and that it came from Africa. And when we look back at it, they say that it originated in Africa. But they also say that the Spanish was growing it in the 1576. But in this area that we're talking about in Texas, they wasn't even up that far yet as far as exploring. They went all the way up to Santa Barbara or Parrell, where they have their silver mines. They wasn't going up into Texas until the French got there in the 1680s. And this expedition that they're talking about was in the 1690s. Okay, now the botanical writers are all agreeing that the watermelons originated in Africa, but they also trying to say that they could come from India. Okay, so when I asked AI, do North American Indians eat watermelons? It says yes, but it is important to note that the watermelon is not native to the Americans. It was introduced to them by European settlers. Plus, AI saying that it came from Africa. And another fun fact is that in 1597, a Spanish soldier that had went to the same area that DeSoto had traveled to, about the Ocmulgee River in the southeastern part of America, said that the Indians within that area was cultivating and having watermelons. And in 1582, it was reported within the same area in New Spain where the Concho Indians is at, where they just mysteriously disappeared. It was watermelons in their area. I don't know, I just find it very ironic that within the same area you have Ethiopian wanderers, Indians. You also have people calling people Berbers. You got people calling people Julmans. You got a tribe called the Cocos. You got major people getting enslaved and being wiped out by diseases and enslavement and being disappeared and destroyed from the map. And you also got the Pawnee Indians that's supposed to be known as slaves. They in the area. They also in the area of the Seminole Wars when they rounding up the slaves down there, the black slaves. So it's just ironic that all this black stuff is going on down here in South Texas. And when I go back to the French book and I find out what happened to the Cavalier Robert de la Salle down in Fort St. Louis. So he ended up getting killed by his own peoples. They end up chopping off his head, and they end up killing the 2 people that was with him, his valet and this Indian guy, Nakia. But it's also a story that they killed Nakia and his other partner earlier. He went to go looking for him, and somebody was in the woods waiting for him and shot him in the head, and he died like that. And that he wasn't with Nakia, but that he was with a native Indian that was from the area. But check this out. This is the image that was in the French book. And for the Indian guy, Nakia, they say that he is an Illinois Indian and that came down with Robert de la Salle through the Mississippi River and was his guide the whole time. But in this picture, this is looking like a black person. And when we look at the picture, he's not dressed like an Indian. He's dressed like the typical black slave that's in America. And so how can I not think that black people was already in America when I take a look at this 1705 map that's showing Florida, Mexico, and the Gulf, which in the South, which we call the third coast, which go from Florida all the way down to Panama, and you seeing terms of black people. Just like on the south coast of Costa Rica, there's an island called Negrita. And then on the north coast of the Yucatan, it was Negrilos. Now, why are those terms in these areas? And if you zoom in on the map, you can see it up and close, what it's called. And today they done changed the name. It's the Scorpio Reefs. But they done took out the Negrilos. Now the islands are called Perez. I guess it's called after someone. The Sertora, which means defector. Pajoros, which mean birds. Chica, which mean girl. And Dersatura, which mean banished. And as you see, they will change the name throughout history, just like they did in Australia in 2017 with the N word. 10 places named containing the word nigger in Northeast Australia will be renamed due to their racially offensive connotations. References to the niggers bounce in northern Queensland were removed from all databases in May. So they taken everything out the databases. And within their database, they had 9 other places that contained the word Mount Nigger, Nigger Head, and 7 spots named Nigger Creek will be discontinued as well. So they can just wipe it out of history like it never happened in the past. And the same thing that they did in New Zealand with 3 areas that had the word containing nigger. All they did was just replace it with words that was taken from the indigenous Maori languages. And plus, the activist Stephen Hagan waged a long campaign to have the ES Nigger Brown stand sign removed from the Toowoomba sports ground, which have been redeveloped into Clive Walgraffa Stadium. And the Anti-Defamation Commission Department recognized the deeply offensive derogatory term caused pain to the indigenous Australians and other minorities of African descent. I'm showing that the Maya's ancestors are black. Black people being found in Panama 1513. Cortez guy getting mixed up as a Mayan Indian. You got a Mayan Indian getting stumped out on the horse. You got the first black conquistador saying he fits to go find some black Amazons. You got an African so-called settlement in South Carolina. You got a Georgia professor saying that the Tupacs is black maroons. You got black Indians popping up on Mississippi River in Louisiana. You got the Ethiopian wonders in Texas. You got the Pawnees everywhere. Black people getting enslaved. You got black people getting called Berbers in America. And plus they changing the black family history across the world. But stay tuned to Found in America.
In addition to that, historians have also speculated that from the record, it appears that some of them moved closer to the seat of Spanish authority at St. Augustine. However, it's very hard to figure out what happened to them afterwards.
Only so long as they shall continue to occupy, improve, or cultivate the same, but in the event of abandonment of all, or either of the reservations, by the chief or chiefs to whom they have been allotted, the reservation, or reservations, so abandoned, shall revert to the United States. Treaty of Moultrie Creek, 1823. The Treaty of Camp Moultrie, 1823, also known as Moultrie Creek, came on the heels of the cession of Florida from Spain to the U.S. in 1821. The primary goal of this treaty was to obtain Seminole lands in North Florida targeted for the expansion of plantation slavery. The treaty created a reservation in Central Florida and provided goods, tools, and an annuity to help relocate the Seminoles. Treaty with the Florida Tribes of Indians, 1823, September 18, 1823, 7 Stat. 224. Proclamation, January 2, 1824, said Indians to continue under the protection of the United States. Article 1. The undersigned chiefs and warriors, for themselves and their tribes, have appealed to the humanity, and thrown themselves on, and have promised to continue under, the protection of the United States, and of no other nation, power, or sovereign, and in consideration of the promises and stipulations hereinafter made, do cede and relinquish all claim or title which they may have to the whole territory of Florida, with the exception of such district of country as shall herein be allotted to them. Said Indians to be confined to the following metes and bounds. Article 2. The Florida tribes of Indians will hereafter be concentrated and confined to the following metes and boundaries. Commencing 5 miles north of Okeechobee, running in a direct line to a point 5 miles west of Setarkey settlement on the waters of the Amazura, or Withlacoochee River, leaving said settlement 2 miles south of the line. From thence in a direct line to the south end of the Big Hammock, to include Chicachate, continuing in the same direction for 5 miles beyond the said hammock, provided said point does not approach nearer than 15 miles the seacoast of the Gulf of Mexico. If it does, the said line will terminate at that distance from the seacoast, thence south 12 miles, thence in a south 30 east direction, until the same shall strike within 5 miles of the main branch of Charlotte River, thence in a due east direction to within 20 miles of the Atlantic coast, thence north 15 west, for 50 miles, and from this last to the beginning point. United States to take the Florida Indians under their care, etc. Article 3. The United States will take the Florida Indians under their care and patronage, and will afford them protection against all persons whatsoever, provided they conform to the laws of the United States, and refrain from making war, or giving any insult to any foreign nation, without having first obtained the permission and consent of the United States, and in consideration of the appeal and cession made in the first article of this treaty. By the aforesaid chiefs and warriors, the United States promised to distribute of their agent, implements of husbandry, and stock of cattle and hogs, to the amount of $6,000. And an annual sum of $5,000 a year, for 20 successive years, to be distributed as the President of the United States shall direct, through the Secretary of War, or his superintendents and agent of Indian Affairs. United States to guarantee peaceable possession of the district assigned them, on certain conditions. Article 4. The United States promised to guarantee to the said tribes the peaceable possession of the district of country herein assigned them, reserving the right of opening through it such roads as may, from time to time, be deemed necessary, and to restrain and prevent all white persons from hunting, settling, or otherwise intruding upon it, by any citizens of the United States, being lawfully authorized for that purpose, shall be permitted to pass and repass through the said district, and to navigate the waters thereof, without any hindrance, toll, or exaction, from said tribes. Corn, meat, etc., to be allowed them for 12 months. Article 5. For the purpose of facilitating the removal of the said tribes to the district of country allotted them, and as a compensation for the losses sustained, or the inconveniences to which they may be exposed by said removal, the United States will furnish them with rations of corn, meat, and salt, for 12 months, commencing on the 1st day of February next, and they further agree to compensate those individuals who have been compelled to abandon improvements on lands not embraced within the limits allotted, to the amount of $4,500 to be distributed among the sufferers in a ratio to each proportional to the value of the improvements abandoned. The United States further agreed to furnish a sum, not exceeding $2,000, to be expended by their agent to facilitate the transportation of the different tribes to the point of concentration designated. An agent, etc., to be appointed to reside among them. Article 6. An agent, sub-agent, and interpreter shall be appointed to reside within the Indian boundary aforesaid, to watch over the interests of said tribes, and the United States further stipulate, as an evidence of their humane policy towards said tribes, who have appealed to their liberality, to allow for the establishment of a school at the agency, $1,000 per year for 20 successive years, and $1,000 per year for the same period, for the support of a gun and blacksmith, with the expenses incidental to his shop. Indians to prevent any fugitive slaves from taking shelter among them, etc. Article 7. The chiefs and warriors aforesaid, for themselves and tribes, stipulate to be active and vigilant in the preventing retreating to, or passing through, of the district of country assigned them, of any absconding slaves or fugitives from justice. And further agree to use all necessary exertions to apprehend and deliver the same to the agent, who shall receive orders to compensate them agreeably to the trouble and expenses incurred. A commissioner and surveyor to be appointed. Article 8. A commissioner or commissioners with a surveyor shall be appointed by the President of the United States to run and mark, blazing fore and aft the trees. The line is defined in the second article of this treaty, who shall be attended by a chief and warrior, to be designated by a council of their own tribes, and who shall receive, while so employed, a daily compensation of $3. Grounds on which the objections of said tribes to certain lands are founded. Article 9. The undersigned chiefs and warriors, for themselves and tribes, having objected to their concentration within the limits described in the second article of this treaty, under the impression that the said limits did not contain a sufficient quantity of good land to subsist them, and for no other reason, it is, therefore, expressly understood between the United States and the aforesaid chiefs and warriors, that, should the country embraced in the said limits, upon examination by the Indian agent and the commissioner, or commissioners, to be appointed under the 8th article of this treaty, be by them considered insufficient for the support of the said Indian tribes, then the north line, as defined in the 2d article of this treaty, shall be removed as far north as to embrace a sufficient quantity of good tillable land. Said Indians request the grant in fee simple of certain lands to Colonel Humphreys and S. Richards. Article 10. The undersigned chiefs and warriors, for themselves and tribes, have expressed to the commissioners their unlimited confidence in their agent, Colonel Gad Humphreys, and their interpreter, Stephen Richards, and, as an evidence of their gratitude for their services and humane treatment, and brotherly attentions to their wants, request that 1 mile square, embracing the improvements of Nahamathla at Tallahassee, said improvements to be considered as the center, be conveyed, in fee simple, as a present to Colonel Gad Humphreys, and they further request that 1 mile square, at the Ocheesee Bluffs, embracing Stephen Richards Field on said bluffs, be conveyed in fee simple, as a present to said Stephen Richards. The commissioners accord in sentiment with the undersigned chiefs and warriors, and recommend a compliance with their wishes to the President and Senate of the United States, but the disapproval, on the part of the said authorities, of this article, shall, in no wise, affect the other articles and stipulations concluded on in this treaty. In testimony whereof, the commissioners, William P. Duval, James Gadsden, and Bernard Segui, and the undersigned chiefs and warriors, have hereunto subscribed their names and affixed their seals. Done at camp on Moultrie Creek, in the territory of Florida, this 18th day of September, 1823. And of the independence of the United States the 48th. William P. Duval walks Halata, his ex-Mark James Gadsden Amith La Ho, his ex-Mark Bernard Segui Holate Fishiko, his ex-Mark Nea Mathla, his ex-Mark Shefashiko Haho, his ex-Mark Tokos Mathla, his ex-Mark Lathloa Mathla, his ex-Mark Nini Homata Tustanuki, his ex-Mark Senufki, his ex-Mark Mykonup, his ex-Mark Alec Haho, his ex-Mark Nokozi Aola, his ex-Mark Fahalusti Haho, his ex-Mark John Blunt, his ex-Mark Octahamiko, his ex-Mark Otlamata, his ex-Mark Tusnek Haho, his ex-Mark Tuskineha, his ex-Mark Okowski Amithla, his ex-Mark Tuski Haho, his ex-Mark Okini Tustanuki, his ex-Mark Ekonchitimako, his ex-Mark Philip, his ex-Mark Amodli, his ex-Mark Charlie Amithla, his ex-Mark Mulatto King, his ex-Mark John Hoponi, his ex-Mark Mulatto King, his ex-Mark Rathead, his ex-Mark Chocholahano, his ex-Mark Holada Amithla, his ex-Mark Ematlashi, his ex-Mark Fashachimiko, his ex-Mark. Signed, sealed, and delivered, in the presence of George Murray, Secretary to the Commission, G. Humphreys, Indian Agent, Stephen Richards, Interpreter, Isaac N. Cox, J. Irving, Captain. 4th Artillery, Harvey Brown, Lieutenant, 4th Artillery, C. Despinville, Lieutenant, 4th Artillery, J.N.O. B. Scott, Lieutenant, 4th Artillery, William Travers, Horatio S. Dexter. Additional article, September 18, 1823. 7 Stat. 226. Additional article, whereas Neo Mathla, John Blunt, Tuskegee Haho, Mulatto King, E. Mathalashi, and Ekonchidimako. 6 of the principal chiefs of the Florida Indians, and parties to the treaty to which this article has been annexed, have warmly appealed to the commissioners for permission to remain in the district of country now inhabited by them, and in consideration of their friendly disposition and past services to the United States, it is, therefore, stipulated between the United States and the aforesaid chiefs, that the following reservations shall be surveyed and marked by the commissioner or commissioners to be appointed under the 8th article of this treaty, for the use of Nea Mathla and his connections, 2 miles square, embracing the Tufulga village, on the waters of Rocky Comfort Creek. For Blunt and Tuskegee Haho, a reservation, commencing on the Apalachicola, 1 mile below Tuskegee Haho's improvements, running up said river 4 miles, thence, west, 2 miles, thence, southerly, to a point 2 miles due west of the beginning, thence, east to the beginning point. For Mulatto King and Emathalashi, a reservation, commencing on the Apalachicola, at a point to include Yellow Hair's improvements, thence, up said river, for 4 miles, thence, west, 1 mile, thence, southerly, to a point 1 mile west of the beginning, and thence, east, to the beginning point, for Econ, Chattimico, a reservation, commencing on the Chattahoochee, 1 mile below Econchatimiko's house, thence, up said river, for 4 miles, thence, 1 mile, west, thence, southerly, to a point 1 mile west of the beginning, thence east to the beginning point. The United States promised to guarantee the peaceable possession of the said reservations as defined to the aforesaid chiefs and their descendants only, so long as they shall continue to occupy, improve, or cultivate the same, but in the event of abandonment of all, or either of the reservations, by the chief or chiefs to whom they have been allotted, the reservation, or reservations, so abandoned, shall revert to the United States, as included in the cession made in the 1st article of this treaty. It is further understood that the names of the individuals remaining on the reservations aforesaid shall be furnished by the chiefs in whose favor the reservations have been made to the superintendent or agent of Indian Affairs in the territory of Florida, and that no other individuals shall be received or permitted to remain within said reservations without the previous consent of the superintendent or agent aforesaid, and as the aforesaid chiefs are authorized to select the individuals remaining with them, so they shall each be separately held responsible for the peaceable conduct of their towns, or the individuals residing on the reservations allotted to them. It is further understood, between the parties, at any future period, of all or either of the aforesaid chiefs and their connections, to the District of Country South, allotted to the Florida Indians, by second article of this treaty, whenever either, or all may think proper to make such an election. The United States reserving the right of ordering, for any outrage or misconduct, the aforesaid chiefs, or either of them, with their connections, within the District of Country South, aforesaid. It is further stipulated by the United States that, of the $6,000 appropriated for implements of husbandry, stock, and sea, in the third article of this treaty, $800 shall be distributed, in the same manner, among the aforesaid chiefs and their towns, and it is understood that, of the annual sum of $5,000, to be distributed by the President of the United States, they will receive their proportion. It is further stipulated that, of the $4,500 and $2,000 provided for by the fifth article of this treaty, for the payment for improvements and transportation, $500 shall be awarded to Neo Mathla as a compensation for the improvements abandoned by him, as well as to meet the expense he will unavoidably be exposed to by his own removal and that of his connections. In testimony whereof, the Commissioners, William P. Duval, James Gadsden, and Bernard Segui, and the undersigned chiefs and warriors, have hereunto subscribed their names and affixed their seals. Done a camp on Moultrie Creek in the territory of Florida, this 18th day of September, 1823, and of the independence of the United States 48th. W.M. P. Duval, his ex-Mark James Gadsden, Bernard Segui, Nea Mathla, his ex-Mark John Blunt, his ex-Mark Tuskegee-Haho, his ex-Mark Mulatto King, his ex-Mark E. Mathalashi, his ex-Mark E. Conchadimako, his ex-Mark. Signed, sealed, delivered, in presence of George Murray, Secretary to the Commission Ya. W. Ripley, G. Humphreys, Indian Agent, Stephen Richards, Interpreter. The following statement shows the number of men retained by the chiefs, who have reservations made them, at their respective villages. Blunt 43, Cochrane 45, Mulatto King 30, E. Mathalashi 28, E. Conchatimako 38, Neo Mathia 30, total 214.
Wait a minute, Osceola. I brought your wife back. I'll pay you for her. I'll pay you for her in gold. $200 for the woman. $200 in gold. $500. $500. $500. Please. Please. Please.
We got Negro Abraham right there with the cane. Top dog, salute.
Now we can gather our tribes. Now we can move south.
It cannot be done. I've been the white man's prisoner. With my own eyes, I've seen more soldiers than I could count. They will find us.
Prisoner?
They followed me to my father's village in the deep grass. The white man knew I spied on them. They took me and my father's family.
How did you escape?
They gave me my freedom and a horse. So I could come to you. The general called Finch. Took my word that I would bring the rising sun to him.
My ears do not clearly understand.
For many suns, I was in the white man's jail. Then a soldier came to me and said the general would speak with me. They said the treaty the chiefs had signed was good. That our allies would be with us. Our property would be safe. Then they said, bring us Osceola, your chief of war, that we may speak with him of his nation staying in this land, of white and red men living in peace. This I said I would do.
Lies! Lies! Are there none among you who hear the white man's words as lies?
And you listen to them.
You agreed to their forked tongues and promised to give me to them?
Even as my brother Osceola speaks. My father lies in the dampness of the white man's prison, sick with long hunger. The prison is filled with Seminoles who could not follow Osceola into the deep woods because they did not have the strength to go. We have no food. Would you feed warriors roots? And no guns. Would you have us fight with stones? From the lips of the white general himself, I heard these words. Wherever the Seminole goes, he shall be found. Shall be taken. I too am hungry.
The marks upon this hand I know so well. It is the hand of a warrior and a hunter.
And upon it, the blood of my brother Mathila, my white brother Dade, the blood of 1,000 more. A man named Wilson lies dead for the shame he brought to you, and Gillis for the wrongs he did my people. In my arms is a woman who was taken from me, the woman for whom my life has lived. Why does the blood of war still feed my heart? Why do I hunger for it?
The mothers and the wives will praise him, and the songs of the children. And there will be legends about Osceola, whose greatness and wisdom brought peace to his people. And I shall tell them that he is my husband.
The stillness of the night. It's been a long, long time since I heard it.
Is everything in readiness? Just as you ordered, sir. The Indians carry no arms. There should be no trouble. Good. Good. You can take over now, Major Towers. And run out a cannon above those gates. We'll give Osceola a full salute. Yes, sir. And Major, I think it advisable to keep an eye on Captain Pace. Under the circumstances, you shall tell him I do not want him at the treaty table. Is that understood? Yes, sir.
The sight that has left me, and the words I can no longer speak over you. You are the spirit of this nation.
Osceola, let the rising sun speak as well in peace as he did in war. May no harm come to him.
I carry their flag of white cloth. It is their sign of truce. They flower it. My heart is here with you. white general salutes you. It is good.
Attention!
Osceola, the rising sun, warrior leader of the Seminole Nation, has come to talk with General Finch of peace between our people. He comes under your flag of white cloth.
Are you prepared to deliver up all slaves now or ever owned by you or taken from the citizens at once?
You must speak. I cannot. The rising sun came here to talk of peace under your flag of white cloth. These are not the words you gave me.
Take over, Sergeant. Close ranks! Osceola has been taken, sir, under the white flag, just as you ordered.
The end justifies the means. They've made fools of us too often. Too often!
General! What are you doing, General? You can't take a man under a white flag.
I'll take him any way I see fit. He is a criminal and a treaty breaker.
You don't know what you're doing. You're insane.
There are entirely too many Indian lovers on the Pakistan. You are under arrest, Captain Tate. Do you hear me? Under arrest. Find yourself quarters until I bring charges. Imprison Osceola! Imprison him!
The white man has won a great victory today. Chain me. Make it complete.
Imprison him!
Detail forward!
Congress has ordered an investigation of your capture. They'll order your release, but it'll take time. Meanwhile, your tribes are camped by this fort. I've ordered their protection. There's nothing more I can do. The general is going to be relieved of his command. He's sick, ill with hate. Osceola, are you any less to blame? Is there any less blood on your hands? Guard, perhaps tomorrow I can arrange for your wife to come and see you. She's well. At least eat your food. You can't go for days without eating.
Tonight.
It must be tonight. If she comes, I might keep her. Just true, my brother. Starved ourselves enough. Perhaps now we can pass through the bars. White man weaves strong cloth for his blankets. Will hold us down the long wall. First I will reach the window. Then I will drop one end of the rope down to you. It is Osceola, white general once in prison. Not Kawakachi. The wildcat and the rising sun have hunted deer together and fought the white soldiers side by side. Either we go together or we stay together.
Let Kawakachi listen. Osceola escapes the white man's prison. There'll be war again.
Already there's a touch of the white man's fever to your body. Cold and dampness is not good for you.
I am still war chief of the Seminole. Listen to my words. Gather our people. Go from village to village, every man, woman, and child, young and old. Take them south to the land of the grassy waters I found, where there is fish and game and plenty. Tell them, live in peace as they did before Osceola. Tell them Osceola's war is over. It was a war of misunderstanding, a war of hatred among men, as I have hated. And the white general hated me. Enough blood has been spilled because of it. Guard well the one I love most, and say I spoke as well in peace as I did in war, and that my heart is peaceful with hers, and shall be with her in the warmth of the sunlight and the stillness of night. Lotion. Osceola, your blood is my blood. Your spirit is my spirit, and I take it with me. By all that is between us, I swear that it shall never leave this land. The rising sun shall never set.
The mothers and the wives will praise him, and the songs of the children. And there will be legends about Osceola, whose greatness and wisdom brought peace to his people. And I shall tell them, he is my husband.
So that's Naked in the Sun, 1957.
Chief Osceola. I thought I'd bring that movie and also bring the eyewitness accounts, to try to get more facts about the General Dade massacre, about the Dade battle, and also, to show that Payne, Bessie Payne, how she said that she was a Seminole. She got Seminole in her blood. She born in 1790. Foundation in Florida for sure. And was one of the, and also how she had a conversation with her husband about, and the husband was saying how the white boys was making fake paperwork. So I just thought that would be a good little bill for the day. We almost at 3 hours. I don't even know if YouTube is still letting me not post my invite to the thing. They've been tripping here lately. See, they still rejecting my things. I don't know why they ain't let me put my little invite to come up. I gotta do a whole bunch of stuff to. But I'm fit to get up out of here though, man. I hope everybody have a good day for sure. Gonna let this rock a little bit. If you have any comments, definitely put them in the comments. Tell a friend, like, share. Yeah, definitely, man. That's what I'm gonna try to build. I'm gonna try to just come with the same little stuff I be looking at basically and just, present it to the people. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna have to go through and put it on my thing and stuff. Plus, we at the 3 hour mark, and I'm just to chill for a little bit. Just to even kind of step back for a second. But I may go live here a little bit later on, do a little bit hole in the wall dialogue and some Q&A for some of the last little stuff I've been putting out or whatever. But I'm just to tap out for a second. Like I said, man, I definitely appreciate everybody tapping in. We got Nike 903. He going by the P. We got None Your Business. Boy, you're going to be finished. You hear me? Now thoughts, he hit the mall, everything he bought. We got Nate the Great. We got Round Table Gang, Ice on his fame. And I appreciate everybody tapping through, man. It's historic, man. For me, getting more marks, more people tuning in. You know what I'm saying? So I'm definitely breaking my own records, you know what I'm saying? So that's what it do. But hope y'all have a good Sunday. Rewind that. Get some good game. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Diary of General Thomas Sidney Jessup while commanding his first campaign of the Second Seminole War from October 1, 1836 to May 30, 1837. The diary describes his perspective on the war, including the movement of troops, the nature of the conflict, and his meetings with Seminole leaders. 1836 notes October 1st. In consequence of a letter from the acting Secretary of War dated the 17th of September, and received by GLJ on the night of the 26th of that month, and of a letter of the 19th of September from Major Cross informing him that the members of the government desired that he should proceed to Florida, he determined, night, to go thither. Immediate arrangements were made to close the business with which he had been charged in the Creek country, and to provide for the protection of the country in his absence. October 2nd. Employed in arrangements for the movement to Florida. The water having fallen in the Chattahoochee, the Marines and other troops ordered to Florida were directed on the 30th to move by land. And in barges to Irwinton they were direct. Ted to proceed yesterday. The artillery moved under Major Churchill, but the Marines were detained for transportation. Lieutenant Colonel Brooks, having expressed a wish to return to New York to close some public business, was ordered thither, and Major Irving was directed to remain in command in the Creek country. Captain Washington was left in command near Tuskegee at the camp of Echo Harjo, one of the chiefs who accompanied Colonel Lowe to Florida. October 3rd. Was employed in preparation, and in completing arrangements for the movement of the troops. Steamboats having been provided to secure the commands at Irwinton, and the Henry Crowell having been employed to tow barges to the Snake Shoals, 14 miles below Fort Mitchell, General J determined to move by that route, and made his arrangements accordingly. October 4th, General J with 2 officers of his staff, Lieutenant Call Stanton, and Lieutenant Chambers, set out in company with the Marine Corps under Colonel Henderson, and arrived in the afternoon at the Snake Shoals. The steamboat and barges were not found there as expected. October 5th. Information was received that the steamboat expected was on a bar below the shoals and near Roanoke. In consequence of which General J determined to proceed through the Hatchie, Chubby, and Cowagee swamps to Irwinton, NAC. Accompanied by Dr. Lawson, Chambers, Lieutenant McCrabb, and an Indian guide, a servant, and interpreter, he traversed those swamps, and arrived at Irwinton late in the afternoon. Several miles from the town he met Captain with a company of mounted volunteers, going out on a scout into the swamp. Major Lomax with 2 companies of artillery was at Irwinton. He was ordered to march by land to Fort Gaines. Captain Leone with a detachment of 6 soldiers was left to go down by water. General J was detained by business at Irwinton the whole of the 6th and on the morning of the 7th of October. He sent out by land for Fort Gaines, accompanied by Dr. Lawson and Lieutenant Chambers. The doctor, on getting out of the boat at the ferry, was thrown from his horse and severely injured. He was able to go on, however, but in great pain. The party crossed Major Lomax on the road about 10 o'clock. Arrived at Fort Gaines at 3-Ware Drive. Lawson was obliged to remain in consequence of the injury he had sustained. General J not finding steamboats at Fort Gaines, crossed the river and proceeded down on the Mount Vernon Road 15 miles to Genel Smith's, where he spent the whole of the 8th and part of the 9th waiting for steamboats, which were expected to pass and which it was believed would land at the General's Wood Yard. Major Lomax joined today. 9. General J. set out in the afternoon for Henry Courthouse past the village 3 or 4 miles, to Wilson's, at the shoal where several steamboats were lying not able to pass the bar. Major Lomax was ordered to follow with his battalion by land. 10. Major Lomax came up, visited the steamboats the Leffler has passed the bar, went on board, having made conditional arrangements for the movement of the several detachments of troops, and ordered the discharge of one of the steamboats lying above the bar. Arrived at Mount Vernon, sent to the post office to ascertain whether dispatches had been sent to me by Governor Call, found none, sent dispatches to Governor from this place. Proceeded forward to Apalachicola. 12. Arrived at Apalachicola. Directed Major Clark at New Orleans to forward to Tampa Bay 10,000 bushels of corn and to employ and send to the same place a master carpenter and 5 or 6 good carpenters. Directed Major Crow, Q Master at Palatka, to procure 200 cords of wood for steamboats. Required a large supply of ordnance stores. 13. Steamboat merchant arrived from Tampa Bay, brought dispatches from Colonel Lowe informing me of the active want of supplies, description at that port. Required 100,000 rations of hard bread, 100,000 of bacon, 290 pack saddles, 100 cords of wood for steamboats and 50 axemen. Captain of the merchant directed to take the troops and luggage on board for Tampa. Colonel Stanton ordered to remain to superintend the forwarding of supplies and to direct the means of transportation. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield ordered to place 2 his companies in camp near St. Mark's. Lieutenant directed to remain in the vicinity of that place with the horses and mules which he took from Fort Mitchell in Columbus. Corresponded with Colonel Walker in relation to an error in General Scott's report of the 2nd of July. And of false statements in the public prints as to captures made by General Morris's command of Alabama volunteers. Set out today on board the merchant for Tampa Bay. 15. At sea nothing of importance occurred. Arrived at Tampa during the night. 16. Assumed the command of the troops south of the Withlacoochee. Called on Major Clark for the 200 mules and pack saddles heretofore ordered 50,000 bushels of corn, blacksmith tools, carts, rope, oilcloth covers for pack saddles, India rubber haversacks, 100,000 feet of plank with nails, a corps of pack horsemen, a corps of laborers, lighters. He gave detailed instructions to Major Churchill, the commander at Fort Brooke, the 17th of October. Reported to the Adjutant General, from Major Clark, 25 marine boats, and wrote to him on the subject of portable soup for the troops. 18. Wrote to Captain Chase at Pensacola on the subject of marine boats. The captain of the steamboat merchant ordered to the mouth of the Withlacoochee with a part of the troops and cargo. Wrote to Major Cross, asked for Captain Waite and Lieutenant Crossman to join me. 19. Wrote to Governor Schley requesting a regiment of mounted volunteers, looked for the Withlacoochee. 20. Required from the Governor of Alabama an additional battalion of volunteers for 12 months. Arrived tonight at the mouth of the Withlacoochee. 21 ND. Finding no hostiles at the mouth of the Withlacoochee, and finding Colonel Lowe, as expected, left 130,000 ball buckshot cartridges for Governor Call. Put Major Whiting's command on board a transport and ordered him to Tampa Bay. Communicated with General Reed and other officers. The United States steamer, having been lost on the bar at the mouth of the Withlacoochee, called on Major Clark for a boat to supply her place in addition to 200,000 tons of hay ordered some time ago, 150,000 tons additional ordered. Addressed a letter to Colonel Lowe. and directed the captain of the merchant to Apalachicola via St. Mark's, 22. Proceeded in the merchant to St. Mark's, where we arrived on the morning of the 23rd. Arrived at St. Mark's, learnt the death of Colonel Lowe, and that the Tennesseans had fallen back to Black Creek with the loss of several hundred of their horses, and that Powell with a large force of Indians was on the Withlacoochee. Reported to Ceci of War, ordered Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield to proceed by water to Tampa Bay. Wrote to Gov. Call by express, sent him memoranda of a plan of campaign. Accidentally learnt that a detachment of the 4th Infantry was at Sewanee Old Town without either force or resistance. 24. Not able to obtain. Here, left in the merchant for Apalachicola. Arrived at night of the same day. 25. Found the Marines and other troops here. Ordered Colonel Stanton to proceed to Pensacola, Mobile, and New Orleans, to purchase small steamboats and barges as a quantity of lumber ordered. Wrote to Major Nelson and Governor Schley on the subject of a regiment of volunteers, sent Lieutenant McCrabb to muster them. Wrote to Commodore Dallas on the subject of the repair of the river boats Dade and American, and of supplying crews for them. 26. Ordered Lieutenant Watkins to close the business of the Q Master and Commissary's Department at Apalachicola, and proceed in a vessel chartered for this purpose to the mouth of Sewanee and thence to Withlacoochee and Tampa Bay, all vessels loaded with supplies. 27. Departed in the merchant for Tampa Bay with the Marines and other troops, Major Lomax's command having been sent on a sail vessel. 28. Arrived at Tampa Bay. 29. Wrote to Governor Clay, in reply to his letter of the 3rd. In relation to the troops that had been called into service under General, and the claims for supplies in that section of country, replied to W.G.O. Whitman on the subject of his claims, directed Major Clark to pay their claims, and directed D. Vinton to remain on duty at Tallahassee. 30. Colonel Henderson directed to take the immediate command of the port. Major Churchill placed in charge of the parties constructing boats. 31. Captain of the steamboat merchant ordered to proceed to the mouth of the Withlacoochee to retrieve any communication from General Reed, then proceed to St. Mark's, take change of the mail for Tampa. Take on board in Tampa a portion of Colonel Caulfield's command if possible, and return without delay to Tampa. Colonel Caulfield written to on the subject of the movement of his command. Wrote to the Secretary of War in relation to the inadequate pay of the officers and soldiers of the Army and of the inconvenience to which those with families are subjected by Order No. 58. Recommended a grant of land to all below the rank of Major General who serve in Florida. Wrote to Governor Clay on the subject of a draft turned over to Colonel Stanton. November. 1. Captain Page informed that the arrangements made by Governor Clay for calling an Indian force into service had been sanctioned by General Jessup, and that the arrangements to feed their families had also been sanctioned. The captain was directed to settle all claims for these purposes or refer them to Washington for instructions. Heads of corps were directed to furnish articles of the clothing required for their respective commands, and the quartermaster was required to send to New Orleans for whatsoever might be required. 2. General J. had a night attack of hemorrhage of the lungs brought on by a slight cold and a paroxysm of coughing. He continued, however, on his feet and engaged in his ordinary duties. 3. Major Cross written to on the subject of the general arrangements for the campaign. A corps of laborers and mechanics with axemen and drivers required. The charge of powder being considered by General J too heavy, Colonel Henderson was directed to constitute a board for the purpose of making experiments to determine the reduction process to be made. Reported to the Adjutant General and included a roster of the troops. Also included copies of requisitions on the Governor of Georgia and Alabama for 12 months volunteers. November 4th, General J. required of Governor Clay 500 militia drafts, and directed that Captain Harding or Lieutenant Kibbe should muster them into service. 5. General J, though extremely feeble, still discharging blood from his lungs, acted on the proceedings of a general court-martial. 6. Confined to his room but wrote to the Secretary of War and to the Adjutant General. 7. Still confined, much distracted by excessive pain about the chest. Expectoration slightly tinged with blood, walked out to the mess house. Received papers announcing the decease of Dr. Lovell. Surgeon General wrote to the Secretary of War and urged the appointment of Dr. Lawson. 8. General J, confined all day to his room, considerable discharge of blood from the lungs, excessive pain and great debility, confined all day to bed. 9. Better confined to room but not to bed. Major Lomax ordered to Frederick as a witness before a court of inquiry. The quartermaster directed to exchange horses unfit for draft for those fit for draft, if possible, and directed to dispose of unbroken mules in the same way. 10. November. Still confined to room, bleeding slight. Dr. L directed cooling medicine. Colonel Henderson directed to have a schooner searching for ardent spirits. Many of the soldiers as well as the workmen found drunk. 11. Horses and mules ordered to Tampa not being received. Captain Morrow, Q, Master, was ordered to Mobile to purchase from 80 to 100 horses, with halters, and was instructed to employ a competent wagon worker and from 15 to 20 good wagon drivers. General Hogan written to on the same subject. Major Cross written to by Lieutenant Chambers on this subject of the deficient improvements for the service. Lieutenant Hall of the Marine Corps, in consequence of ill health, authorized to proceed to the north. 12. Sent a vessel to the mouth of the Withlacoochee with rifle powder, rifle flints, and subsistence stores for the force under Governor Call. Wrote to him and sent a copy of a communication from Captain Payne of the Navy detailing the incidents of an expedition to Charlotte Harbor. Sent the mounted men out to scan the country, fires having been seen supposed to be about 20 miles from Tampa. Wrote to General Reed the vessel sent to the mouth of the Withlacoochee directed to proceed to St. Mark's with a mail and to return with letters for this port. November 13th. Wrote to Captain Payne, requested him to send an expedition to the, also to cooperate with the commanding officer of the port during the absence of the army in the field. Lieutenant Watkins ordered to proceed in the vessel to the Withlacoochee in charge of the lines. General J still confined to his room. 14. Still confined to room but much better, able to attend to business. 15. Received the report of the board appointments to make experiments in relation to the cartridges. A deduction of the quantity of powder recommended. A general court-martial ordered. 16th. Employed in ordinary duties, still feeble with occasional slight discharges of blood. 17. Captain King of the Alabama Volunteers ordered to Tuscaloosa to hasten on the troops required from Alabama, and authorized to take his seat as a member of the legislature. The last detachment of Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield's battalion arrived today. Wrote to Governor Clay on the subject of 5 companies of 12 months volunteers, and 5 companies of militia drafts. 18. Reported to the Adjutant General the arrival of the Alabama Volunteers. The mules expected from New Orleans arrived this evening, November 19th. Employed in getting mules on shore and in breaking them to packs and harness. Prepared a preparatory order assigning the troops to garrison Fort Brooke, and arranging the troops for service in the field. Lieutenant Call, directed to command Fort Brooke. 20. Reported to the Adjutant General, troops employed in breaking mules. A cargo of corn condemned an election ordered to supply its vacancy occasioned by the resignation of Captain Robinson of the Washington City Volunteers. 21. General J appointed Lieutenant T.B. Leonard aide-de-camp. Sent to the Adj. General a copy of a letter to the late Colonel Walker, with a copy of his reply in relation to a misrepresentation of General Scott. Proceedings of General Court-Martial acted on 22. Troops employed in breaking mules and other preparations for the field. 23rd. General J. addressed a letter to General Gaines requesting the aid of the 6th Rect. Infantry and informing him of the difficulties of his situation, and the near approach of the time when the Tennesseans would claim their discharge. Arrangements for the field continued, troops breaking mules to harness, saddle and packs. November 24th. Preparations for the field continued. 25. Means of transportation being ready, and every necessary arrangement made. General J issued orders today for the march of the army on the morning of the 27th. The most active and continued exercises were made to have the baggage wagons loaded, the surplus baggage dispersed of, provisions cooked, and all things in supply. 26 Lieutenant Colonel Foster arrived and reported at headquarters. An order was issued remitting all sentences of court-martial, except in the cases of deserters, that they should pay the expenses incurred in their apprehension and make good the time lost by their desertion. And all prisoners confined were released. Preparations for the field were completed today. 27. Captain Crossman was directed to assume the duties of his department and to act as principal quartermaster in the field. The troops were put in motion today. The wagons were crossed over Hillsborough, when his quarter part of the wagons had crossed over. With the main body of the troops, a steamboat arrived with several officers who reported that Governor Call has been on the Withlacoochee, and not finding the Indians had fallen back to Volusia. They brought newspapers which announced that General J had been ordered to take command of the army and that an officer had been sent from Washington on the 4th instant with orders to that effect. In this state of things, General J considered it to be his duty to countermand the march of the army and directed to resume its position at Tampa. 28th, the army fell back. Colonel Henderson was ordered to take command of the post and its dependencies. Lieutenant Call Foster was directed to re-establish Fort Alabama, or rather to construct a new work at the site of that work. M. Manuel Olivia was deported to visit band of Indians and to enter into certain arrangements with him. Lieutenant Caulfield's battalion was directed to be ready to move tomorrow with a company of mounted Marines and a company of mounted regular troops to accompany the general, the 29th of November. Let out for Volusia to join General Call, proceeded about 15 miles to Thanodasassa Lake, encamped for the night. Saw a fresh Negro track in the sand near the lake. 30. Proceeded to the Hillsborough, found Fort Alabama in ruins, crossed the river and moved forward to an old encampment of General Gaines within several miles of the Withlacoochee. Found the woods on fire and evident indications of Indians having been recently in the neighborhood. December 1st. Moved forces beyond both branches of the Withlacoochee. After crossing the Little Withlacoochee, discovered shacks, cattle trails, and a few cattle and ponies. Encamped on Dade's battleground. It rained heavily during the night, sent out scouting parties, obtained fresh beef here. 2. Proceeded to the Volusia Road, past Governor Call's camp, found a body disinterred by the Indians. Burned it, halted the command in consequence of firing in a southwesterly direction, sent out reconnoitering parties, was detained about 2 hours. Scouts saw fresh cattle and pony tracks and Indian tracks supposed to be from 1 to 2 weeks old. Moved forward to Palalakaha on the Volusia Road, found the way strewed with dead horses. Passed a large encampment of the Tennesseans and friendly Indians. Here numerous beaver had been killed. Passed through 2 hammocks. And after dark encamped a short distance from the latter near a pond. 3. Went forward, crossed the Ocklawaha at the lower end of a lake on a temporary bridge constructed by General Eustis soon after captured an Indian from whom information was obtained of the situation of a Negro village at the head of the lake. Detached Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield with 2 companies of his battalion, accompanied by Captain Crossman and Lieutenant Chambers, also by an interpreter and the Indian prisoner General J. moved forward with the remainder of the command about 5 miles encamped on a beautiful lake. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield returned about 9 p.m. with 41 Negro prisoners, having surprised the village, captured the greater part of its inhabitants, and burned the houses and property which they could not bring in. December 4th. Proceeded toward Volusia with the prisoners passed over a desert and sandy country covered with scrub oak, until within 8 or 10 miles of the St. John's, when the land became in many places boggy, and the road, consequently, extremely bad. Arrived at Governor Call's camp near the St. John's about 4 p.m. Found here the Tennesseans, Indian warriors from the Creek country, and a few regular troops. The camp was dirty and the position evidently unhealthy. Governor Call has commanded a work to protect the stores at Volusia. 5. Spent a day in looking into the state of the service. Reported to Adjutant General, wrote to the Secretary of War, and urged the necessity of additional forces. 6. Lieutenant Chambers employed in examining the prisoners' important information. Obtained on this information, General J. prepared an expedition of the mounted men against Cooper, Micanopy, and Phillip, who could have been attacked in succession. Also an expedition of a small regular force and a battalion of Indian warriors against Alligator's band. The troops intended for these expeditions were directed to hold themselves in readiness to move at a moment's warning. On suggesting his views to Governor Call, General J. found that the governor was strongly opposed to them, and in favor of the return of the army to the Withlacoochee, where he expected Powell with his warriors would be found. General J. believed that his own plan was preferable, but the time of service of the Tennesseans had nearby expired, and he believed it to be his duty to employ them during the few days which still remained. And he was reluctantly compelled to postpone his own plan in order to provide for their movement to the interior. To obtain horses for the wagons, he was compelled to dismount. About 50 of his mounted men, and to obtain from Black Creek a number of horses. December 7th, arrangements were actively going on for the renewal of hostilities. 8. Governor Call transferred to General J. the command of the army today. Supplies continue to come in. The work at Volusia progresses rapidly. The army directed to be in readiness for the field. 9. Reported to the Secretary of War and the Adjutant General. Active preparations continued. Wrote to Governor Schley urging that a regiment previously required be sent to Florida to take the place of the Tennesseans. Wrote to Governor McDuffie of South Carolina, required a battalion of 5 companies of drafted militia. Made arrangements for the transportation of the sick of the Tennessee Brigade from Volusia, via Savannah, to New Orleans. 10. Governor Call left us today the fort at Volusia named Fort Call. Major Gardner designated to command. Arrangements made for its defense. The army ordered to march at as early an hour as possible tomorrow. Arrangements made for the movement of the army. December 11th. Supplies which were expected last night not having arrived, the march of the army was necessarily put off until tomorrow. Captain Washington, commanding in the Creek country, directed to join the army in Florida with 2 companies of the 4th Artillery. Major Dearborn, commanding in the lower part of Georgia, also directed to join. Captain Page ordered to take command in the Creek country. Lieutenant Clark directed to organize an efficient wagon train to operate between Ferry and Fort Drane. Colonel Warren and Captain Smith to furnish escorts for the train. Lieutenant Bainbridge turned over to the quartermaster the horses on which his command was mounted. 12. Reported to the Secretary of War and to the Adjutant General. Major Forsyth Paymaster, ordered to Tampa Bay Captain of the Ordnance Department, reported and ordered to furnish double-barreled guns and other ordnance supplies. The advance of the Army moved today under General Armstrong. General Armistead with the regular troops and the Indian warriors left to secure the stores. The advance encamped about 8 miles from the St. John's. General J. The advance after dark with Alabama Mounted Volunteers, Tompkins Artillery, and Harris's Marines slept in General Armstrong's tent axes sent forward by General Armistead for the Tennesseans to enable them to repair the road December 13th. The advance moved slowly forward, repaired the road and bridges. The axes sent forward reported to the fort, marched about 12 miles and encamped. The troops in the rear came up while we were taking up our ground. 14. Moved forward to the Ocklawaha, crossed the river with the advance and part of the baggage wagons and encamped about a mile from the river. Part of the train with a part of the force and the rear guard remained east of the Ocklawaha. The Floridians and Alabama volunteers drove in near 100 head of cattle. 15. Detached Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield to attack the Indian chief Asuci, or Cooper, and after crossing the remainder of the baggage wagons and troops over the Ocklawaha, marched forward, about 10 miles, and encamped for the night. Today an incident occurred which it was apprehended might lead to difficulty. An order had been given to the principal quartermasters not to permit pack horses to move in the road with the wagon train. A young Tennessean determined to disregard the order. He was admonished by the quartermaster but disregarded the admonition. The Q master reported the fact to General J in the presence of General Armstrong. General J informed General A that the individual must be punished. General A immediately took the matter in hand. The young gentleman apologized and General J expressed himself satisfied as he considered the discipline of the service had been maintained. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield joined, having burned Cooper's village and taken one Negro prisoner, who was so aged that he was obliged to leave him. December 16th. Marched forward about 15 miles, found a few cattle, but discovered no sign of Indians encamped within 2 miles of the Fort King Road. 17. Sent the Indians forward to reconnoiter, marched to Dade's battleground and encamped. The Indians examined the Wahoo Swamp. Not an Indian was found nor any recent signs discovered. All the trails led in a southeasterly direction. Reported to the Secretary of War and submitted several suggestions for his consideration. December 18th. Communicated with the Secretary of War. Sent in instructions to Colonel Henderson. Commenced stockade yesterday. It was completed today, or rather tonight. The report of the scouts who had scanned the cove, as well as other strongholds of the enemy on the Withlacoochee, left no doubt on the mind of General J of the enemy. Having left that river and gone south, long trails were discovered in that direction, in consequence of which it was determined to send the Tennesseans, whose terms of service had nearly expired, to Tampa Bay with the wagon train. December 19th. Communicated by express with General Reed at the mouth of Withlacoochee. Directed that the Tennesseans at that post should be sent to Tampa Bay, and required reports in relation to the quantity and condition of the supplies, and whether the enemy has been seen recently in the vicinity. The Tennesseans marched this afternoon under General Armstrong. The scouts returned tonight, having examined the country east as well as west of the road to Tampa, and reported the enemy in force about 8 miles east of the road in a large hammock near the Little Withlacoochee. Addressed a letter to General Armstrong directing him to send a part of his army to cooperate. The troops ordered to be in readiness to move tomorrow morning at daylight. December 20th. Put the troops in motion this morning and proceeded to the hammock in which the hostile Indians were represented to be last night. Searched the hammock for several miles, found recent signs and a large Indian encampment, but no Indians, heard nothing of the Tennesseans. Returned to camp. 21. Placed General Armis in command of Fort Armstrong, the recently erected fort, and of the whole army north of the Withlacoochee. Set out for Fort Foster to examine that work, and to designate the site for a depot between it and Fort Armstrong. Encamped at night, about 7 miles south of Big Withlacoochee. Received an express from Colonel Henderson at this camp, informing of the arrival of Commodore Dallas, and his wish to cooperate with the army. Also General Gaines, having ordered the 6th Regiment. December 22nd. Proceeded to Fort Foster, examined the work, and then continued to Tampa to confer with Commodore Dallas. Arrived at Tampa after dark. Found General Armstrong here with his brigade. 23. In consequence of information from the lower counties of Georgia, countermanded the order to Major Dearborn to join the army with his command. Communicated with the Secretary of War. Commodore Dallas visited General J. and in the most liberal and patriotic manner offered the cooperation of the naval force under his command in any manner in which General J might think proper to use it. December 24th. Wrote to Major Cross, answered a letter of the President dated the 5th of November, wrote to Commodore Dallas, wrote to Echo Harjo requiring him with 100 of his warriors to come to Tampa Bay. Wrote to General Gibson on the subject of an increase in the allowance of sugar and coffee to the troops. 25. Wrote to General Armistead and directed that the bridge over Big Withlacoochee be completed immediately, as well as the work to defend it. Wrote to Lieutenant Colonel Foster on the subject of the bridge and fort at Withlacoochee. 26. Visited Commodore Dallas and conferred with him amount and disposition of the force to be furnished by the Navy. 27. Wrote to the Adjutant General on the subject of the term of service of the Washington City Volunteers, also in relation to alleged depredations on the plantation of the Honorable Forsyth. Made arrangements for relieving the garrison at Fort Clinch and removing the to Tampa Bay. Instructed Major Wilborn at Fort Clinch as to his duties and to hold his armies in readiness for immediate service in the field. December 28th. Wrote to Commodore Dallas on the subject of a garrison for Fort Foster and also for Fort Brooke. Ordered a board to examine the broken down horses and report upon them. 29. Wrote to Captain Mills on the subject of the steamboats American and Dade and thanking him for his kind offer to have his other boat fortified and manned. Wrote to Commodore Dallas on the subject of exploring the Withlacoochee, a letter to Governor Call on the defenses of the territory generally, and requiring 4 companies of regular militia to defend of part of the peninsula. Wrote to Major Cross in relation to means of transportation. 30. Wrote to General Reed on the defense of the territory. Wrote to Major Brandt requesting him to employ 50 wagon drivers and as many pack horsemen. Wrote to Lieutenant Colonel Foster informing him of recruits having been ordered on for his regiment, and that blacksmiths would be sent to him. Sent to the Adjutant General an application from Major McIntosh for a furlough. Wrote to General Reed rec dispatches from General Armistead reporting that the Wahoo Swamp and the cove of the Withlacoochee had been thoroughly searched without finding an Indian or a recent sign of one. Deck 31st wrote to Commodore Dallas and requested that a vessel might be ordered to cruise off the mouth of the Withlacoochee for the purpose of ordering the 6th wreck to Tampa Bay. Informed him of a trail leading to the Gulf towards Crystal River. Janey 1. Instructions sent to the commanding officer of the 6th in fee. Directed slendered horses to be shot. Instructed Lieutenant Colonel Miller as Commandant of Fort Brooke, temporarily, reported to the Adjutant General, 2. Directed Major McClintock to turn over the command of Fort Foster to Lieutenant Leeb of the Navy. Directed Lieutenant Carey directed to keep on hand abundant supply of subsistence. Lieutenant Mackenzie directed to keep constantly on hand an abundant supply of arms and ordnance stores. Wrote to Captain Chase, President of the Pensacola Railroad, on the subject of Major Graham. Directed Captain to keep on hand a large supply of forage, and to transport to the interior depots the supplies ordered. Also, to take proper care of the horses in order that they may be recruited as soon as possible. Also, to issue materials to the naval officers to build boats. Directed Colonel Henderson to release all prisoners except one, who had attempted the life of another. Ordered that rations should not be offered to able-bodied men who should refuse to work. Every arrangement being made for the troops to take the field. Orders were issued that they move tomorrow. Order of march in 3 columns in extended order of encampment as nearly in a square as possible of battle in single rank. And extended order and in 2 lines when practicable. January 3rd. Marched from Fort Brooke. General J. with Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield's battalion of mounted Alabamians and Major Nelson's battalion of mounted Georgians, proceeded by the way of. Intending to come into the Fort King Road near the Withlacoochee, marched about 25 miles and encamped near a fine pond. 4. Moved forward the guide, not acquainted with the country, mistook his way and brought the command into Fort Foster. Here Colonel Henderson joined with the main body and the train. 5. Moved forward and encamped about 4 miles south of Fort Dade on the Withlacoochee. 6. Arrived at Fort Dade and encamped. Transportation ordered to be selected by the Q Master for the Army in the field, and the remaining of wagons to be sent to Tampa Bay, escorted by 1 company of regular troops. And the Florida Volunteers. Wagoners directed to be armed. Florida Volunteers to be. Janey, 7. Communicated with Lieutenant Colonel Miller and Major Thompson on the subject of the question between them on the subject of brevet rank. Wrecked a report that Major Childs was on his way with recruits' ordnance stores. 8. Directed General Armistead to detach 50 regular troops and 100 Indian warriors. To meet Major Childs, also ordered Major Nelson to proceed and join him. Organized the Army of the South into 2 brigades, the first under General Armistead and the second under Colonel Henderson. Directed that Major Morris should examine the hammock where our Indian scouts had discovered Indian signs. 9. Directed the quartermaster at Black Creek to double the supplies at Volusia. Troops arriving from the north directed to Volusia. Lieutenant Colonel Crane ordered to take port at Black Creek, or at one of the posts on the St. Johns. General J. moved to Fort Armstrong. Colonel Henderson ordered to Fort Armstrong. Lieutenant Colonel Foster directed to remain at Fort Dade and to complete the work. Ration of corn in the field reduced and horses ordered to be grazed. January 10th. Received advice of Lieutenant Colonel Fanning being expected with 2 companies of artillery, ordered to take them to Volusia. The South Carolina Battalion to be mustered into the service of the United States, and 1 company sent to Volusia. The surveyors to be employed on the line from Black Creek to Fort Drane. Q Master at Black Creek directed to push on supplies to Fort Drane. 4 companies of South Carolina militia, subject to the order of Lieutenant Colonel Crane. 16 Negro prisoners were at the Panasofka Swamp, reported to the Adjutant General. Ordered Major Nelson to join Lieutenant Colonel Foster at Fort Dade, and directed the Lieutenant Call to proceed with his whole force down the south side of the Withlacoochee. 36 additional prisoners taken in the swamp, 1 Indian wounded, Powell barely escaped. 10. Marched with 500 troops under Colonel Henderson in camp near Panisofsky Swamp. Saw no fresh signs of hostile Indians. Came up with the Alabama Volunteers and Indians, moved down to a point near the cove, encamped, and reported to the Adjutant General. 12. General J, employed in examining the swamps and hammocks, returned to camp. 13. Moved forward to a position near Camp Izard. Obtained a number of cattle. The Indians and part of the mounted men sent down through the swamp and hammocks on the Withlacoochee met them at the encampment. Spent the 14th and the 15th in scouring the swamps, and on the 15th General J, with the mounted men, went to Fort Clinch, crossed the river supplied by the Blue Spring. At the Indian encampment took 60 or 70 head of cattle. Came across a fresh Indian trail, followed it to the road to Fort Drane, where it disappeared. Met Lieutenant Colonel Foster at Fort Clinch, was informed of the capture of a Seminole Indian, who gave information of the position of a number of Indians near Homosassa 16. Ordered Lieutenant Colonel Foster to proceed and attack the Tallahassees and to take the Seminole prisoner with him. Jim Boy with his warriors ordered to join Major Nelson, ordered to accompany Lieutenant Colonel Faust. Returned to Camp Izard by the way of the Blue Spring. Returned to Camp Izard by the way of the Blue Spring, examined the trail which had been discovered yesterday. Found where the Indians, who had disappeared on approaching the road, had came together northwest of the road. The trail went off in a northwest direction towards the Wakasasa Swamp. Came to camp late in the evening. Ordered Captain Wright to Camp Izard, and the mounted men to bring up as much forage as they could carry. January 17th. Reported to the Adjutant General, marched towards Fort Armstrong. Marched about 10 miles and halted in the hope that Captain Washington would join. He did not come up. 18. Marched forward and encamped near the cove of the Withlacoochee. Captain Washington joined here at 3 o'clock a.m. 19. Left Colonel Henderson to take on the infantry and other regular troops with the baggage train, and proceed through the swamps with the Janey 22nd. General J put the army in march towards the head of the Ocklawaha. Marched about 12 miles, part of the route over extremely bad road, and encamped for the night. Compelled to open the road on the whole route. 23. Detached Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield to attack Philip and his Negro force on the Apopka Lake, with his battalion and Harris's Marines LT. Chambers sent with him. Moved the army forward, marched 16 miles, found a note from Lieutenant Chambers, encamped for the night. 24th. Moved forward past a part of the Thalauhaki River of mountains, had an extensive and beautiful view of the country including the lake. Met Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield, who had succeeded in surprising Cooper and killed him and 3 of the warriors, and took 9 Indian and 8 Negro prisoners. Moved forward and encamped near a small hammock with a fine stream of clear water running through it. Major Graham made a bridge over the stream. Here 3 hostile Indians were discovered, and they were tracked on a trail for some distance. January 25. Moved forward, took the trail and proceeded 7 or 8 miles to an old Indian village, countermarched, and sent out to examine the several trails. 26th. Marched across the country on a trail on which cattle had been driven, the woods had been burnt, and the Indians had evidently crossed in considerable numbers. Marched about 16 miles and encamped on a beautiful lake. It rained during the night. Ration of bread and bacon reduced. 27. Marched forward, the cattle tracks increased, and several droves were driven in. Marched about 6 miles, greater part of the way through prairies. The Indians brought in several droves of cattle. Passed a trail where there were recent pony tracks and numerous Indian tracks. Came to the Thalassie-Hatchie, examined the ford, crossed over, found it practicable for wagons and artillery. detached Colonel Henderson with Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield's and Harris's mounted men, and Morris's Indian warriors to make a reconnaissance of the country in advance. Sent out Captain Delaney on a trail to the left, into a swamp and hammock. Colonel Henderson reported the capture of 100 head of cattle and that recent Indian signs had been observed. Though they were not numerous, General J. crossed over the Thalassie and directed the colonel to leave a small detachment to secure the cattle and to move forward in the direction of a smoke that was burned in advance. Colonel Henderson not reporting as soon as General J expected. He directed Captain Lurrell to take an escort of mounted men and follow on the trail on which the colonel had moved and to report without delay. Philip McCoy of Philadelphia, who had enlisted into the army under the name of Madison, and who acted as mounted orderly to General J, accompanied Captain Lurrell. The enemy was found and promptly attacked by Colonel Henderson. Cirque Madison was dispatched with a message to General J but was unfortunately killed on the way. A second express was sent, and an Indian runner came in about. The same time, a road having been cut through a cypress grove on the border of the Thalassie sufficient for wagons to cross, General J inclined to move forward the whole force. But the position being a strong one directed Lieutenant Colonel Freeman with a small force to remain and defend the camp, and after calling in the detachments on other trails, he moved with the disposable force of Brig General Armistead's brigade to support Colonel Henderson. Having crossed the creek and learning that Colonel H was 4 miles in advance, Captain Crossman was detached with 30 mounted men to join the colonel, and General Jessup moved rapidly forward with the foot. On arriving at the swamp, General J found that Col H was in full pursuit of the enemy, and was evidently in sufficient force to manage them. Leaving Major Whiting with his battalion in reserve, he marched with the 6th Infantry part of the and a few Indian warriors. 2 miles to the right, where the Indian scouts reported the hostile Indians to be in great force. The troops crossed through hammocks and swamps in the best order. Major Graham, who commanded the advance, penetrated to the Indian town. The fires were burning and meat cooking, but the inhabitants had fled into the surrounding swamps, and as night was approaching, pursuit was impossible. The detachment was ordered to return, and arrived in camp about 9 o'clock. Colonel Henderson came in about 10 with 28 Negro and Indian prisoners. Janey, 28th. The army crossed the Thalassie and moved forward on the lake to Hopakaliga. General J sent one of the prisoners to communicate with Jumper, Alligator, and Abram. The army moved about 16 miles and occupied a strong position on the lake. Several hundred head of cattle and a few ponies were taken today. 29. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield was sent forward with 2 companies of his battalion and Harris's Marines, accompanied by Lieutenant Chambers' aide-de-camp, to reconnoiter the country and ascertain whether the route on the margin of the lake was practicable. Major Morris directed to reconnoiter the country to the right and ascertain the direction of a heavy trail reported by the Indian scouts. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield reported the route practicable for 10 miles in advance. His party brought in about 100 head of cattle and some ponies. Major Morris's Indians brought in cattle. Messenger sent to the Indian chiefs returned with a message from Alligator and Abram. He did not meet Jumper. Janey, 30th, sent the messenger out to conduct Abram into camp. The army remained in position, directed that the ration of corn be reduced to 4 quarts and that the horses be grazed during the day and that grass be cut for them for the night. Also that 8 ounces of bread and 6 ounces of meat should be the daily ration with 1.5 pounds of fresh beef, by as an extra issue. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield with 3 companies of his command and Captain Harris's Marines were ordered to go out tomorrow and reconnoiter the trail on which Abram was known to have retreated with his people. Lieutenant Chambers directed to accompany the detached. Colonel Stanton directed to proceed down the lake with 1 company of Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield's battalion, and Major command to ascertain whether the route down the lake was practicable, and whether the Big Cypress could be turned. 31st, Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield proceeded to execute the order given yesterday, ascertained the direction of the trail. Lieutenant Colonel Stanton proceeded to execute the orders given to him. Moved forward as far as the route was practicable. Neither wagons nor horses could be taken in that direction more than 10 or 15 miles. The whole country a vast glade or prairie, spotted with hammocks. The prairie a complete bog. The party discovered several Indians and a number of cattle and ponies. The messenger returned with Abraham, who informed General J that Jumper was near 2 days' journey from him, that his health was not good, and though desirous of peace, he apprehended he would not be able to visit him. He said the Indians desired to remain in the country, that the lands assigned to them west of the Mississippi were too far north, and that the Seminoles, accustomed to a warm climate, could not live in one so cold, that the Miccosukes had caused the war, and had drawn the Seminoles into it by threats and persuasions. He said that the Indians were greatly distressed, and would gladly make peace, and if Micanopy would consent to remove west they would go, though reluctantly. He set out in the evening, accompanied by Captain Harris's mounted company, to secure him from attack from our Indians. Feb 1, the army fell back and took its former position on the Thalassie for the purpose of preventing our Indians from going in advance of the encampment, and thus interrupting his communication with the hostile chiefs. 2. The army remained in position. Several trails were examined to the right, left, and rear of the camp. 3. Abraham came in today and reported that Jumper and Alligator were on their way to see me. He returned to meet them accompanied by John Hoppany, Yoholo Harjo, and also by Major Graham and Lieutenant Chambers. General Jessup crossed over the Thalassie, accompanied by Captain Harris's company of mounted Marines, as an escort, and by Colonel Horton, Captains Crossman and Lurrell, and Lieutenant Leonard. He and the officers of his staff departed their swords and other arms and, leaving the escort, proceeded forward perhaps a half a mile to meet the party. General J left Caps Crossman and Lurrell and Lieutenant Leonard and, with Colonel Horton, went forward. After riding about a mile they met the hostile chiefs attended by the officers, and the friendly Indian chiefs, and by several Indians and Negroes. The hostile party seemed to be so much alarmed that General Jessup sent an aide-de-camp to order his escort to camp. He also sent his arms to camp and entered into conversation with Jumper on the subject of the war, and the terms on which peace would be extended to the Indians. Jumper said the Miccosukes had caused the war, that they were bad people, and Micanopy had not been able to restrain them, that the Indians, particularly the Seminoles, were desirous of peace and wished to live on terms of friendship with the white people. He was told that the Indians had commenced the war, that the president required that the white people should be, and that the only terms on which peace could be granted would be the execution of the treaty, that the United States had purchased the whole country from Spain, without any reservation having been made in favor of the Indians, that they had no right to lands except that which the United States had given them, that they had exchanged the rights which had been extended to them here for lands in the West, that in accordance with the stipulations of the treaty they had sent their chiefs to examine the country assigned to them, there chiefs of which he was one had expressed themselves satisfied with the country, and therefore the president expected them to emigrate. He replied that when he was west of the Mississippi he found the Indians all quarreling about their lands, a great deal of confusion prevailed and war among them was apprehended. He observed that the country was too cold for people accustomed to live in Florida. That the Seminoles would all die if taken there. He said they considered this their own country, that the Spaniards had assured them that in transferring their rights to the United they had sold the country only so far as the white man had cultivated with the plow and the hoe, that the whole country beyond that line of cultivation belonged to the Indians. He further remarked that he was only one of a number of chiefs, that he had a superior, that any promise made by him without the order of that superior and the decision of the other chiefs of the nation would be worthless. He was then asked who the Spaniards were who had informed him that the country not cultivated had been issued for the Indians. He replied that Governor Coppinger had given them that assurance. He was told that the Spanish officer had deceived them, that the American government had paid $5 million for the whole country, and that Spain had made no reservation in favor of the Indians, that as the Indians had commenced the war we would continue it until they should leave the country. He then professed that time should be given them to consult together, and that a place be appointed to meet them. He mentioned Fort Armstrong and observed that they could assemble in 3 or 4 weeks. Preceding text on this page crossed out, and General J. Tampa Bay. He replied that the Indians were dispersed over an extensive country and it would take a long time to collect them, that Tampa Bay was too distant. G.J. then proposed Fort Dade, to which he assented, and promised to meet him there on the 18th instant with all the chiefs to whom messages could be sent. He remarked, however, that he could not be accountable for the Miccosukee. A road having been cut through a cypress grove on the border of the Thalassie sufficient for wagons to cross, General J inclined to move forward the whole force. But the position being a strong one, directed Lieutenant Colonel Freeman with a small force to remain and defend the camp, and after calling in the detachments on other trails, he moved with the disposable force of Brig General Armistead's brigade to support Colonel Henderson. Having crossed the creek, and learning that Colonel H was 4 miles in advance, Captain Crossman was detached, with 30 mounted men, to join the colonel, and General Jessup moved rapidly forward with the foot. On arriving at the swamp, General J found that Col H was in full pursuit of the enemy, and was evidently in sufficient force to manage them. Leaving Major Whiting with his battalion in reserve, he marched with the 6th Infantry part of the, and a few Indian warriors, 2 miles to the right, where the Indian scouts reported the hostile Indians to be in great force. The troops crossed through hammocks and swamps in the best order. Major Graham, who commanded the advance, penetrated to the Indian town. The fires were burning and meat cooking, but the inhabitants had fled into the surrounding swamps, and as night was approaching, pursuit was impossible. The detachment was ordered to return, and arrived in camp about 9 o'clock. Colonel Henderson came in about 10 with 28 Negro and Indian prisoners. Janey, 28th. The army crossed the Thalassie and moved forward on the lake to Hopakaliga. General J sent one of the prisoners to communicate with Jumper, Alligator, and Abram. The army moved about 16 miles and occupied a strong position on the lake. Several hundred head of cattle and a few ponies were taken today. 29. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield was sent forward with 2 companies of his battalion and Harris's Marines, accompanied by Lieutenant Chambers' aide-de-camp, to reconnoiter the country, and ascertain whether the route on the margin of the lake was practicable. Major Morris directed to reconnoiter the country to the right, and ascertain the direction of a heavy trail reported by the Indian scouts. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield reported the route practicable for 10 miles in advance. His party brought in about 100 head of cattle and some ponies. Major Morris's Indians brought in cattle Messenger sent to the Indian chiefs returned with a message from Alligator and Abram. He did not meet Jumper. Janey, 30th sent the messenger out to conduct Abram into camp. The army remained in position, directed that the ration of corn be reduced to 4 quarts and that the horses be grazed during the day and that grass be cut for them for the night. Also that 8 ounces of bread and 6 ounces of meat should be the daily ration with 1.5 pounds of fresh beef, by as an extra issue. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield with 3 companies of his command and Captain Harris's Marines were ordered to go out tomorrow and reconnoiter the trail on which Abram was known to have retreated with his people. Lieutenant Chambers directed to accompany the detached. Colonel Stanton directed to proceed down the lake with 1 company of Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield's battalion, and Major command to ascertain whether the route down the lake was practicable, and whether the Big Cypress could be turned. 31st, Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield proceeded to execute the order given yesterday, ascertained the direction of the trail. Lieutenant Colonel Stanton proceeded to execute the orders given to him. Moved forward as far as the route was practicable. Neither wagons nor horses could be taken in that direction more than 10 or 15 miles. The whole country a vast glade or prairie, spotted with hammocks. The prairie a complete bog. The party discovered several Indians and a number of cattle and ponies. The messenger returned with Abraham, who informed General J that Jumper was near 2 days' journey from him, that his health was not good, and though desirous of peace, he apprehended he would not be able to visit him. He said the Indians desired to remain in the country, that the lands assigned to them west of the Mississippi were too far north, and that the Seminoles, accustomed to a warm climate, could not live in one so cold, that the Miccosukes had caused the war, and had drawn the Seminoles into it by threats and persuasions. He said that the Indians were greatly distressed, and would gladly make peace, and if Micanopy would consent to remove west they would go, though reluctantly. He set out in the evening, accompanied by Captain Harris's mounted company, to secure him from attack from our Indians. Feb 1, the army fell back and took its former position on the Thalassie for the purpose of preventing our Indians from going in advance of the encampment and thus interrupting his communication with the hostile chiefs. 2. The army remained in position. Several trails were examined to the right, left, and rear of the camp. 3. Abraham came in today and reported that Jumper and Alligator were on their way to see me. He returned to meet them accompanied by John Hoppany, Yoholo Harjo, and also by Major Graham and Lieutenant Chambers. General Jessup crossed over the Thalassie, accompanied by Captain Harris's company of mounted Marines, as an escort, and by Colonel Horton, Captains Crossman and Lurrell, and Lieutenant Leonard. He and the officers of his staff departed their swords and other arms and, leaving the escort, proceeded forward perhaps a half a mile to meet the party. General J left Caps Crossman and Lurrell and Lieutenant Leonard and, with Colonel Horton, went forward. After riding about a mile they met the hostile chiefs attended by the officers, and the friendly Indian chiefs, and by several Indians and Negroes. The hostile party seemed to be so much alarmed that General Jessup sent an aide-de-camp to order his escort to camp. He also sent his arms to camp and entered into conversation with Jumper on the subject of the war, and the terms on which peace would be extended to the Indians. Jumper said the Miccosukes had caused the war, that they were bad people, and Micanopy had not been able to restrain them, that the Indians, particularly the Seminoles, were desirous of peace and wished to live on terms of friendship with the white people. He was told that the Indians had commenced the war, that the president required that the white people should be, and that the only terms on which peace could be granted would be the execution of the treaty, that the United States had purchased the whole country from Spain. without any reservation having been made in favor of the Indians, that they had no right to lands except that which the United States had given them, that they had exchanged the rights which had been extended to them here for lands in the West, that in accordance with the stipulations of the treaty they had sent their chiefs to examine the country assigned to them. Their chiefs, of which he was one, had expressed themselves satisfied with the country, and therefore the President expected them to emigrate. He replied that when he was west of the Mississippi he found the Indians all quarreling about their lands, a great deal of confusion prevailed, and war among them was apprehended. He observed that the country was too cold for people accustomed to live in Florida. That the Seminoles would all die if taken there. He said they considered this their own country, that the Spaniards had assured them that in transferring their rights to the United they had sold the country only so far as the white man had cultivated with the plow and the hoe, that the whole country beyond that line of cultivation belonged to the Indians. He further remarked that he was only one of a number of chiefs, that he had a superior, that any promise made by him without the order of that superior and the decision of the other chiefs of the nation would be worthless. He was then asked who the Spaniards were who had informed him that the country not cultivated had been issued for the Indians. He replied that Governor Coppinger had given them that assurance. He was told that the Spanish officer had deceived them, that the American government had paid $5 million for the whole country, and that Spain had made no reservation in favor of the Indians, that as the Indians had commenced the war we would continue it until they should leave the country. He then professed that time should be given them to consult together, and that a place be appointed to meet them. He mentioned Fort Armstrong and observed that they could assemble in 3 or 4 weeks. Preceding text on this page crossed out, and General J. Tampa Bay. He replied that the Indians were dispersed over an extensive country and it would take a long time to collect them, that Tampa Bay was too distant. G.J. then proposed Fort Dade, to which he assented, and promised to meet him there on the 18th instant with all the chiefs to whom messages could be sent. He remarked, however, that he could not be accountable for the Miccosukes. They were dispersed in small parties, and he could neither say whether they would visit G.J. or cease hostilities, but he believed they were tired of the war. General J. acceded to the arrangement to meet them at Fort Dade of the 18th. The chiefs with their party, about 20, remained all night near our camp, some of our friendly chiefs with them. And as the latter informed me, they spent the greater part of the night in conference with them. February 4th, Jumper came into camp and took breakfast with General Jessup Alligator, and Abraham, with their followers, also came in. They renewed their promises to meet General J on the 18th, were furnished with subsistence for their return, and the army was put in motion on its return march to Fort Armstrong. Marched about 18 miles, and encamped on strong ground between 3 considerable ponds or lakes. February 5th, marched at sunrise, moved past 2 of its old encampments, crossed the Thalan-Haki, and encamped near the Apopka Lake. 6. General J left the army under General Armistead and proceeded with a small escort of mounted men through Fort Armstrong, where he arrived early in the evening, and found dispatches from Governor Call and General Reed at Tallahassee, Colonels Warren and Cross, Major McClintock and Captain D. From the north part of the territory, Major Gardner; at Volusia, Captain Crabb of the Navy, Fort Brooke, from the Adjutant General. 7. The army returned this morning in good health and fine spirits. Wrote to the Secretary of War, reported the operations and results of the expedition to the Adjutant General. Wrote to Colonel Fanning at the head of Lake Monroe, to Major Gardner at Volusia, to Colonel Crow at Fort Henderson, and to Governor Call and General Reed in Tallahassee. Ordered that the 6th Infantry remain in Florida. Phoebe 8th, Lieutenant Colonel Stanton to Washington City with dispatches for the War Department. Wrote to the President, To Major McClintock camped at Fort Drane. To Lieutenant Colonel Foster commanding south of the Withlacoochee. To Commodore Dallas to Major General Macomb reported instructions for Colonel Stanton. Instructed Captain Page in relation to Indian difficulties in Alabama. To Colonel Warren ComDR. At Jacksonville and to Captain Crabb of the Navy. 9. Wrote to Lieutenant Colonel Miller ordered the 2nd Brigade to Fort Dade. General J proceeded to Fort Dade with an escort of mounted men. Send instructions to Lieutenant Watkins to afford every possible facility to Governor Call. And to improve, if possible, the navigation of the Withlacoochee from Fort Clinch down. 10. Instructed Lieutenant Colonel Foster in relation to the defense of the country entrusted to him. Replied to dispatches received from him last night. Moved forward to Fort Foster. Received there a dispatch from Brigadier General Hernandez, communicating his attack on John Caesar's party and the death of that turbulent fellow. Feb. 11 went down to Fort Brooke for the purpose of obtaining a copy of the treaty in relation to the Indians in Florida, and of communicating with Commodore Dallas. The Commodore had left for Pensacola, but found Captain Crabb in command and ready to cooperate, was not able to obtain a copy of the treaties. 12. Examined the state of the service at Fort Brooke, directed that all ardent spirits in the hands of the sutlers be placed in the possession of the commissary. 13. Continued arrangements for the service. Wrote to the Adjutant General send a detachment of Indian warriors of Conchartamico's band to St. Mark's. Directed a detachment of recruits which had arrived under commander of Captain Mallory to be armed and sent to Fort Dade. 14. J departed for Fort Dade. Received dispatches from Colonel Fanning reporting a battle to have been fought at the head of Lake Monroe on the morning of the 8th instant. Wrecked dispatches from Major Harlem of the South Carolina Militia. Arrived at Fort Foster. Wrote in reply to Major Horton examined the grounds and the work, also the causeway north of the Hillsborough. February 15th. Wrote to Colonel Crane left Fort Foster, proceeded to Fort Dade, arrived there early in the afternoon. It rained heavily, and not having tents, General J with the gentlemen of his family, took quarters in one of the blockhouses. The Indians reported that a large trail was discovered crossing the road to the east about 6 miles south of Fort Dade. 16. The train came up and General J encamped with the troops in a tent. Directed that the underwood should be cleared away in the vicinity of the fort. 17. Reported to the Adjutant General. Wrote to the Secretary of War, also to Colonel Fanning. 18. Major Nelson, having been ordered by Colonel Foster to this fort, was today directed to proceed to Tampa Bay. Abraham came in with a flag and reported that Jumper, Holock Touche, Alligator and other chiefs were on the way to visit General J. He was accompanied by a nephew of the Indian chief Cloud. February 19th. Abraham came in today. The chiefs have not arrived. General J is apprehensive they may deceive him. 20th. The hostile chiefs not having arrived, General J sent an express to Lieutenant Call, directing his purchase at Savannah of 400 good horses. The Indian chiefs sent in messengers to account for their delay. They were detained by high waters and had mistaken the day. They found it difficult to call in all the chiefs, in consequence of their being too much dispersed. Wrote to the Secretary of War. Wrote to Major Cross on the subject of fresh horses. Acted on the proceedings of a general court-martial on the cases of the Alabama militiamen. 21. Addressed His Excellency Gov. Schley of Georgia on the subject of the defense of Georgia and Alabama. The Indian chiefs have not yet arrived. 22. Lieutenant Colonel Crane directed to reinforce Lieutenant Call, in Volusia, with 2 additional companies of South Carolina militia. Wrote to Major Cross on the subject of fresh horses. Alligator and Cloud have come in and report that Holock Touche will be in tonight. communicated with Ceci of War, wrote to General Hernandez and Lieutenant Colonel Crane giving instructions for the defense of their respective districts. An express came in from Tallahassee, 23, wrote to Governor Call and informed him that I should not require any Florida militia in the field. Wrote also to General Reed, Colonel Whitner, Lieutenant Vinton, and Capt. Thomas, Holock Touche, Cloud, Alligator, and other principal Indians visited GLJ today. The report Jumper sick and unable to attend, and Jumper's son, nephew to Micanopy, sustained an injury on the way which prevented him from coming in. The chiefs named met General J in council. They stated their desire for peace but said they were not instructed as to any terms, but that whatsoever Micanopy would agree to the whole nation would confirm. Holock Touche informed General J that Micanopy had sent word to him that his troops had driven him to a bad swamp from the good land on which he had formerly lived, and he hoped to be permitted to remain there with his people. Holock Touche was informed that peace would be granted on no other condition than emigration, that it was considered that the Indian chiefs were attempting to trifle with us, that Jumper had not fulfilled his promise, and that no arrangement would be made except with Micanopy himself. Holock Touche offered to go to Micanopy and receive his instructions and to bring Jumper in. He was informed that Micanopy must come, that General J would do business with no other person. The chief replied that Micanopy would come, and Holock Touche said he would bring him provided time could be allowed. General J informed that the time he mentioned was longer than necessary and directed him to mention the shortest period possible. To bring Micanopy and Jumper in the 4th of March was named and accepted. But 12 hostages were required to answer for their good faith. They were told, however, to take the night to consider what had been required of them, and to give their answer the next day, and they retired to their camp. 24. The Indian chiefs came in. The greater part of the day was spent within conference with them individually, or in council. With them collectively they acceded to the terms required, and Holock Touche prepared to visit Micanopy. Abraham is to go with him, Alligator is to go to Jumper, and Cloud is to remain in the neighborhood. 12 hostages are to remain in camp, and a party under a sub-chief about a mile from camp. 25. Holock Touche and the other chiefs brought in the hostages, and obtained subsistence and corn for their family. General J sent a horse for Micanopy, and one for Jumper, and he furnished Holock Touche with one also. The chiefs took leave of General J and proceeded on their journey. Reported to the Ceci of War, communicated with Lieutenant Colonel Crane, General Hernandez, and Governor Call, in relation to the defense of the country. Reported to the Adjutant General. Directed tents and camp equipage to be furnished for the hostages. 26. Detached Major Zanzinger with 200 men to repair the road to Fort Foster, and 5 miles south of it. 27. Ordered that the horses of the army should be grazed, daily, from sunrise until an hour before sunset, and that parties should be turned out under the direction of the Inspector General. 28. The troops were mustered by the Inspector General, RECD various commands. March 1st. Directed that descriptive rolls should be furnished by commanding officers of companies to the principal surgeons at the depot hospitals, of all their sick men in those hospitals. Wrote to Lieutenant Call, instructing him to reoccupy Fort Mellon on Lake Monroe. Ordnance men to be continued on duty at Black Creek. Lieutenant Call ordered to cause the dredge boat to be returned to the engineer department. Reported to the Adjutant General, in relation to Captain, and Captain Crossman ordered of Colonel Henderson. Wrote to Lieutenant Colonel Foster in relation to his request of a leave of absence and his relations with the Indians. To Lieutenant Watkins on the subject of a collision of authority with Lieutenant Bell. Wrote to Lieutenant Bell on the same subject, informed him that Lieutenant Watkins was under his command and subject to his orders, but was the same time subject in his administrative capacity to the calls of the service at large. Wrote to General Hernandez approving his plan for calling volunteers into the service as orders for the defense of this district. Ordered additional supplies of ordnance stores to Volusia. Communicated with Major McClintock commanding Fort Drane. With Lieutenant Leib of the Navy on the subject of soldiers left there. With Captain Harvey Brown on the subject of issue of rations to gamblers and others of similar character. Sent to the Adjutant General orders issued in the Creek Nation with special orders issued in Florida. March 2nd. Sent off expresses to Fort Brooke. Fort Drane and Fort Call instructed Major Childs in relation to soldiers of the 3rd Infantry at his post. Wrote to Major Cross on the subject of very private affairs as well as on public matters. Gave leave of absence to Lieutenant Colonel Foster for 30 days in consequence of severe domestic afflictions. Lieutenant Chambers made an experiment with an Indian rubber boat on a pond in the camp. It was found to be capable of carrying 40 men. Cloud, one of the hostile chiefs and several of the hostile warriors, witnessed the experiment. Hostile Indians come to camp every day with venison and turkeys and other proceeds of the chase. Let go to Black Creek he rode my sorrel horse. March 3rd. A heavy and steady rain commenced about an hour before day and continued until 11 o'clock. Several hostile Indians came in who had not been in camp previously. 2 hastily returned from Tampa Bay having been permitted to visit their relations who were prisoners. The train came in from Tampa consisting of upwards of 80 wagons. Wrecked a letter from the Adjutant General, acknowledging several communications and copies of orders, and informing of the approbation of the Secretary of War of General J.S. order retaining the 6th Regiment in Florida, and authorizing him to retain it as long as the service should require it. G.L. Read the conclusion of General C.C.'s defense in the intelligence he has embodied first truth enough to mystify the public to produce upon the public mind the same effect as falsehood. March 4th. Jim Boy called to see GLJ and to report his return from Tampa. Showed him letters which he had received from the Creek country. Complained of the conduct of Boyd. General J directed Captain Lurl to Invis. Gate the complaint. Abraham came in and reports that Jumper had arrived with his family, and that Davy or Holok Tucci would be in today. Alligator has not come in. Abraham says his family is sick. Philip had been heard from. It is reported that he had many of his men wounded in the battle with Lieutenant Colonel Fanning and that he was compelled to remain behind to take care of them. Jumper sent General J a message that he desired to come in and shake hands with him, and that he would talk to him tomorrow. The conduct of the Indians is not entirely satisfactory. Jumper and Ho. Latouche requested tents which were ordered. Women have come in today for the first time. Jumper and Holot Tucci came in and it was arranged that they should meet General J in council tomorrow. March 5th. Holot Tucci, Jumper, Cloud, and several sub-chiefs came in today. General J with the officers of his staff, the principal officers of the army, and the principal friendly Indian chiefs. Met them in council. General J inquired whether Micanopy had come in. Holot Tucci answered that the time allowed was so short and he was so unwieldy that he could not come, but that he had given full power to him, Jumper, and Cloud to act for him, and that he would notify what they should agree to. He said, when I first visited you I had no instructions from Micanopy Jumper's son, then had his talk, but he was taken sick on the way and could not come. Now I have authority from him to agree to all you require. General J. Does Micanopy understand that emigration is an indispensable condition of peace? Yes, and he agreed to it. He understood that his property would be secured to him. He said that. Micanopy directed him to say that when the next broken days were arranged he would come. General J. said it was trifling to speak of more broken days. 2 distinct times and places of meeting had been agreed on. Micanopy disappointed him in both. The next time of meeting must be for all the people to assemble in camp prepared to emigrate. You were told when last here that Micanopy must come. Jumper said Holat Tucci was authorized to sign for Micanopy. General J. Have he and you full powers to treat? Jumper: Yes. General J. Have you power to treat for the whole nation? Jumper: We wish time to collect the whole nation and make a fresh treaty. General J. That cannot be done. If you desire peace you can have it. If war you can have it. My troops are ready. Those who do not come in when required will be attacked immediately. How many days will be necessary to collect the people? Jumper: 10 days to assemble the men at Micanopy's, but I cannot tell how long to collect the Mikazukis. General J. Would the Mikazukis consider themselves bound by your engagements, or would they act as you desire them? Jumper: The governor, Micanopy, has conceded to emigrate the small chiefs and all under his rule. The Creeks who are among us will give up with the rest. The Mikazukis cannot hold the country. General J. How long will it take the Indians to collect their cattle and property? Jumper: I cannot tell. General J. I shall expect them to bring their families to Tampa Bay, and then they can return and collect their cattle. Jumper: This is not as we wish. You seem to desire to hurry us off by force. Allow us time. We have given our word. It is our bond. We will collect our property and then move off. We can communicate with you in the meantime. General J. We do not manage business in that way. Mention sometime in about which you can ready. Jumper: I think it to sell our cattle and other property will take till near fall. General J. I cannot listen to this. You must go at once, and I will pay a fair price for your cattle and ponies. Jim Boy and the other friendly chiefs here made a few remarks on urging the Seminoles to agree to the terms of General J and move at once to the west. Jumper then said, I wish to consult the Creek chiefs Jim Boy, John Hassani, and Tustanush Harjo to know how the business was done in their nation. Today we will talk with them, and we will agree on what we will do tonight. We are tired of fighting and will not take up arms against the whites again. We do not expect to remain in the country, but agree to go. But we wish to go by land. That General J replied could not be permitted. Jim Boy came to General J in the evening to ascertain his views. He with the other friendly chiefs arranged among themselves to visit the Seminole camp tomorrow morning. They were prevented from going out this evening by the severe indisposition of John Haswani's son. 6. The friendly chiefs visited the Seminoles, had a long talk with them, and returned to camp perfectly satisfied that they were sincere in their wish for peace and their promise to emigrate. The Seminole chiefs came in about 11 o'clock and General J met them in council, when they agreed for themselves and the nation that hostilities should cease and should not be resumed, that the whole nation should immediately emigrate to the country assigned to them west of the Mississippi. That until they emigrate they should place in the hands of the general commanding hostages for the faithful performance of their engagements, that they will immediately withdraw to the south of the Hillsborough, and that all found north of that river, and a line drawn due east from Fort Foster to the ocean, without the permission of the general commanding, after the 1st of April, are to be considered hostile. Micanopy is to be one of the hostages. General J stipulated on the part of the United States that the Seminoles should be secure in their persons and property, that their Negroes shall accompany them west of the Mississippi, that their Cattle and ponies shall be paid for at a fair valuation, that the expenses of the movement west should be defrayed by the United States, that the chiefs, warriors, and their families shall be subsisted from the time they assemble in camp near Tampa Bay, until they arrive at their homes west of the Mississippi, and 12 months thereafter. To assemble in the camp to be designated by the commanding general as soon as possible, and at all events when by the 10th of April, all the advantages of the treaty at Payne's Landing not enumerated in the present capitulation to be secured to them. It was agreed that Micanopy should come in 9 days from the 7th, and 9 broken sticks representing the number of days were given to Holot Tucci, who agreed to see Micanopy and report to him what he had done. March 7th, Jumper brought in the hostages, and their names were taken, and they were directed to remain with John Hosany, G.L.J. Had long conferences with Holot Tucci, Cloud, Jumper, and Abraham. They informed him that the Creeks who came down and joined them last summer urged them not to surrender, saying that we had violated our promises to them, that many of them surrendered on the appearance that they would be well treated and protected, but that we immediately put them into jails and loaded them with chains. General J directed Lieutenant Chambers to notice the statement. 8. The hostages were missing this morning. Abraham gave information of it. Cloud, hearing of it, offered to remain in their places. Jumper pursued them, having promised to bring them in. He and Cloud left others in their places until they should be brought in. Abraham complained that Major Fagan had cheated him out of $280. General J gave him $50. Ola Tucci took leave and departed. John Hosany's son, a fine youth, died last night. He was buried today with the honors of war, and according to the ceremonies of the Episcopal Church. March 9th, Abraham came in and reported that Jumper had returned without the hostages in consequence of his horse having broken down. General J ordered that he be furnished with a fresh horse. Abram took leave and departed. G.L.J read today the decision of the President on the proceedings of the Court of Inquiry in the case of General Scott at Frederick. The course pursued by the court was most extraordinary. They condemned General J unheard through his conduct was not before them for investigation. General J read a notice of the remarks of W. Preston on the subject of the Court of Inquiry. He hopes they may investigate the matter. He apprehends nothing from investigation. Cloud took leave today and promised to have his people assembled in a few days. John Hosany called with Yoholo Harjo and a Creek who came down last summer. The Creek informed General J that Nokozi Yoholo with all the hostile Creeks would come in, that Yoholo Harjo had informed them that General J had taken him out of jail and knocked the irons off him. Many of them, he said, had fled and left their families behind. Their families had been removed to the west, and they desired to follow. John Hosany said that Coy Harjo would also come in, and a Tallahassee chief declared that his people would also be in. He received W.F.M. Taylor, who had been some days in camp, called to take leave of General J. He goes to Tampa tomorrow. March 10th, General J with a small escort went today to the forks of the Weethalok Coochee. The water at the junction of the rivers is deep. A high bluff or sandhill is within 150 yards of the junction but near the water. The land is low. It is covered with some grass, now in seed. The party returned at 2 o'clock and found Jumper. He had overtaken the runaway hostages. They are to be in tomorrow, and he has determined to remain in camp until they come in. General J has ordered subsistence today for the Indians. An express arrived with dispatches from Gen. Hernandez, Lieutenant Colonel Crane, and Lit. Colonel Brown, and Gen. H send the statements of 2 Negroes who had been 8 or 9 months with the Indians. March 11th, Jumper came to inform General J that 4 of the hostages had arrived, that the 5th was hunting white cranes and would be in tomorrow, and that the 6th was detained by Abram to help him hunt his cattle. He was told that all must come in, that 2 of Cloud's men would be retained in their places until they should come in. General J was informed by W. Odom of Alabama that the families of the Indian warriors were very much annoyed by the whites in Alabama, in consequence of the men at Echo Harjo's camp being suspected of having joined the hostile Indians in the swamps. These Indians had been taken to Tuskegee and camped within the pickets. Wrote to Colonel Crowell and Captain Page on the subject of the Indian families. Wrote to Major Cross on the subject of the court of inquiry and of the cause of the Indian difficulties. Major Wilson arrived with the 4th Infantry, having left a detachment at Fort Clinch. 12. General J. wrote to General Hernandez on the subject of the Chief Philip and requested the Ind. Boy Alec as a guide. Directed that communications to and from General H be forwarded immediately. Wrote to Governor Call on the subject of Tiger Tail. That warrior came in today with more than 100 of his people. The 2 hostages have not come in. 2 of Cloud's men are still retained. March 13th. Some of the officers of the visited Tiger Tail's camp. W. Cooley, whose family was killed by the Indians near Cape Florida, came in with dispatches from Colonel Crane. He has been an Indian trader. GLJ expected to derive much useful information from him, but found that he could communicate nothing of any importance. 14th. Wrote to Colonel Bamford on the subject of the stores of his department. Captain was written to on the same subject. Ordnance men to be retained at Black Creek. Wrote to Captain Crabb of the Navy commanding at Tampa Bay and sent him a copy of the capitulation of the Seminoles. Colonel Crane and Lieutenant Clark written to in relation to the horses arriving at Black Creek 200 for the dragoons and the remainder to be used for other purposes. Lieutenant Mackenzie directed to return the ordnance stores recently arrived to the arsenal, and to send damaged arms to Baton Rouge or Mount Vernon. Jim Boy called this evening and informed General J. that he had ascertained from one of his warriors that Captain B.C.E. was transpiring with the hostile Indians. A nephew of Cloud had been allowed to go to Tampa Bay to see his sister a prisoner. Captain B. informed him that the English were raising a force to support the Seminoles, that it was the intention of General J. to take the warriors to New Orleans, put them on boats and employ them against the English, but he would separate them from their families. March 15th. Employed W. Cooley to visit certain Indians on the coast and ascertain whether guides for the interior of the country are among them. Prepared dispatches to Volusia and Fort Milton. Also for Black Creek and St. Augustine. Wrote to the Ceci of War, also to Major Cross. General J had a talk with Tiger Tail. He agreed to go to Powell and invite him to come in. T.T. says 100 Miccosukee warriors have crossed the Sewanee, that a part of the Talisees are with them. That they are employed in the high hammocks preparing compti. He has sent his brother to call them in. 16. Micanopy is expected today at 11 o'clock a.m. He has not come. 3 o'clock p.m. Micanopy has arrived in the neighborhood. Tony came in accompanied by an Indian, with a message from the chief. He was sick and cannot come to camp today but promises to come in tomorrow. General J send him provisions and blankets. Abraham came in today to meet Micanopy. Alligator is with Micanopy, but Philip, it is understood, has not come. Tony said Cloud is engaged in collecting the Negroes and Indians and will move in a few days to Tampa. 4 Indians of Tiger Tail's party came in today and reported the arrival of about 40 men, women, and children of the Tallahassees in the neighborhood. Provisions were sent to them. Charlie E. Mathla's family came in several days ago, and are with their relation, the friendly chief John Hopwanee. GLJ had a long talk with Abraham. Not satisfactory. He evidently has information which he is unwilling to communicate. March 17th. Tony came in this morning and reports Micanopy better. He is preparing to come in. Sent him provisions. At 11 o'clock he came in. Accompanied by Alligator and several Indians, he informed General Jessup that he had come today merely to pay his respects to him, and that he would tomorrow transact business. He had sent messengers to Philip but had not heard from him. The messenger not having returned, he and Alligator, with Jim Boy, a friendly chief, dined with General Jessup. Micanopy complained to Gel J that the Indians had been greatly imposed upon by the white men. He stated that the wolves were numerous in the country and often destroyed the young cattle of the citizens, and that the loss was often charged to the Indians and deducted from their annuities. Micanopy and Alligator came to spend the night in camp. March 18th. Met Micanopy today in council, read and explained the articles of the capitulation. He stated that he had authorized the chiefs, Jumper, Holatuchi, and Yaholoachi to sign that instrument for him. He agreed to every article and formally ratified it. He, Alligator, and John Hoponi, a friendly chief, dined with General J. Had a talk with Alligator after dinner in relation to the movement of his people to Tampa and thence. 2 Talassi chiefs came in today, Akathlock Emathla and Holalji Harjo Chi, also some 40 or 50 warriors. Wrecked a communication from Lieutenant Bell commanding at Fort Clinch. Reports that the fires had nearly disappeared in the Wakasasa. Micanopy and Alligator, with Abram, spent the whole evening with General Jessup. Micanopy asked for Cooper's family, and Alligator for a relation of Cloud and himself. General J. informed them that until the treaty concerned be in the course of execution, the prisoners could not be surrendered. Read and explained the treaty to Micanopy. March 19th. Micanopy came early this morning to converse with General J. He said that he was ready to remain as a hostage, but that if he were to remain, his people, and particularly those whose chiefs had not been here, would believe that he had been improperly detained, and he feared that it might prevent them from executing the treaty. He expressed his acquiescence in the decision of General J in regard to the prisoners. On inquiring of the interpreters, General J ascertained that a mistake had been made by them in communicating with Jumper and Alligator in regard to Cooper's family. They misunderstood him and stated to Jumper that when Micanopy should sign a treaty acknowledging the former treaty, and consenting to emigrate, the family would be given up to him, but that they would be given to no one else. In consequence of this misunderstanding, General J considered it the best policy to commit the widow and child of Cooper to Micanopy.
Communications with Commander Dallas and Captain Crab. W. Blank. How Abraham gave me information of the movement to Mobile Point of the Indians' families. Apprehensive that the Seminoles may hear it. Blank. It known to them would impair their confidence in our promises. March 20th. Wrote Captain Page, blank, him to Tampa Bay. Lieutenant Major Millens to investigate true circumstances attending these outrages committed on the Indians in Alabama. Lieutenant Jim Bays, Indian, to Tampa. Jim remained with me and dined with Micanopy. Micanopy took leave and promised to join me at Tampa in 16 days. Abraham returned with a message from Micanopy in the subject of the Negroes of citizens. It was arranged that they not be brought in and delivered at Fort Armstrong, and that they would not be brought south of the Withlacoochee. 21. Received a communication from Captain West, negativity that the survivors of Fort Foster with the blank of the United States ships commanded might be ordered to join. The order blank to blank the blank Captain Cross was written on the subject. A Major Childs responds that he had obtained a citizen Fort Armstrong, who was in search of Negroes. He was entrusted not to permit any citizens to blank south of that part. P.S. There was no translations or transcript for these 2 pages, so I had to say it myself. And there was a couple words that I had to put blanks in because I couldn't understand what was written.
March 22nd. Ordered Major Zanzinger to relieve Lieutenant Lieb and directed the latter to report to Captain Crabbe. Communicated with Captain Crabbe, Captain Mix, and Lieutenant Lieb on the subject of the garrison commanded by Lieutenant Lieb and the Marines of the Concord. The Indian chief have heard of the difficulties in which their families have been involved in Alabama. General J has no official information on the subject. He had some difficulties in satisfying the chiefs. March 23rd. A son of the chief Philip came in. Also Cujo's sons Philip had sent for Abaika. He would have visited me had he been able, but, as his son says, he has been badly burned by his clothes taking fire. The son says all the Seminoles and Creeks in the country will obey the orders of Micanopy. He will call tomorrow in order to have a talk with John Hoponi and Yoholo Harjo. 24. Philip's son called on General J. John Hoponi and Yoholo Harjo met him and conversed with him for some time. They advised that all the Indians go to the west. To quiet the fears of the Indians as to their treatment, should they come in, General J had recourse to the Bible. He informed the young Indian that this book contained the word of the Great Spirit. And referring to the death of Absalom by Joab, he added that it was forbidden in that book to revenge or punish in peace. For acts done in war, he remarked that the principles contained in the book were the rule of conduct for good men, that bad men only disregarded them. This seemed to satisfy the Indian, and he promised to relate to his father as G.L. J had said to him. A Negro who came in last night reports that Powell and Sam Jones are going to join Philip for the purpose of accompanying him to Micanopy's camp, and of accepting the terms of the treaty. Present of tobacco and a blanket and some small articles was given to the young man, and he departed on his return. March 25th sent off a train today for Tampa. Wrote to Captain Crabbe of the Navy in relation to the situation of officers at Pensacola. Determined to send off Jim Boy and Echo Harjo. Wrote to the Gov. of South Carolina. March 26th wrote to the Commandant of the South Carolina Volunteers, sent Major Morris to Tampa Bay to make arrangements for the discharge of Jim Boy's battalion. Wrote to Adjutant General. 27. Wrote to Lieutenant Colonel Miller on the subject of Cooley's conduct. Directed an investigation, fears he must be sent away. Sent off an express to the Black Creek, nothing of importance from any quarter. GL was informed by E that the Honorable W_T of the SO had inquired of him when on a visit to Parks whether General W_ would not be proper person to take command in Florida should GL J fail. This opens there are intrigues and intriguers at Washington. GLJ has been their dupe, and they now intend to make him their victim. He is not to be put down so readily, as they will find before he is done with them. March 28th. Expected Abraham today with the Indian Negroes, as well as those of the citizens. He did not come. An express arrived last night, nothing of importance received. March 29th. The paymaster and quartermaster went to Tampa. GLJ received a letter from his family. Abraham has not come in. Alligator's arrival at Tampa reported. Directed that a further supply of subsistence be sent to Fort Dade. 30. A train came up with forage. A detachment marched to Volusia. Ordered Major Nelson to proceed to the Ocklawaha and build a bridge. Several Tallahassee Indians came in today who had not been in before. Echo Emathla had not been heard from. Tiger Tail had crossed on to see the chiefs on the St. John's and invite them to come in. 31. Major Nelson marched this morning. The Indian chief brother of Tiger Tail, for whom Jay sent yesterday, has gone for his mother, so the messenger reports. APL 1. Disappointed by Abram, he should have been here on the 27th. Set out for Tampa Bay, ordered the Marines. Tompkins Artillery and Major Graham's battalion down. Came to Fort Foster for the night, departed thence on the 2nd. Met the train going up, stopped a short time at the Little Hillsboro selected ground for the encampment of the troops. Arrived at Tampa, dined with Captain Crabb. Had a conference with Cloud. 3. John Hoponi, Tostoni Harjo came to see me with Cloud. They dined with me, wrecked a report from Major Childs, stating the arrival of Abraham. Requested that he be sent forward. Wrecked a report of the capture of John Hicks and his party west of the Sewanee. Directed the reserves to New Orleans. Wrecked an order from the Adjutant General to return the dredge boat, reported that it had been done in March. Directed that a relay of expresses should be established by the Q Masters Department and ordered horses to mount a part of Major McClintock's command. Directed horses to Volusia for the dragoons. Wrecked a letter from the third auditor of the 13th of March containing a statement of the amount, in which a receipt of Major McKay for $231 had been omitted, wrote to Major Cross on the subject. 4. Sent Lieutenant Lurl to Fort Mitchell for public papers, sent my serve with him for my baggage. Sent him also for funds for the Indian service. Informed Lieutenant Colonel Harney that horses would be sent to part of his COMD. Wrote to Lieutenant Harris acknowledging his letter, stating the deports he had under. Holati Maiko, the Pease Creek chief, came in today to see me. Part of his people are in the neighborhood. Jim Boy has heard of the state of the affairs in Alabama, came to see me on the subject, remained the whole afternoon and prevented me from doing any business. He is a tiresome fellow, but may be made useful. April 5th. Holati Miko came today with Echo Harjo, they are relatives. He is for peace but not for emigration. Cloud came also, he is a fool, but a very brave man. William, a cousin of Micanopy, with several of Holatuchi's men came in today for provisions. They report that chief on the way with a number of his people. Micanopy sent in for provisions, he will probably be here tomorrow. April 6th. Great difficulties in consequence of the improper conduct of citizens at the fort. Martial law may be necessary. All citizens prohibited from crossing the Hillsborough without permission. Several citizens have stolen horses and started towards Fort Drane, ordered that they be stopped and sent back. They are discharged Alabama drafts. Micanopy visited General J. in company with Coacucci, the eldest son of Philip. The latter states that his father, Coy Harjo, Abiesha Tuskinsa and others, will come in with their people. They wish to take their cattle to Volusia. Found great difficulty with the Indians they apprehend being robbed of their Negroes. Have agreed to take their cattle at Volusia, but find some difficulty in arranging the price. April 7th. General J had a camp conference with Micanopy and Coacucci. John Hoponi came in, dined with them, and remained all night. He exerted himself to impress upon them the necessity for immediate action, the promise to exert themselves to bring their people in. 8. Holatuchi came today. GLJ made an arrangement with the chiefs to surrender all the Negroes taken in the war. They are to be delivered on the St. John's to one of the commanding officers. Agreed to take Philip's cattle at Fort Milton. Kowakuchi left today for his people promised to send Powell to GLJ heard that Echo E. Mathla was on his way with his own people and over 100 Mikazukis. Mikanopy left this evening for his camp. He has issued his orders to the whole nation to join him prepared to move. 9th. Cap Delignel reported today he says large trails have been discovered bearing to the south. They are the trails of men, women, children, and ponies. They are evidently coming down to join Mikanopy. 10th. Directed a survey of the road to Fort Dade, in order to comply with of the Secretary of War, in relation to the topography of the country. 11th. Wrecked communications from Lieutenant Colonel Crane, Major McClintock, Major, and the Secretary of War, wrote to the sectee, on the subject of the outrages committed on the Creek families in Alabama. April 12th. Mikanopy, Halatuchi, Holati Maiko, and Cloud visited General J. He had a talk with them, arranged with Halatuchi to go himself for his people who are out. Wrecked a part of the Indian cattle. He took leave of Gel J as did Mikanopy. Wrote to the adjutant GL, sent the proceedings of the GL. Court-martial, 13. Furnished various articles for Charlie E. Mathla's family, conversed with John Hoponi, gave him a horse. Wrote to Gel Hernandez, Lieutenant Colonel Crane, and the Honorable W. Battle late Sisi of War ad interim. 14. Holati Maiko took leave of me to join Mikanopy in camp. John Kowaya set out to collect his people and cattle. The principal Creek chief visited GLJ while conversing with them. Some Tallahassee Indians who had been at Fort Dade came in and reported that their party was on their way to join Mikanopy Powell's brother-in-law visited GLJ. He said Powell was on his way to join Philip and would come in. A messenger came from Coaharjo and Tuscania. These chiefs will be in tomorrow with Mikanopy. April 15th. Received word the Indians did not come in as they promised. Saw Major Graham and Captain Page on the subject of the emigration. Both those gentlemen consider the Indians sincere. They have been many years among them and know them well. Wrote to General Armistead and directed an examination of Panisofsky Swamp, also of the Withlacoochee above Fort Dade, and directed that all cattle be driven in or destroyed. Tuscania visited General J. Today his talk was not satisfactory. He says his people are in favor of peace but they cannot be collected. April 16th. Authorized Lieutenant Colonel Crane to appoint sutlers at the several forts under his command, also to direct the AST Q Master to furnish transportation for their stores. Captain Delagnel stating that no other than public transportation could be had. Cloud called to see me. A son of a late Tallahassee chief accompanied him. He reports that the Tallahassees are on the route coming in. Jim Boy and Yarjo called Mikanopy and Koi Harjo have disappointed me. They were to have been here today, but have failed to come. Major Graham and Captain Page visited Mikanopy's camp today. They returned and reported to me that the chiefs would visit me tomorrow. April 17th. The birthday of General J. Eldest daughter wrote to her today. Wrecked dispatches from Lieutenant Colonel Harney. He reports that several Indians had visited for melon, that they would drive in cattle, and that the soldier of General Hernandez's command had been killed. Not by the Seminoles, by the Creek Suruchis. Koi Harjo visited General J. Today he says he was a party to the Treaty of Payne's landing in of Fort Gibson, that he had seen the country west of the Mississippi, was pleased with it, and desired to remove to it. He was opposed to the war, but when Charlie E. Mathla was killed he was compelled to withdraw to the head of the St. John's to avoid a similar fate. 18th. Mikanopy visited General J. Accompanied by Abraham. He is evidently sincere in his intentions to execute the treaty. In good faith, It is doubtful whether he can control his people so far as to induce them, or even a majority of them, to go to the West. He promised to have an emigrating party in readiness as soon as the Indian Negroes arrive. George, a nephew of Cloud, who had been sent out by Micanopy and Cloud to order in and hasten the movements of the Indians, and in a report last night he says Jumper, Alligator, and Tiger Tail are on their way with their respective bands, and will be in on the 19th or 20th. A report was RECD from Major Zanzinger stating that rations had been issued to Eufaula Harjo's party of 55 persons. A.W. Norman brought letters to General J. from Gover. Call and G.L. Reed he proposes to establish manual labor schools and has it in contemplation to write a history of the Seminole War. Also a poem having for its subject the massacre of Major Dade and his command. Made arrangements to send off a chief and several warriors of the Creek Regiment to their families, in order to attend to the business necessary to be arranged before their departure for the West. April 19th. George, Cloud's nephew, called to see G.L.J. He is engaged in tracing a report to certain white men that G.L.J. intended to deceive the Indians. Send off the chief and warriors selected to go to Mobile Point. Tustanuck Harjo called to take leave before going to his camp. Introduced W. Norman to several officers and authorized him to go into the interior. The cattle received from the Indians reported to have gone off last night directed that they be pursued this morning. Alligator called with 2 subchiefs and several of his men and reported that Jumper was in the neighborhood and would visit me tomorrow. He spoke of reports in circulation which had an injurious effect on the Indians and caused them to doubt our good faith. 20. Alligator is still here. He brought his daughter to see me and asked a bottle of wine for her. She is an ugly, disgusting-looking squaw, excessively dirty, and constantly scratching her head and spitting on the floor. 12th Street. Jumper, Micanopy and Cloud, with several sub-chiefs, came in. Jumper's daughter with her husband came to see GLJ. Jumper informed GLJ that he would have all the people of the nation brought in. He remarked that Micanopy had given the necessary orders and that they would be obeyed. But he added the Indians are cautious and slow, and many of them were apprehensive of being punished. April 22nd. Micanopy visited GLJ in the morning on the subject of the subsistence of his men. That matter was satisfactorily arranged, and he took his departure for his camp. Jumper came in at dinner. His object was to visit the steamboat in the harbor. He and Alligator went on board with several officers. The chiefs returned greatly pleased. Jumper left GLJ at dark. About midnight, Lieutenant Chambers called awake General J and reported that the Seminole Negroes had attempted to steal some of our wagon horses. They were detected, but fled and escaped. The horses were secured, and the belt of one of the thieves found. Several Indians and Negroes applied today to go within the pickets. 23rd. Jumper is in today. Cloud and Abram also. General J informed Abram that the Negro whose belt had been found must be punished. He promised that it should be done. Robert, an influential Negro chief, came in. He could or would give but little information in relation to the Negroes and Indians. In consequence of difficulties north of Fort Drane, General Armistead is placed in command of that part of the territory north of the Withlacoochee and east of the St. Johns. Jumper, Alligator and several of the Indians visited General J. Many of the Indians went on board the steamboat. Wrote to the Adjutant General. Wrote home. APL 25. Directed Lieutenant Carey to take charge of the money sent by Lieutenant Lurrell and pay for the cattle which he has received from the Seminole Indians. Tuskanuggee Harjo applied to have his relations with Concharto Miko sent to Arkansas. Promised to write to Governor Call on the subject. 26. Lieutenant Lurrell arrived with my public papers from Fort Mitchell. Ordered him to pay the Indians for their cattle. instructed Lieutenant Call in relation to the treatment of Indians in his neighborhood. Directed that the latitude of Fort Mellon be taken. Also that the remains of Captain Miller be removed to consecrated ground. Wrote to Governor Call on the subject of the removal of Concharty Mico's people. Wrote to General Hernandez, to Lieutenant Colonel Brown, and Major Cross, 27. The Indians are slowly coming in. Micanopy, Jumper, Alligator and others visited GLJ. Today they were drunk and incapable of business. Wrote to General Hernandez on the subject of Captain Drain's claim to the command of St. Augustine. Also to Lieutenant Colonel Crane. In relation to men said to have been detained by General Hernandez. Wrote to Judge Smith in relation to the Negroes of the citizens of Florida among the Indians. 28. Micanopy, Jumper, Alligator, and others came in and met GNLJ in council. It was settled that the Indians should be enrolled tomorrow. Micanopy was informed that the Indians who should remain out would be held accountable for all the property destroyed during the war. April 29th. The agent and assistant went out today to enroll the Indians. 7. Opening square bracket ? Closing square bracket. Returned from Volusia and reported that he had seen 2 large trails of Indians who recently crossed the road, one longer than the other, he supposed had been made by the women and children, the other, smaller and more recent, was made by men. He and his companion followed them, came up with them unperceived. And supposes there were 250 of them. They carried large packs, were almost naked, and some of them were without guns. Also stated that the surveying party under Captain Lee had found 2 Indian families almost in a state of nudity. They were subsisting on alligators. The party advised them to join Micanopy. Cujo informed GL.J that his son had arrived, that he had seen Powell but a few days ago, that he was coming in. Sent Major Cross a check of Major Forsyth on the Manhattan Company for $200 and a draft on Dr. John Creighton of Louisville, Kentucky for $450 to take up a bond held by W. Bowie, trustee of the heirs of French, being for a payment on account of a farm on the heights of Georgetown, District of Columbia. The agent and assistant came in tonight with the roll. There are only 145 Indians, 68 of them are warriors. 30. Tustanuck Harjo called to say that a Hitchiti Indian had visited John Hoponi and informed him that he had left Powell but a few days before that he was coming in, but he had heard a report that it was the intention of General J. to seize and execute him, in consequence of which he had fallen back to the St. John's to wait further information. Major Graham came into camp. He had seen John Hoponi and confirmed the statement of Tustanuck Harjo. May 1st. Jumper and Abraham came in with a message from Micanopy. He sent word that John Kowaya had stolen 5 of our horses and had run away with all his people, and that Alligator had gone in pursuit of him. Jumper informed General J that his life and that of his son had been threatened by the Indians. John Hoponi came in and gave an account of the statements of the Hitchiti Indian who had visited him. He stated that Powell had gone towards the St. John's to join Coy Harjo, in consequence of false reports having reached him from Tampa Bay of the intentions of General J to execute him and a portion of his followers. Richard A. Guard, taken by the Indians at Dade, returned May 2nd. Where a Negro came in today with his family, he reports that the Indians are greatly alarmed. Abraham came in. He reported that Micanopy would send an armed force if necessary to take the horse. Thieves. Jim Boy and Tustanuck Harjo came in today. The latter informed General J that he was about to have a dance at his camp. The dances of the Indians appears to be one of their religious ceremonies, the fast the whole of the day preceding. and take medicine. The ceremony seems to be of very ancient origin. It is altogether what they call a purification. Thalathlo Harjo came in today from Fort Dade. May 3rd. This day 29 years ago General J was appointed by Mr. Jefferson a second lieutenant in the 7th Rect of Infantry in the Army of the United States. Lewis. A Negro taken by the Indians at Dade's battle came in this morning. He informed General J that Powell had been on his way to join Micanopy with 4 of 500 men, women, and children, but that he had heard a report of the intention of General J to execute him and that he had changed the direction of his march and had gone south. The emigration of the Indians will be tedious and difficult if not impracticable. The policy of moving them from the country is doubtful. There is no population pressing upon them. And until that be the case, whatsoever arrangements may be made with the chiefs, the great body of the heard a report of the intention of General J to execute him and that he had changed the direction of his march and had gone south. The emigration of the Indians will be tedious and difficult if not impracticable. The policy of moving them from the country is doubtful. There is no population pressing upon them. And until that be the case, whatsoever arrangements may be made with the chiefs, the great body of the Indians cannot be made sensible of the necessity or justice of removing them from a country so well adapted to their condition. 4th. Opening square bracket ? Closing square bracket. Came to see General J. Today he says Micanopy's slaves will all be in and will accompany him to the west. Wrote to General Macomb on the subject of the campaign. Wrote to W. Gould of Lieutenant Creighton on the subject of Negroes in the possession of Indians. Case. Did not the treaty at Payne's Landing absolve the Indians from all obligations to restore slaves and other property taken from citizens previously? The Gov. $7,000 as the amount to be paid for spoliations, and by that act it took the place of the Indians as regards claimants. May 5th. No information from the Seminoles. The emigration is becoming hopeless. Alligator has not returned, and perhaps will not. Jim Boy called to say that. Echo Harjo proposed to visit Powell, who is his relation, and bring him in. Sent out for him, authorized him to go. He will set off in the morning. George, a nephew of Cloud, came in. One of his sisters is a prisoner. He has been long anxious to obtain her release with that of her children. General J. permitted him to take them out of the pickets today. He is to have charge of them and they are to report to the Inspector General twice a week. Informed General J. that Cooley had said to the Seminoles that there was an island near the place where he formerly resided, to which if they would retire General J. would not be able to follow them, and they could then remain in the country. By the way, Cooley was over in the Georgia penitentiary for stealing Negroes. He is a cunning knave, and seems to be a kind of head man in Florida. He is keeper of the lighthouse near Cape Florida, lost his family by the Indians, and was employed by Lieutenant Powell when he explored the Everglades. As a pilot, May 6, Echo Harjo called with McQueen to would not be able to follow them, and they could then remain in the country. By the way, Cooley was over in the Georgia penitentiary for stealing Negroes. He is a cunning knave, and seems to be a kind of head man in Florida. He is keeper of the lighthouse near Cape Florida, lost his family by the Indians, and was employed by Lieutenant Powell when he explored the Everglades. As a pilot, May 6, Echo Harjo called with McQueen to receive his final instructions. He was furnished with tobacco for presents and with horses to carry them. John Kowaya's sister, a prisoner, applied to be permitted to leave the pickets, but her request was refused in consequence of the bad conduct of her relations. John Hoponi applied for permission for a part of Charlie E. Mathla's family to go to their former residence to look for property which they had left. They are permitted to go accompanied by Yoholo Harjo. Yarja and Noka Harjo visited J. Today they report their men to be very sickly. 7. Wrecked dispatches from Lieutenant Colonel Harney, announcing the arrival at Fort Mellon of Powell and Hicks. The chiefs assembled had a council which resulted favorably. They were to be ready to depart in a week from the 4th instat. Past midshipman W. Glockland relieved from duty and ordered to Washington. May 8th. Yorja and other chiefs called on business. They were curious to know when they could be allowed to retire to their homes. Captain Page came in from Micanopy's camp. No news from Halatucci. The messenger from Fort Mellon reports that Sam Jones had been in and would come on down to Tampa. 9. Directed that the garrison and stores be withdrawn from Fort Clinch. Part of the subsistence be taken to Fort King, the remainder with all property except ordnance stores to be brought to this place. The ordnance stores to go to Mount Vernon Arsenal. Jim Boy and Antonio expressed a desire to see General J tomorrow on business, and the general assented and appointed 10 o'clock a.m. to see them. 10. Micanopy, Jumper and other chiefs came in. The spoke of the delay of their people. General J. informed them that a party must move by the 20th instant, that Cloud's people should go, and Antonios, if they could be gotten ready, they reported to be in on the 12th within. Jumper and Antonio, both drunk, sent Lieutenant Crossman with a boat and 4 vessels to the mouth of Withlacoochee to remand the stores. Arranged with Captain Crabb to send the U-State steamer to Pensacola for repairs. General JRECD letters from his family. 11. John Hoponi came in on business. He had conversed with Jumper and Cloud's nephew. The latter proposed to accompany the party that should first depart, leave it at Mobile Point, and return for others. Allowed John Hoponi to send out for some Creek families. Wrote to General McComb in relation to the staff of the Georgia, Alabama, and South Carolina volunteers. Wrote to the Surgeon General in relation to the want of medical assistance. Gave order that the sutlers should not deal with Indian Negroes except by the permission of the Indian agent or assistant, and that the prisoners must have the permission of the Inspector General or the Provost Marshal. May 12th. Sent off a number of broken down horses, about 200 RECD dispatches from Fort Mellon. General Armistead had arrived there. The Indians had gone out to collect some of their scattered people, and the Negroes captured during the war. Information had been received that some of them had been taken and would be soon delivered at Fort Mellon. Expected the Seminole chiefs today. They have not come. No reliance to be placed on the Micanopy, Jumper, and several chiefs came in. They had heard from Halatucci and Alligator. The former had been ordered to come in without delay, and the latter was ordered to be in by the 20th. The Negroes are also positively ordered in. The arrangement is that a party is to be sent off on the 20th. Colonel Henderson came in, May 13th, ordered that the naval garrison be withdrawn. The Marine Corps is to relieve it. Colonel Henderson charged with the military arrangements necessary to carry the order into effect. May 14th, information received by Lieutenant Cochrane of the Indians planting potatoes and repairing their huts. Major Thompson ordered to send a detachment to destroy the crops, burn the houses, and capture or drive out the Indians or Negroes. Also to kill the horses and cattle. Wrecked from, by 2 Miccosukis. Lieutenant Colonel Harney, the original of a communication of the 4th instant, a duplicate of which was RECD on the 7th by 2 Creek Indians. There is the same difference in all the acts of the two people. The Creeks will do as much in a week as the Seminoles in a month. 15. Micanopy came in today. He expresses himself out of patience with his people in consequence of their delay in coming in the campaign. It is to be feared as a failure. The Seminoles will not come in without the application of force. And it is now too late in the season to operate in this country. Two of Jim Boy's Indians who had accompanied Lieutenant Bainbridge came in with dispatches. They reported that they had seen an Indian who accompanied Colonel Lane as a guide, and escaped from him in October. He informed them that he would come in if the other Indians should come. But if any remained out, he would stay out also. 16. John Hoponi came to inform General J that he had received information from Indians that whiskey had been sold or given to the Seminoles near Fort Mellon, and that injurious consequences had resulted from it. He also stated that a good deal of drinking was going on in Micanopy's camp. Dispatched the Miccosukes, who brought letters from Fort Mellon with a letter to Lieutenant Colonel Harney. Sent dispatches to General Armistead and Lieutenant Colonel Harney via Volusia. May 17th. Wrecked letters from home. Wrote to the Ceci of War, General Macomb, and his adjutant general. Saw Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield in relation to service in the Creek country. Saw the AST-Q master in relation to the transportation of the Alabama volunteers in the steamboat Merchant to Apalachicola. 18. Colonel Henderson came in today and relieved Captain Crabb. The captain proceeds with his command, in the steamboat Merchant, to his ship. Echo Harjo and McQueen, who went on the 6th to Burl in Coy Harjo, came in and reported this morning. They proceeded by the trail to Hitchapuxasa, crossed that place half a day's journey, and were informed by Indians whom they met that it would be necessary to go around the cypress hammock. They did so and came up with Powell near the St. John's in 4 days. The Indian who was to have acted as a guide from Micanopy's camp failed to accompany them. They spent 4 days at Powell's camp, saw Coy Harjo, Coacucci, and Sam Jones there. They and Powell remained. Echo Harjo to inform General Jessup that they had with great difficulty collected the body of the nation. But that some of their people were still out. They would collect them as soon as possible and move into Tampa and go immediately off, that their faces were turned to the west and they would not change the direction they had taken. Coy Harjo declared it to be his wish to the country assigned to him as soon as possible. He had visited it and was pleased with it. Powell desired him to inform General J that he rejoiced at the return of peace. He had great difficulty in finding his people and collecting them together. He had been delayed but would be sure to come in. He has great difficulty in consequence of sinister reports from Tampa Bay. He says the Seminoles, and particularly the Miccosukes, are like a gang of wild hogs. You fire at them and they scatter. With some difficulty they are reassembled. Approach them, they scatter again. And you have to take hogs away them. And it will then be a long time before you can tame them so as to drive them. The Indians had been scattered by the troops on peace being made by the chiefs. Most of them were collected. The reports from Tampa were like shots and scattered them again. They have collected most of them and are taming them. But some time must elapse before they can be perfectly reassured. Jim Boy applied to be allowed to go to Captain Burns' rancho for the purpose of bringing away a relation of old Moniac. May 19th. Yoholo Harjo, who had been out to Homosassa, returned this morning and reported that he had, according to the orders of General J, examined the whole of that section of country and that there were no Indians and no signs of any. He found a horse and their ponies which he brought in. Lieutenant Bainbridge reported his return from a survey of the route to Camp Izard and thence to Fort Dade. Distance to Fort Izard is 81 miles. Thence to Fort Dade, miles. A Creek Indian who had left the regiment that winter found and brought in. Jumper came in. He informed General J. that a portion of the Seminoles were very sickly and that many of them had died, among them several chiefs. May 20th. An express has arrived from General Armistead and Lieutenant Colonel Harney. The Seminoles had not come in, nor had they delivered any Negroes. General Armistead had sent 2 officers of his staff, with 2 Indian chiefs, to communicate with Powell. The general believes from information received from the Indians that many persons here are interested in preventing the Indians from coming in. Lieutenant Col H. thinks that General A. has committed an error by sending out. May 21st. Additional dispatches from General Armistead and Lieutenant Colonel Harney. Coy Harjo had been in. Powell had moved forward towards Tampa. Coy Harjo would remove in about a week. Wrecked. A message from Halatucci. He promises to be in with all his people in 13 days. An Alabama chief came in from Cape Florida. He reports that all the people in that quarter are moving and will be in with Halatucci. He told a story of a snake as large as a Micanopy and Jumper came in. They have heard from Alligator. He promised to join in 3 days. Wrote to Governor Call, to General Armistead, and to the adjutant general, to whom copies of a part of the correspondence in relation to the Creek campaign was forwarded. May 22nd. Micanopy stayed last night at headquarters with his wife. He breakfasted and dined with General J. Captain Page called and reported that Alligator had sent in 5 broken days, and that he would be in 5 days. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield called and took leave. He was authorized to change his route on his arrival at Noonanville. Colonel Henderson ordered to Washington, with Dr. Carney, Captain Howell, and L.T.'s Stark and Long. 23rd. A member of the Pease Creek Indians have come in with 17 Negroes. Captain Cross men returned from Fort Clinch with part of the stores from that depot. No Indians had been seen there for several months past, and no signs of any. May 24th. J. determined to hold the Apalachicola Indians accountable for any outrages committed by the fugitive Creeks, and wrote to Gov. Call requesting him to cause such information to be given to the Indians. Wrecked. Dispatches from Lieutenant Colonel Harney. He had been informed by a Seminole that there were many Negroes on the St. John's above Fort Mellon. Lieutenant Payton has been dispatched to explore the river towards its source. The country about Fort Mellon represented to be sandy, covered with pines, and dotted with small cypress swamps and live oak hammocks. May 25th. Jim Boy came with 4 of his men, who are going out to communicate with Creeks who came to Florida last summer, and invite them to come in. General J. gave them their instructions, and they departed. Captain Page came in from Micanopy's camp, and reported that a runner had came to that chief with information that Coacucci and Alligator with a large party would be in tomorrow or next day. May 26th. John Hoponi and Tustenuji Harjo came in today and reported that whiskey or gin had been taken into the Seminole camp, and many of their people had been made drunk. They said their people thought it hard that the Seminoles should have whiskey to drink and the Creeks should be denied. Promised to investigate the matter. Ascertained that Bunny took the Indian families away without the consent or even knowledge of the agent. Wrecked information that Powell could not succeed in obtaining the consent of the Miccosukes to emigrate, and that they would probably become hostile. May 27th. Alligator's broken days expired yesterday. Nothing has been heard from him. He is evidently trifling and no doubt intends to remain out and perhaps become hostile. Gave orders to the different forts to be on the alert. The steamer Izard arrived today. Governor Call was on board, also Lieutenant Vinton, Colonel Fitzpatrick, W. Hawkins, Dr. Randolph. The boat was commanded by E.J. Wood, who brought it hither to deliver it to the U-States. Wrecked a letter from General Reed, with a present of champagne. Call. Wood brought J. some ice. Major Graham called to inform General J of the arrival of part of Alligator's band. May 28th. Wrecked. Dispatches from Colonel Harney from Fort Mellon. A party of Negroes had surrendered who give information that Micanopy has been disposed, and that Abiaka is now the principal chief of the nation, that the Indians had resolved not to emigrate, and would fight if the attempt was made to force them off. Communicated the information to Governor Call, and made a requisition on him for 300 mounted men. Sent dispatches to General Armistead, Major Nelson, Major Whiting, Major Childs. Major Thompson. Required a sentinel at my quarters for the first time during the war. May 29th. Governor Call took leave of General J last night. They conversed until a late hour. Major Vinton called last night for final instructions. He is to go to Pensacola to conduct the operations of the Q Masters Department west of Apalachicola. The steamboat grounded last night and the governor is necessarily detained. Nothing heard from Alligator, nor from the principal part of his band. The governor asked for cartridges, rifle powder, and flints. General J promised to furnish him. May 30th. The governor called early this morning, breakfasted with General J, discussed with him a plan for the defense of the frontier during the summer. General J made a requisition on him for troops to be stationed west of the Sewanee. He promised to make every effort to sustain General J and to furnish all the troops he should find necessary. He departed about 10 o'clock on his return home.
Beautiful. If the damsel be only as sweet as her name, then Scott is a fortunate fellow. Oh, she is a very wonder of beauty. Eyes liquid and full of fiery love. Long lashes. Lips luscious as honeycombs. Figure tall. Bust full and firm. Limbs like those of the Cyprian goddess. Feet like Cinderella's. In short, perfection. For what do you mistake me? A camp wench or a facile squaw of the Yamasee? No, sir, that I am your equal in blood and race. And though your pale-faced friends have robbed me of my inheritance, there is that which neither they nor you can take from me, the honor of my name. She had turned her back upon him and was moving away. Not so fast, cried he, rushing after her and grasping her by the wrist. Not so fast, my brown-skinned charmer. Do you think you can cast me off so lightly? I have followed you for months. What? The sister of Osceola? Neither more nor less. Half-blood like him, too. Among the whites they're known by the name of Powell, since that was the cognomen of the worthy old gentleman who begot them. Osceola, who signifies the rising sun, is the name by which she is known among the Seminoles, and her native appellation. Here was I, affianced to the sister of this very man, with the sincere intention of making her my wife. I could perceive nothing unnatural, nothing disgraceful in the alliance, neither would society. Such in earlier times had done honor to Rolfe, who had mated with a maiden of darker skin, less beauty, and far slighter accomplishments than Maumee. It would have been different had there been a taint of African blood in the veins of my intended. Then indeed might I have dreaded the frowns of society, for in America it is not the color of the skin that condemns, but the blood. The blood. Carajo, sounded a voice that appeared hoarse with rage. Remove those women. Pile back the fires. Away, mad queen. Go back to your tribe. These, my captives. Your chief, no claim. Carambo. You not interfere. Pile back the fires. Yamasees, cried Hajiwa, advancing towards the Indians. Obey him not, or dread the wrath of Wakome. His spirit will be angry, and follow you in vengeance. Wherever you go, the Cheetah Miko will be on your path, and its rattle in your ears. Bulwark, it will bite your heel as you wander in the woods. Speak I not truth, thou king of the serpents? As she uttered the interrogatory, she raised the rattlesnake in her hands, holding it so that it might be distinctly seen by those whom she addressed. The Yamasees, who stood all-bound and trembling in the presence of the mighty sorceress. And you, black runaways and renegades, she continued to the Negro allies. You, who have no God and fear not Wakomi, dare to rebuild the fires, dare to lift one faggot, and you shall take the place of your captives. I hear the tread of hoofs.
We've got to pull back for reinforcements. The men are dropping like flies. For the last time, no, Captain. Is that clear? I do not stop until I have him. Do you understand? I do not stop until I have Othella.
1, 2, 3. It must be they, yes. Yonder, see? I looked in the direction pointed out. A small party of horsemen, half a dozen in all, was seen emerging from the timber and riding with a brush into the open ground. As soon as they were fairly uncovered, they spurred their horses to a gallop, and with loud yells dashed rapidly into the midst of the camp. The men of the camp, both Negroes and Yamasees, appeared terrified at this puny attack, and scattering off hid themselves in the bushes. They yelled loudly enough, and some fired their guns as they retreated, but like the attacking party, their shots appeared directed into the air. Oh, heavens! We shall both be dragged under, drowned, devoured. A plunge, as of one leaping from a high elevation into the pond. A quick, bold swimmer from the shore. A dark-skinned face, with long black hair. He appeared about my own age and size. His figure was perfectly proportioned, and his face handsome. The complexion was not that of a pure Indian, though the style of his dress was so. His skin was nearer brunette than bronze. He was evidently a half-blood. His nose was slightly aquiline, which gave him that fine eagle look peculiar to some of the North American tribes. We noticed crops of maize and sweet potatoes, with capsicums, melons, and calabashes. There was a dwelling house of considerable size near the bank, surrounded by an enclosure, with smaller houses in the rear. It was a log structure, somewhat antique in its appearance, with a portico, the pillars of which exhibited a rude carving. There were slaves at work in the field. That is, there were black men, and some red men too, Indians. It could not be the plantation of a white man. There were none on that side the river. Some wealthy Indian, we conjectured, was the owner of land and slaves. We were not surprised at this. We knew there were many such. The scene, too, had Spanish touches. There were exotic plants, the China orange, the splendid papaya, the capsicums, chilies, and love apples, tomatoes, almost characteristics of the home of the Spanish colonist. The house itself exhibited traces of Castilian workmanship. The carving was not Indian. "Is this your home?" I inquired with a little embarrassment. He had bid us welcome, but I saw no cabin. I might be wrong. His answer set me at rest. It was his home, his mother's house. His father was long since dead. There were but the three, his mother, his sister, himself. And these, I inquired, pointing to the laborers. "Our slaves," he replied with a smile. "You perceive we Indians are getting into the customs of civilization. But these are not all Negroes. There are red men. Are they slaves?" "Slaves like the others." "I see you are astonished. They are not of our tribe. They are Yamasees. Our people conquered them long ago, and many of them still remain slaves." We had arrived at the house. His mother met us by the door, a woman of pure Indian race, who had evidently once possessed beauty. She was still agreeable to look upon, well-dressed, though in Indian costume.
Why do you bring me Amathala?
He sent his people to Fort Brooke. He was leaving his village when we took him. He carries white man's gold.
The white man paid well for the honor of a Seminole.
The white agent bought our cattle. When my people reach the western lands, this gold will buy food. They are not hungry for war.
The council of this nation has spoken. Any chief who takes his people to the ships at Fort Brooke must die.
The rising sun speaks for a council who listens to the fire of his voice. Because of his hate for the white man and his love and pride in a woman, the council would destroy the nation with war. Surely Osceola knows that the white man is as many as the sands of the sea. Even now, many soldiers ride from Fort Brooke.
How do you know this?
They told me at Fort King when I was paid for the cattle.
You must order your people to return.
I know my brother well. In him there is a hatred that even blood cannot smother. I shall not bring my people back to die because of it.
Do what you must do.
Rising sun. Can shoot well. When we hunted, the hatred in him. Clouds. His aim.
Listen. Listen to my orders. Alligator, you will ambush the column that rides from Fort Brooke. If Fort King is destroyed, I will meet him at the place of ambush.
Tell Laurent.
Damn, baby, can I hit? Can you bring another bitch? Can I slap it on your lips? If you suck it, can you spit? Girl, I'm all about my tip. Can I fuck you in this whip? Can I call you my little bitch? Get the squeezing on your hip?
You gotta ask, can you strip? You got a man, he gon' trip. Can I pull up from the back? Can I eat your baby snacks? Can I get a phone in your name? Can I get a max? Can I get a loan in your name or your income tax? Can you suck it on your knees? Once I bust, I gotta leave. All these phones ain't no keys. Sipping drink ain't no tea. Smoking good gas, gusher with a Scotty, no seed. We done hit most shit than Ray Lou and Ed Reed.
We gon' keep hitting hitting shit, bitch, we on the same team. We ain't nothing like him, he be pouring fake lean. Why I say shoelaces on these off-white strings. While we walk in every club and we make a big scene. I'm the nigga of your dreams, you would never get a ring. This bitch said I'm hella mean, you gon' hear what you mean. Can you treat me like a king? Can I make your pussy cream? Can I fuck you off a bean? Can I talk you till you scream?
Fly, nigga, I got wings, rockin' Prada with my queen. All black, purple jeans, she gon' top the whole team. She got low self-esteem. I'm just staring at my screen, I'm just letting that bitch ring. Teacher said I ain't shit now, bitch, what you mean? Sitting in the double R, remember sitting in the Dean. Fendi all down my spleen. My bitch bad, have you seen? Keep her in that new Celine, sleeping Louis V Supreme.
Damn, baby, can I hit? Can you bring another bitch? Can I slap it on your lips? When you suck it, can you spit? Girl, I'm all about my tip. Can I fuck you in this whip? Can I call you my little bitch? Can I squeeze it on your hips? Damn, baby, can I hit? Can you bring another bitch? Can I slap it on your lip? When you suck it, can you spit? Girl, I'm all about my tip. Can I fuck you in this whip? Can I call you my little bitch? Can I squeeze it on your hips?
Damn, won't you be honest? I'ma be honest. She gon' be honest. We gon' be honest. Ay, she said be honest, so we can get beyond this. I said I'm all for my bucks like that boy Giannis. Anything else, I might yawn on a bitch, and she ain't gotta go left to get left, and that's a promise. We eating hummus and washing it down with double shots. She from Bahamas and like hers with peppermint schnapps. She say don't stop, I wanna hear some more, especially about that one lady you said you met in more out. She said I had a fall and calling in missing work. My money was all in, I was looking for that missing work, and I acted like a jerk and I said some things I shouldn't have, especially when she tried to tell me what I couldn't have, and she ain't even put in half or even seen a half. Talking about she was trying to be my better half, playing that role like I'm taking her for granted, but she the type that wanted me in the county, shipped to granted. I thought we was pretty tight, solid like granite, until I made a move like the man Mac, damn it. All that questioning had me second guessing it. For a second, we couldn't even let no guests in, talking shit. She knew when we first met that I was a certified player that can pitch for the Mets, ball for the Nets, or play D for the Jets. They seen how I flipping them quarterbacks in the back of the Jets. She seen it too, then acted brand new. Threw all my shit away, I had to come back brand new. She fell off, but she somewhere well off. She got game from her man. She fucking with a wheel or a boss. Damn, won't you be honest? I'ma be honest. She gon' be honest. We gon' be honest. On Peppy, bitch, fuck you. I remember when you met me, I wanted to fuck you, but now when I see you, I turn my back on you. Cause my left and right hand just might be back on you. Thinking about the day when you fell off, you just wanted the cake. I was trying to get my cell off. You wanted my cell off so we could be kissing and holding. But for my cheese, I don't play no games like Greg Oden. No time for bowling or doing them extras. I'm trying to control the block just like in Tetris, and you gon' respect this, or you can get the move in. I thought you accepted this before your ass moved in. Now you talking like the police, what is you talking? Now I'm taking everything you bought and brought in. You better take off walking before on you I bail, cause if you keep on talking, I'm gonna have to make bail. Damn, won't you be honest? I'ma be honest. She gon' be honest. We gon' be honest. Damn, won't you be honest? I'ma be honest. She gon' be honest. We gon' be honest.
Get matched today with the tax expert who's just right for your situation. They'll do your taxes.
Yeah, I make songs like this, man, for bitches like that trash fake rapper bitch that give out free Obama phones downtown Newark. Her and a man, fucking bum. It's for you. Yeah, I'm on the roof with a G-bomb, fiend named Leron. Each palm with a ratty. Soon as dudes figure that I'm daddy, dudes hate magic. Sadly, I win it. I'm strong to the finish, and I get spinach. Y'all scrimmage, I'm finals. I really cut vinyls, analog, mind you.
I appreciate everybody tapping in for sure, for sure. You know, I'm trying to grow the channel, get my views up, and get my subscribers up, so I can, you know what I'm saying, so I can get this page monetized at the same time. I'm putting out information for my peoples. You know what I'm saying? So we at the 10-hour mark. I'm supposed to go and stop this, man. I may go live. I know I've been saying at the end of things, man, but I've been, you know what I'm saying, trying to get another little bill ready for y'all. So I've been kind of doing some little deep dive and seeing what's out there. But, man, I may be on later on, man. Y'all stay up out there. What?